Madam Speaker, members of the House, meeting here, the fifth sitting of the fourth session of the fourth House of Assembly, let us bow in the presence of God, because by ourselves we are unable, and we need the guidance and the wisdom, we need the resources and the presence of Almighty God. Let us pray. We praise you, O God. We acknowledge you to be the Lord. With all the earth, we worship you, for you are Lord God, and you are everlasting. We come into your presence this morning, for we are conscious that it is you who have made us and not we ourselves, that we are your people fashioned in your love, fashioned after your own heart, and called to be a people to serve you in freedom. You have called us in this place, in this august body, having been chosen from among our people, to do the business that will enable all of our people, both citizens, residents, and those who sojourn among us. Give us such grace today as a collectivity to speak honestly, to deliberate in peace and dignity, and to seek above all for the well-being and welfare of all the peoples of these Virgin Islands. Grant to the Speaker the wisdom to direct the course of affairs of this House. Grant to the Premier the ability and enabling spirit to conduct the business of the government, and to all members here present, that what is said and the hope that is fashioned from our deliberation may serve the best interests of all of our people. To you, O God, we offer praise and glory in what we are able to accomplish today, not for ourselves, but for the glory of your name. So we ask a divine blessing upon us in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Please be seated. This honorable House now convenes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, 30th June 2022, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? Thank you. There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. Madam Clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the Speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our listening audience. I wish to indicate that the member for the 1st District, Honorable Andrew Foy, has provided notice of his absence today. In this light, I wish to make a statement in relation to the honorable member. The House of Assembly standing orders prescribe the conduct of proceedings and the exercise of powers of the House of Assembly. As Speaker, I am responsible for ensuring the observance of the standing orders by the House and Committee to maintain order and decorum without bias or personal agenda. In recent days, there has been considerable public interest as to whether leave should be or has been granted to the honorable member of the 1st District, Andrew A. Foy, with reference to the ongoing criminal proceedings in the United States of America. I felt that it would have been most inappropriate for me to make a public comment on this matter and thought it fitting to address this to the House and clarify the matter as it concerns the House. On 23 June 2022, the honorable member provided written notice pursuant to Standing Order 84-1 of his absence from the House of Assembly, identifying the terms of his bail conditions in the United States of America as preventing him from attending. I wish to emphasize at this time that it is neither appropriate nor necessary for me to provide comment on the criminal charges that have been laid against the honorable member. Absence of members. Standing Order 84-1 states that any member who is prevented from attending a meeting of the House shall acquaint the Speaker as early as possible of his inability to attend. In my view, there are two limbs to this obligation. A member should give notice of his or her absence to the Speaker in advance of the meeting, and 2, a member should provide the Speaker with an explanation of those circumstances which prevents his or her attendance. Standing Order 84-2 states that a member of the House shall vacate his seat if the member in any one session is absent from the House for more than 3 consecutive sittings without the written leave of the Speaker. It can be inferred from this section that every member is bound to attend the service of the House unless leave of absence has been granted. It is important to note that Standing Order 84-2 does not define the criteria upon which the Speaker should grant leave. Where the standing orders are silent on a particular matter, the Speaker shall resort to the usage and practice of the House of Commons of Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. My decision of leave for the 4th sitting on 30th June 2022. In this regard, I analyzed the Standing Order 84-1 to consider whether the positive obligation on the honorable member was satisfied. I further referred to the House of Commons general usage and practices, as well as Erskine May on Parliamentary Practice 25th edition, on the attendance of members, and noted that on ordinary occasions, the attendance of members in Parliament in the UK is not enforced by either House. In fact, the laying of a criminal charge against a member has no effect on his or her eligibility to remain in office. This clearly indicates that the House of Commons' practice relating to a member's attendance is more relaxed than it is in this territory and does not offer much assistance or guidance. I am satisfied that the member gave notice as required and provided the circumstances which prevented his attendance. Example, terms of bail. I further took note of the fact that at the time of the first notice, the honorable member's trial was slated to commence on 18 July 2022, which would have resulted in a natural determination of his eligibility to retain his seat as an elected member. This appeared to me to be a temporary circumstance, and on this basis, I granted the honorable member leave from the fourth sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. Decision on leave relating to the fifth sitting and subsequent sittings thereafter. It should not be assumed by any member that leave is automatically granted upon the Speaker's receipt of his or her notice, as each notice of absence and the circumstances provided are subject to scrutiny. The honorable member has once again provided notice of his absence from the fifth and sixth sitting of the House of Assembly, and has provided the same reason for his inability to attend those sittings. While the honorable member has not disclosed a time frame for his return, I must note a request made on his behalf to have his trial traversed to January 2023. If the member was within territory and facing the same circumstance, then leave would be irrelevant, as he would be able to attend the House without restriction. However, this is not the case, and the significance of traversing the trial is the reality of the honorable member's inability to fulfill his duties as a member of this House over the next 5 to 6 months. This, in my view, is not in the public's interest. As Speaker, I not only exercise discretion on several matters prescribed in the standing orders of the House, but I also have the power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in the standing orders as per Standing Order 6-1, and this includes attendance. As such, I am minded not to grant leave to the honorable member for this sitting or any subsequent sitting for such time as the circumstances of his non-attendance remain the same. For ease of application in the future, it is my polite recommendation that consideration be given to amending Standing Order 84 to clarify the requirement and/or conditions for members being granted leave by the Speaker. But until then, I remain guided by the standing orders as they are and committed to fulfilling my responsibility to the House of Assembly and the territory. Madam Clerk.
Item number 5, statements by ministers. Item number 6, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his document.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table the following document: Statutory Instrument 2022, number 63, a proclamation by the Governor under Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007, appointing the time and place at which the fifth sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to lay his document.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I lay on the table the following document: Statutory Instrument 2022, number 6, COVID-19 Control and Suppression, Entry of Persons, Revocation Regulations 2022.
Thank you, Minister for Health and Social Development. I now call upon the clerk.
Number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 3rd District to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1.1 on the order of the day.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I call upon the clerk.
8, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that whereas the Virgin Islands are home to a people who came from Africa in chains and made slaves before being freed, their freedom was not handed to them. They fought for it. Whereas the Virgin Islands are home to a people who own every square inch of every acre of land, that land was not handed to them. They bought it. Whereas the Virgin Islands are home to a people who has welcomed others, no matter their origin, religion, race, or social status. There is no reason for them to feel better than them. They just want to be afforded the dignity to make their own decisions. Whereas the Virgin Islands are home to a people who were in 1956 liberated from the Leeward Islands colony, which they were a part of since 1871, and attained the status change from presidency to colony with a greater degree of self-government. The people are content that their progress was steady and positive. Whereas the Virgin Islands are home to a people with a modern Constitution 2007 that has in its preamble, and I quote, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development, end quote. The people are left to now wonder whether the UK government is about to renege on our agreement. Whereas the Virgin Islands are home to a people with a modern Constitution 2007 that has in that same preamble, I quote, that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination, end quote. The people are left to now wonder whether the UK government is about to abandon or to renege on our agreement. Whereas under Section 2 of the Commission of Inquiries Act 1880, Chapter 237 of the Revised Laws of the Virgin Islands, and in an instrument dated 19 January 2021, His Excellency Augustus Jasper appointed the Right Honorable Sir Gary Hickenbottom as sole commissioner in respect of a full, faithful, and impartial inquiry into whether there was information that corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty in relation to officials, whether statutory, elected, or public, may have taken place in recent years. If there was such information, to consider the conditions which allow such conduct to take place and whether they may still exist, and if appropriate, to make independent recommendations with a view to improving the standards of governance and the operation of the agencies of law, enforcement, and justice in the territory. On 22nd January 2021, he attended before His Excellency and Senior Magistrate and took the oath. Whereas, by letter dated April 4, 2022, the report was submitted to the Governor over a year and 3 months after being commissioned. Whereas paragraph 23 of the executive summary of the report reads, and I quote, "I have carefully considered lesser measures, but while I, Commissioner, appreciate that the Governor and the United Kingdom government will consider this only as a last resort, as I do, I have concluded that the only way in which the relevant issues can be addressed is for there to be a temporary suspension of those parts of the Constitution by which areas of government are assigned to elected representatives. The suspension should be as short as possible to enable principled elected government to be restored." End of quote. This, in my view, clearly appears to have been a foregone conclusion. Whereas paragraph 26 of the Executive Council of the report goes on to read, quote, "Second, and again, looking to the future, I have concluded that a constitutional review is also essential with the aim of ensuring that mechanisms are put in place so that abuses which I have identified cannot continue or be repeated, and more constructively, to ensure that the needs and aspirations of the people of the Virgin Islands, including their aspirations for self-government, are met. The last such review was held in 2006 and led to the 2007 Constitution. The COI has demonstrated that that Constitution cannot take the weight it has to bear. The review must be focused, open, inclusive, and expedited." End quote. This mention of self-government seems to be disingenuous at best. Whereas this investigation lasted over a year and saw perhaps hundreds of witnesses and the submission of thousands of documents, including legal and other fees to the tune of $8,057,483.80. The Commissioner did not disappoint because it was always the consensus among the well-informed that the agenda was built around a foregone conclusion. Whereas the Commissioner wasted no time in proffering his conclusion, which he lodged in his recommendation A1 as follows. "I recommend partial suspension of the Constitution by the dissolution of the House of Assembly, the cessation of ministerial government, and the necessary consequential suspension of provisions of the Constitution for an initial period of 2 years. During that period, I recommend direct rule by the Governor with such assistance as he considers appropriate. Example, an advisory council to advise him on the formulation of policy and exercise of his functions. That council should reflect BVI civic society. In the period of the temporary constitutional arrangement, I also recommend and urge the Governor to draw primarily on the pool of public service talent in the BVI to advise and aid him in that period. The Governor should have all necessary executive powers, including the power to make any public appointments. I recommend that there should be a return to ministerial government and an elected House of Assembly as soon as practicable. And the Governor should regularly and at least every 6 months take advice from any advisory council and/or from whom otherwise he considers appropriate as to the earliest practicable date on which such government can resume. The Governor shall publish a report on that issue at least once every 6 months. Whereas it appears that the Commissioner, in researching his conclusion, disregarded the historical march of the people of the Virgin Islands through time as they advanced from being chained in the bellies of ships and through slavery to self-government over centuries, and now with a modern constitution Order 2007 that promises through agreement with the United Kingdom government, a path to self-determination. And whereas we are not satisfied that the Commissioner demonstrated adequate rise in his findings to meet the threshold for his conclusions in Recommendation A1, now therefore be it resolved that as it is the duty of this Honorable House to inform the people of the Virgin Islands, a debate of the report of the Commission of Inquiry is in order. And further, to demonstrate our disagreement with Recommendation A1, we reject it on the grounds that it seeks to disenfranchise the people of the Virgin Islands. It is unnecessary, and more importantly, it is undemocratic.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise and second the motion.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate. Oh, I'm sorry, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is a very special day. It's a day when we, the members of the House of Assembly that were elected by the people of the Virgin Islands, are given an opportunity to bring before the people of the Virgin Islands our thoughts and views and those parts of the report of the Commission of Inquiry that they are not au fait with. And I think that this is fitting, that it is fitting that us, the members of the House of Assembly, be the ones to enlighten the public. Madam Speaker, I was not satisfied that time had gone this far before we had opportunity to inform the public as to what this Commission of Inquiry really meant and the outcome, what it is. So today is the day that we got an opportunity to do that. Madam Speaker, as I look at the motion as it was read, and I see where it says, the Virgin Islands are home to a people with a modern constitution, 2007, that has in its preamble that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people. And I ask myself, Madam Speaker, if any of that was considered when the conclusions in this report were made from the Commission of Inquiry. And then I continue, Madam Speaker, where it says, the Virgin Islands are home to a people with a modern constitution, 2007, that has in that same preamble that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, there's nothing there that states something that's forever. It's talking about for the time being, which suggests, Madam Speaker, that the people of the Virgin Islands, at the time that constitution was drafted and accepted, was looking towards the future with a view towards something different. And Madam Speaker, as it says, power for the time being has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. And that's what the people of the Virgin Islands entered into the agreement with the United Kingdom government for. And I'm wondering if the people or the Commissioner in his report and his conclusion took what was in the Constitution, this particular article in the Constitution, if he took that into consideration, that the people of the Virgin Islands desired a move towards self-determination. Not a regression, Madam Speaker, as is stated in Recommendation 1. So the people of the Virgin Islands needs to be mindful to go back and understand, remember what it is was agreed upon, what it was expected. And listen to this, Madam Speaker. It says, and whereas paragraph 23 of the executive summary of the report reads, I, which is the commissioner, have carefully considered lesser measures, but while I, him, the commissioner, appreciate that the governor and the United Kingdom government will consider this only as a last resort. This, what he's talking about, Madam Speaker, is the suspension of the Constitution and imposition of direct rule. He's saying that they would only consider it as a last resort. But yet, he have concluded that the only way in which the relevant issues can be addressed is for there to be a temporary suspension of those parts of the Constitution by which areas of government are assigned to elected representatives. By which areas of government are assigned to elected representatives. The suspension should be short, should be as short as possible to enable principal elected government to be restored. This, in my view, Madam Speaker, was a foregone conclusion. There was no questions asked as to whether or not whatever recommendations you are putting forward, an elected government can implement. And evidently, Madam Speaker, as he stated, the commissioner stated, he figured it might be a last resort to suspend the Constitution and impose direct rule. He figured it would be a last resort. I figured, Madam Speaker, the governor, whose decision it was to make, has seen that to be the case. It must be a last resort because the governor has now acquiesced to having a government of national unity sit while these recommendations are being pursued. And Madam Speaker, in the executive summary paragraph 26, the same commissioner goes on to say, second, and again looking to the future, I have concluded that a constitutional review is also essential with the aim of ensuring that mechanisms are put in place so that abuse which I have identified cannot continue or be repeated, and more constructively to ensure that the needs and aspirations of the people of the BVI, and this is a part that I really can't understand, that he can see what the needs and aspirations of the BVI people are over the elected representatives, what the needs and aspirations of the people of the BVI are. How do they really know what they are if they're not a part of the BVI, sitting from a distance and trying to determine what the needs and aspirations of the people of the BVI are? It's something that we need to take into consideration, and including their aspiration for self-government. Including their aspiration for self-government, Ahmed. Madam Speaker, the word self-government keep coming up, but at the same time, all the advancements that we have made towards that end has just, the recommendations are to take them away from us. What is that saying? All the growth, all the advances that we have made, you take them away from us. And then you're still talking about the same self-government that we have been talking about having from 2007. So those are the contradictions, Madam Speaker, that we need to point out and let the people know that you can't be talking the talk and not walking the walk. It says the last such review was held in 2006 and led to a 2007 Constitution. The COI has demonstrated that the Constitution cannot take the weight it has to bear. That's the 2007 Constitution. The COI has demonstrated that the Constitution cannot take the weight it has to bear. Now, Madam Speaker, I can't agree with that. The 2007 Constitution, even though, Madam Speaker, it's due for a review, that Constitution was not drafted and it was not negotiated and it was not agreed lightly. We've had the best this territory had to offer to negotiate that Constitution. We had the best this territory had to offer as support staff. The UK sent their best to negotiate that constitution. And while it is possible, Madam Speaker, that there is some tinkering that needs to be done, those tinkering, Madam Speaker, is to move this territory towards self-governance and self-determination, not to address issues that we have already gone through with the Constitution as it is. Madam Speaker, we've had the United Kingdom sent as their lead negotiator Ian Hendry. He is a consultant and an advisor to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. As recently as 2019, Madam Speaker, he showed up in Anguilla with their constitution. It just goes to show, and our constitution in 2006-7, it was not his first, because he had done other developing other overseas territories' constitution. So when you talk about the Constitution cannot bear its weight, cannot bear the weight of the territory, I can't agree with that, Madam Speaker. Like I said, it is true that our Constitution is due for a review, but a review for what? The weight that this country has can be borne and was being borne by the Constitution that we had. We had on our negotiating team, Madam Speaker, we had Dr. the Honorable Orlando Smith. We had Dr. the Honorable Kedrick Pickering. We had Ronnie Skelton, Honorable Ronnie Skelton on the committee. We had Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill on the committee, Madam Speaker, negotiating team. I was on the negotiating team, Julian Fraser. From the private sector, we had QC Gerald Ferrara. And the private sector, we had Ilhi Raima. I dare you, Madam Speaker, to go out and find a team that is more esteemed than that one on behalf of the territory. And as far as our backup staff was concerned, we had Lorna Smith and Elise Donovan and others on this team. So let no one try to convince the public that that Constitution did not have the best resources the territory had to offer at the time in bringing it to fruition. And I am sure that we had started the process of reviewing the Constitution that we have. The process had already begun. The committee was already selected. Once they had done their work, the next step was to put together a negotiating team, similar to the one I just called out here, Madam Speaker. So I think that, given the impression that our institutions are deficient, including our Constitution, is not one that I am prepared to sit down and let pass by without saying something about it, Madam Speaker. And speaking about the temporary, recommendation A1, when speaking about temporary and partial suspension of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, says, I recommend partial suspension of the Constitution by the dissolution of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, if you disassemble the House of Assembly, if you call for dissolution of the House of Assembly, what you're asking for is the cessation of democracy. Everyone in this world that I know of strive for some form of democracy or the other. Madam Speaker, even in the Soviet Union, they got democracy. They have elections. Or should I say Russia, no more Soviet Union, Russia. They have elections. You may not agree with the outcome and the format, but you're telling us that you're going to get rid of us completely, get rid of the House of Assembly. This is the bedrock of our democracy, Madam Speaker. And during that period, I recommend direct rule by the governor. A little later on, Madam Speaker, I would explain exactly what direct rule by the governor will mean to the territory, what it really means. It means putting all the power, all the control, in the hands of one individual. That cannot be good for our democracy. What our territory is looking at, Madam Speaker, is advancement. That's all we are asking for, advancement. And it talks about, I recommend direct rule by the governor with such assistance as he considers appropriate. Example, an advisory council to advise him on the formulation of policy and exercise of his functions. That council should reflect BVI Civic Society. That council, the advisory council, should reflect BVI Civic Society. This is language that I am not familiar with, Madam Speaker. I'm not familiar with that language. But if you ask me, since it keeps coming up, my understanding of it is that any cross-section of a society is what they're talking about. If you go into Purcell and you stand at the gate, and the first 20 people that pass by, you just pick 5 from among them. You go Bargos Bay, do the same. And it doesn't matter what their religious background, what their religion is, what their background is, what their social status is, race, or whatever. That's a section, that's what they call civil society. And BVI Civic Society. Civic society, in the case of a democracy, are the people who are eligible to vote. And that's how members of this House of Assembly got to be here, by the decisions made by the folks who are eligible to vote. They want to take that away and do something different, form a government by a different means. Is that democracy, Madam Speaker? But I want to point out, by looking at this, is when it talks about, he recommends direct rule by the governor with such assistance as he considers appropriate. Example, an advisory council to advise him on the formulation of policy and exercise of his functions. That council should reflect BVI Civic Society. In the period of the temporary constitutional arrangement, I also recommend and urge the governor to draw primarily upon the pool of public service talent in the BVI, to advise him in that period. Well, obviously, Madam Speaker, evidently, and obviously the governor hasn't gone that route. And I must say that it is to his conscience. The governor has a conscience. He realized that it wasn't necessary. And therefore he allowed the government of national unity to continue the duties of the House of Assembly, the elected members of the House of Assembly, as opposed to him taking direct rule over the territory. And I must applaud him, Madam Speaker, for having a conscience. You see, Madam Speaker, in the struggle for freedom throughout the world, it has never, ever been achieved from a single source. It never, ever been achieved from a single source. It took both sides, Madam Speaker. Even though the stronger side might be the one that's seeking that freedom. But until the powers are relinquished by those who are in power, no matter how hard you struggle, you can't get that power from them. And that relinquishment, Madam Speaker, comes from the conscience of your ruler, of the rulers. The rulers must have a conscience in order to relinquish their power. Struggles that Nelson Mandela had in South Africa. As many years as he spent in prison, 27, and he was released. He still did not get the power until his captors, the forces that be, the powers that be, decided that it was wrong. Public opinion is against you. It is time to give up and have full democracy in the country. That's how South Africa has become liberated. And if you look throughout the history, Madam Speaker, if you look throughout history, that's how it happens. We cannot force Britain to give us independence. We can't force them to do it. It's their conscience, Madam Speaker, that has to come to bear, that says, you know what? It is time. Madam Speaker, in this region, speaking of self-determination, in this region, Madam Speaker, over a period of 21 years, 11 countries in this region have become independent, and all of them became independent from the United Kingdom. Call it what you want, self-determination, which I am not making up. It's in our Constitution. From 2007, it speaks of self-determination. And here we are. That was 2007, Madam Speaker. Here we are 15 years or so later, and we're talking about rolling back to direct rule, as opposed to moving towards self-determination. What do you think those people who negotiated that Constitution, those who are deceased and those who are still alive, how do you think they feel about this? And asking a new set of people to negotiate another constitution, how would they feel when they realize that, to what end? What sense does it make? So, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, from 1962 to 1983, 21 years ago, over a period of 21 years, from 1962 to 1983, 11 countries in this region had become independent. Jamaica in 1962, Trinidad and Tobago in 1962, Guyana in 1966, Barbados in 1966, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 1969, Bahamas in 1973, Grenada in 1974, St. Lucia in 1977, Dominica in 1978, Antigua in 1981, and St. Kitts and Nevis in 1983. 1983, Madam Speaker. That's not yesterday. That's like 44 years ago. Madam Speaker, you are telling me, if that's 44 years ago, and even if I go back to 1962 when Jamaica got independent, Madam Speaker, 60 years ago, you're telling me that the state of the BVI today isn't more advanced than Jamaica was 60 years ago? You're telling me that? Or even in the case of St. Kitts in 1983, you're telling me that we're not more advanced than St. Kitts was 40 years ago? So what's our excuse? Or what's the United Kingdom excuse for not adhering to their own agreement in our Constitution in 2007 and moving us forward? What's the excuse? Madam Speaker, I can't give an explanation because I don't have one. I don't think they can give an explanation because I don't think they have one. What I do think, Madam Speaker, is that in the context of this Commission of Inquiry report, in the context of the report, specifically recommendation A1, they should be able to explain that conclusion and our aspirations from 2007 and the state that we have grown to, the state that we have grown to over that period from 2007 until now. How can they justify taking that away from us? How can they justify our march through time, taking away that from us? The strides that we have made, the strides that all people have made over time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when they speak of a partial suspension of the Constitution and the imposition of self-rule, I don't know if the people of the Virgin Islands know, or if they understand that all the mechanisms are in place to see to direct rule and the suspension of our Constitution. I want them to know that. I want them to know that all it takes at this point, because all the mechanisms are in place, the mechanics have been gone through, all it takes is for the governor to sign this instrument into existence. And this instrument, Madam Speaker, is called the Caribbean and North Atlantic Territories, the Virgin Islands Constitution and Interim Amendment Order 2022. It says, at the court at Windsor Castle, the 8th day of June 2022. Matter of fact, I should start from the beginning. It says, made 8th of June 2022, laid before Parliament 9th June 2022, coming into force in accordance with Article 1(2). At the Court of Windsor Castle, the 8th day of June 2022, present the Queen's most excellent Majesty in Council. Her Majesty, in exercise of the powers conferred upon her by Section 5 and 7 of the West Indies Act 1962(1), and of all other powers enabling her to do so, is pleased by and with the advice of her Privy Council to order as follows. And this little document isn't long. It has 10 pages. This is a little document, if and when the governor decides to act upon it. He doesn't have to leave his house. He doesn't have to leave his house. He doesn't have to leave his office. Just an instrument that he will sign, bringing this into force. And then we would have a suspension of the Constitution. This House of Assembly will no longer exist. Cabinet will no longer exist, which it says. I'm not making it up. Orders as follows. Citation, construction, and commencement, 1(1). This order may be cited as the Virgin Islands Constitution Interim Amendment Order 2022 and shall be construed as one with the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007-2, in this order referred to as the 2007 Order, and the Virgin Islands Constitution Amendment Order 2015-3, in this order referred to as the 2015 Order. 2. This order shall come into force on such day as the governor acting in his or her discretion may appoint by proclamation published in the Gazette. That's exactly what I've been saying for the last 15 minutes. Let me say it again. This order shall come into force on such day as the governor acting in his or her discretion may appoint by proclamation published in the Gazette. Now, this is what I've been talking about all along. Conscience is a powerful thing, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to a person's conscience, there is no price you can put on that. And I must say that this governor has a conscience. Because as this document states, the UK is over there, and he and us, we are over here. And all he has to do to bring this document into force is through an instrument published in the Gazette. It's nobody in his ear telling him do it, nobody in his ear telling him not to do it, or whatever the case is. It's just his conscience. And that is what I am counting on, Madam Speaker. The conscience of the people of the United Kingdom, which is the same conscience of the people of South Africa, the same conscience of the people in India. Gandhi didn't bring independence to India. It's the conscience of the United Kingdom government, because they could have been fighting and doing all that, locking people up. But at some point, your conscience will get the best of you. Yes, we have demonstrated to the governor that we don't want self-rule. Yes, we demonstrated to the governor that we don't want the House of Assembly dissolved. But it all came down to one thing: his conscience. And I must say that he has one, Madam Speaker. And that same conscience that he has, I hope it prevails over others to follow through on the promises that were made in our 2007 Constitution, Madam Speaker, that speak to our self-determination and our march towards that self-determination. Interpretation: in this order, the Constitution means the Constitution of the Virgin Islands set out in the 2007 order as amended in 2015 order. Duration of order: this order shall continue in force for a period of 2 years from the date of its commencement, and shall then expire unless it is continued in force or sooner revoked by order in council. Offices to be vacated. If this order should go into force, these are the offices that should be vacated. 4. On the commencement of this order, the following offices shall become vacant. On the commencement of this order, the following offices shall become vacant. A, the Premier. Yeah, don't look at me, Premier. You'll be on the street. B, the Deputy Premier. C, all other ministers. D, the Leader of the Opposition. E, the Speaker. F, the Deputy Speaker. And G, the Cabinet Secretary. Imagine this, Madam Speaker. Imagine this, that there will be no Premier, no Deputy Premier, no ministers. That's the Cabinet, by the way. The Cabinet is made up of 5 ministers. Those are the only people who can vote in Cabinet. They make the decisions. So the Cabinet is gone. Yes? Then it says the Cabinet. On the commencement of this order, the Cabinet shall cease to exist. Well, we figured that out. House of Assembly. On the commencement of this order, the House of Assembly shall be dissolved. All members of the House of Assembly shall vacate their seats in the House. I think for people out there listening, the public, listening public, it's an education for them, it's an enlightenment for them. But to us in here, it's a rude awakening. Yeah. This is a rude awakening to know that you're sitting in here and this order is telling you that if this comes into force, you're gone. So all the campaigning you did in 2019, all the support you have garnered in 2019, all the good you have done from 2019 until now, all the people out there who rely on you, all the people out there who rely on you, and you have gotten to know better, you will be no help to them anymore. Think about it. From the days when Stanford Connor used to be out there with a little mic and a bullhorn, Glennie Fonseca, Howard Penn, I'm talking about the days when you used to have to strap these things on a donkey to go campaign. Not you on these big trucks and loud music and loud mics and all the rest of it. That's a democracy that was being built that you are now standing on, that you are now a part of. That would be taken away just with the stroke of a pen. That's what this instrument is saying. Nobody came to talk to you, to talk to the people to understand what it would really mean to them, what it would mean to their well-being, their aspirations, their egos. And the people out there who rely on us, who expects us to represent them, make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker. There are people in our community who is yearning to see this happen. There are people in our community who actually probably didn't wake up the following morning when they realized that the Premier and his group was able to convince the governor that they're in a position to do what they were elected to do, which is the right thing. And if there are recommendations, they can see them through. He didn't have to resort to this draconian measure that is mentioned in recommendation A1, which is, I mean, can you imagine what could be anything more belittling than that? Suspend your constitution. Suspend your constitution. Dissolve your House of Assembly. Dissolve your cabinet. How do you face tomorrow? Essentially what it was saying that when they say restore the House, restore the territory to a functioning democracy as quickly as practicable, I can't see any of us trying to run in the next election if that had happened. How are you going to do that? So it's a campaign, a plan, a plot to bring other people into this House. The question is, Madam Speaker, who these other people are. You see, there are motives that we have to be wise enough to detect. There are motives, Madam Speaker. You have you have a new group of people in this House. All the at-large members are new people sitting in here for the first time, haven't even spent a term in this House. I have more terms under my belt than they have years in this House. They have abandoned everything they had. Minister for Communications and Works, he was a big man down in the Department of Motor Vehicle. He gave that up to come here. The member for the 9th District, he was a big man in government. He had all the district. He was coordinator for Sister Island. He gave that up to come here. Could you imagine? At-large member for the Charles was high in the Taurus board. Give that up to come here. Once you dissolve the House of Assembly, where are these people going? Where are they going? So they're not coming back here. So the point I'm trying to make is that they are making room for some people to come in this House, some other people to come in this House, and every Virgin Islander is going to run from this place. You think they're going to come? So let's see who they're trying to make room for. Madam Speaker, I'm not making this up. These are not things that I'm making up. I saw this thing popped up in social media. It says, there's a recent report in the United Kingdom that recommends that UK guest workers should have the right to vote and or run for public office in any of the overseas territories. To show a picture of some person here named Tom. I think he's a member of the UK Parliament. He's now vying for prime ministership. And they show there's another picture showing the current foreign secretary, who is also vying for the UK prime ministership, that sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and that Foreign Affairs Committee report resetting the relationship. Hear what it says. Recommendation 9. The UK government should initiate a consultation with the elected government of the OTs and work with them to agree a plan to ensure that there is a pathway for all resident UK and British Overseas Territory citizens to be able to vote and hold elected office in the territory. I don't know about you. If I go to Anguilla to live, Montserrat, Cayman Island, Bermuda, Turks and Caicos. See, I think it's probably the modesty in me, but I am not going to try to run for public office in those places. If I go to the UK, I'm not going to try to run for public office in the UK. Unless, Madam Speaker, I become a citizen of these places. Unless I'm not going there just because I can live there as a guest worker and exploit the system by saying that I am going to vote or even seek public office. You know, Madam Speaker, back in the early days, that's the way it was. You know, it was that way before. People who came here from down the Caribbean after a certain period, I think they just were able to vote. And then when they came up with this British Overseas Territory citizen thing, I know one gentleman who was adamant that he wasn't going to naturalize when they came up with that thing. I've been enjoying all the benefits of Commonwealth citizen before. Why should I go to do this after 30, 40 years living here? So this is an attempt to roll us back, Madam Speaker. It's an attempt to disenfranchise us, disenfranchise our people. And this is a wake-up call to the people of the territory, Madam Speaker, to understand how others are plotting for you, how others are planning for you, things that you don't even know about. I bet you when the Foreign Affairs Committee came up with this in the report, there was no discussion with the overseas territories that this is the angle that they were heading in. But then they published it. And after they publish it, it says, Recommendation 9, the UK government should initiate a consultation with the elected government of the overseas territories. This is serious stuff. Madam Speaker, suspension of certain provisions of the Constitution. Suspension of parts of the Constitution. While this order is in force, the provisions of the Constitution set out in Schedule 1 shall not have effect. Schedule 1. What's in Schedule 1, Madam Speaker? The provision in Schedule 1 shall not have effect. Look at what's in Schedule 1 while this is in force. Schedule 1. In Section 5, the words has vacated his or her seat in the House of Assembly, or the words elected as a member of the House of Assembly, and the words as the case may be, those shall cease to exist. In Section 27, Section 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11. Those are matters of emergency. Governor consulting cabinet, that will no longer be the case because there will be no cabinet for him to consult. In section 38(1)(c), the words at the request of the Premier. Well, of course, that no longer exists because there'll be no Premier. In section 40, subsection 1, 2, 3, and 5, exercise of governor's function. In section 4, the words other than the cabinet. Of course, there's no cabinet. 5, in section 41(b), subsection 2 and 3, crown lands taken from minister. There'll be no minister, so all the crown lands will be under the governor, Madam Speaker. Section 6, in section 44, prerogative of mercy committee. There'll be no prerogative of mercy committee. 7, section 4756, inclusive. The cabinet, ministers, in section 57 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Section 57 of the Constitution speaks of the National Security Council. There will be no National Security Council. And what's the function of the National Security Council? There shall be in the Virgin Islands a National Security Council which shall consist of the governor as chairman, the premier, one other minister appointed in writing by the governor acting in accordance with the advice of the premier, the attorney general, ex officio, the commissioner of police, a minister appointed under subsection 1(c) shall vacate his or her seat on the National Security Council. The function of the National Security Council, Madam Speaker, the National Security Council shall advise the governor on matters relating to internal security, and the governor shall be obliged to act in accordance with the advice of the council, unless he or she consider that given effect to that advice would adversely affect Her Majesty's interests, whether in respect of the United Kingdom or the Virgin Islands. And where the governor has acted otherwise than in accordance with the advice of the council, he or she shall report to the council at its next meeting. So, Madam Speaker, the National Security Council plays a very vital role. That institution, Madam Speaker, didn't exist prior to the 2007 Constitution. That's the point I was making, that the Constitution solved the purpose. It was an advancement in our development. It brought about things like the National Security Council. And here we are, throwing that out the window completely. Throwing it out completely. So you are retarding our growth. You're retarding our advancements, and you are trying to make us feel as if you're acting in our best interest. Because the report constantly speaks about things in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. How could that be in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands? Getting rid of a National Security Council and putting all the powers and responsibilities in the hands of one individual. And I'd have you know, Madam Speaker, that when we were negotiating the Constitution, the 2007 Constitution, the governor was not a part of it. He was not in those negotiations. Nowhere near. Yes, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office had their own representative. Those are the people we were negotiating with. But the governor wasn't in those negotiations. When we went to the UK to finalize it with the minister, the governor went along. Because, of course, he has, the argument there is that he has subjects that falls within the Constitution, which public service, the police, and his responsibility for security. But to be actually negotiating it or making recommendations and all that, that wasn't the case. That was dealt with by the Foreign Accountable Office. C, in subsection 3, the words, "and the governor shall be obliged to act in accordance with the advice of the council." Of course, the council is gone. Subsection 4, paragraph C. So those are the things that are in Schedule 1, Madam Speaker, that will no longer be applicable if this order goes into force. Interim provision to have effect. While this order is in force, the provision set out in Schedule 2 shall have effect and shall be read together with the provisions of the Constitution not affected by Article 7. Amendment of laws of the Virgin Islands. While this order is in force, except as the governor may otherwise provide, in exercise of the powers to make laws conferred by paragraph 7 of Schedule 2, where in any law in the Virgin Islands order than in 2007 order and 2015 order, there is a reference to the cabinet, the premier, the deputy premier, another minister, the cabinet secretary or leader of the opposition. Any such reference shall be read and construed as a reference to the governor acting in accordance with paragraph 5 of Schedule 2. So anywhere that was in the Constitution and anywhere you see the words with reference to the premier, the deputy premier, any minister, the cabinet secretary or leader of the opposition, any such reference shall be read and construed as a reference to the governor. So there you have it. The governor becomes all those things wrapped up into one. Let's look at Schedule 2, Madam Speaker, of this order. Interim provisions, Schedule 2, interim provisions that shall have effect. Interpretation. 1. Section 3(1)(b) of the Constitution shall have effect as if the words minister, speaker, deputy speaker, a member of the House of Assembly, or member of were substituted with the words member of the Advisory Council and a consultative forum were established. Provisions for periods of public emergency. Sections 27(9) of the Constitution shall have effect as if the words 14 days beginning on the date on which it was made, or such longer period as may be provided under subsection 10, was substituted with the words 3 months beginning on the date on which it was made. Madam Speaker, that 14 days on the case of an emergency, a national emergency. When the order is made, Madam Speaker, the governor makes the order to declare a state of emergency. But within 14 days, it must come back to this, it must come to this House of Assembly for either for an extension or for it to just cease to exist. Within 14 days, if the House of Assembly doesn't extend it, it ceases to exist. It doesn't have to come to the House of Assembly to impose a state of emergency. However, it cannot go beyond 14 days without the House of Assembly says so. What this is saying is that 14 days disappears, and that 14 days become 3 months. How is it that when You have a House of Assembly. It's 14 days. When he takes over the powers of the House of Assembly, he gets 3 months. He's coming back to himself after 3 months for an extension of the same state of emergency that he imposed. So something has to be wrong with that picture, Madam Speaker. I've been telling you all along that something is wrong with this picture. Can't be the chief, the cook, and the bottle washer at the same time. Something is wrong with that picture. And if the public can't see that, it's because they were not informed. And we are here to inform them of the inconsistencies, the disadvantages that they've been placed at, taken away, or would be placed at, are in jeopardy of being placed in. So we have to reject out of hand, Madam Speaker, recommendation number 1, just like how the governor saw for himself, and in his conscience can't impose it. We, elected representative, needs to point out that it's something that has to go. If recommendation number 1 goes away, Madam Speaker, then this order in council would be totally unnecessary. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the House of Assembly, the United Kingdom Parliament, the Privy Council, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office is dynamic. I don't believe that that any of them sit still. And just the same way the governor went out and he appointed a commission of inquiry, just the same way the commission came up with a report that included these recommendations, just the same way this order was placed in council, if we keep talking and doing the things that we need to do at the same time, changes can be made. And I got a good feeling, Madam Speaker, that that recommendation number 1, we point out, A1, we point out what it would mean to the people of the territory in a negative fashion, a negative light. It can be revisited. I know it can. Provisions for period of public emergency. That's what I write. The Advisory Council. I spoke about the Advisory Council, Madam Speaker, to advise the governor in the case of direct rule. There shall be an advisory council in the Virgin Islands, which shall consist of A, the governor, B, the deputy governor, C, the attorney general, D, the permanent secretary of finance, and E, up to 7 other persons who shall be known as the nominated members, appointed by the governor, of whom at least 5 shall be Virgin Islanders. 7 other members who shall be appointed by the governor, of whom at least 5 shall be Virgin Islanders. And that's that other 2 that caused a lot of talk recently regarding the Constitution Commission. The other 2, I guess that would be the same way. No person shall be appointed as nominated members who, and those provisions would be the same for any member who wishes to run for public office. Can't be a judge otherwise declared bankrupt and all that stuff. So that advisory council, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, that becomes the cabinet, that advisory council, that advise the governor, which is the responsibility of the cabinet as it is right now. So You have, so there you have it. A group of people, some officers outside of the, a group of people outside of the Attorney General and the Financial Secretary and the Deputy Governor who are again handpicked by the Governor to advise himself. So this direct rule by the Governor is absolute, Madam Speaker, and it's undemocratic. It can't be. How can we sit by and allow something like that happen without saying something about it? I'm not sure that there's much that we can do about it, but I sure know that there's a lot that we can say. And as long as we can speak, the people need to hear us. It says each member of the advisory council other than the governor shall, before entering upon the functions of his or her office as such member, make before the governor an oath or affirmation of allegiance and an oath or affirmation for the due execution of his or her office in the form set out in Schedule 1 in the Constitution. Yes, that's the same oath and affirmation that ministers make as set out in the Constitution. The governor may terminate the appointment of any nominated member at any time. Any appointment and any termination of appointment under this paragraph shall be made by the governor acting in his or her discretion by instrument under the public seal. Summoning and proceedings of the Advisory Council. 4. The Advisory Council shall be summoned by the governor acting in his or her discretion. The governor shall, so far as practicable, attend and preside at meetings of the Advisory Council. In the absence of the governor from any meeting of the Advisory Council, the Deputy Governor, the Attorney General, or the Permanent Secretary of Finance, in that order, shall preside at the meetings. No business shall be transacted at any meeting of the Advisory Council if there are less than 4 members present, including the person presiding. So the size of the body is 7. Size of the body is 7, and I think it's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 and 4. 11. But a quorum is 4. The business shall be transacted at any meeting of the Advisory Council if there are less than 4 members present, including the person presiding. Subject to subparagraph 4, the Advisory Council shall not be disqualified for transaction of business by reason of any vacancy in its membership. The governor or any person presiding over a meeting of the Advisory Council in the governor's absence may summon any public officer or other person to a meeting of the council. The governor, acting in his or her discretion, may make rules for the conduct of business by the Advisory Council. What are the functions of the Advisory Council? Subject to this paragraph, the governor shall consult with the Advisory Council on the formulation of policy and in the exercise of all functions conferred upon him or her by the Constitution or any other law for the time being in force in the Virgin Islands. So, Madam Speaker, like I said before, it is corroborated here that the Advisory Council becomes what we now have as a cabinet, so to speak, except that in the cabinet, the governor just chairs the cabinet. He doesn't have a voice that is recorded or a voice that has weight because he can't vote. But that's what the Advisory Council becomes. So where does that put us? Where does that put us, Madam Speaker? And if I continue in this same order that's in council, it says the power to make laws. The governor, acting in his or her discretion, may make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. If I look at the Constitution, Madam Speaker, Constitution, Section 71 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, it says, powers to make laws. Subject to this Constitution, the legislature shall have the power to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. Sounds familiar? The language is exactly the same, Madam Speaker. That the governor, instead of the legislature, shall have power to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. This is not a place, Madam Speaker, that I really want to be in. I don't want to be in a place like this, Madam Speaker, where could you imagine? I can't even figure to say, well, if something like this was happening in the United States, where the President of the United States become the person that the governor would be in a case of direct rule. Because the President of the United States is a person who is elected. I can't say that I can't figure this happening in the United Kingdom, where the Prime Minister would then become the individual who does what this governor is supposed, what they're asking this governor to do. You see? That's a democratically elected individual who would be doing that. But this individual, Madam Speaker, whoever the governor is, whether it's he, she, or this one or someone else, is someone who's appointed. So they're treating us just like a department, like you would treat a department in your ministry. Put somebody to run it, put somebody over it, a head of department. That's essentially what we would become. And that is not something that I see myself or anyone who sought the freedom that we have attained over the centuries to be placed under. Madam Speaker, it's ironic that we are going through our emancipation in a few days. A few days ago, we celebrated our first Virgin Islands Day, something that we have all been proud of. A few days from now, we'll be celebrating our emancipation. And I think everybody knows what emancipation means. So, I can't, when I was here last week and we were talking, I was going to debate the same document. It was because I couldn't afford for all people to go through emancipation with this hanging over their head and not knowing about it. I wanted to go into emancipation with a consciousness of knowing that with a stroke of a pen, somebody can take away your freedom and liberties from you. After we have fought over centuries to get to where we are. And with the hope, Madam Speaker, that after we had in our hands this 2007, refer to it as the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, with the promise that was spoken of in the preamble for self-determination, to know that that can be taken away from you. The promise can be taken away from you. The hope and aspirations for it can be taken away from you. And you are here having fun, celebrating something that you thought was behind you. So yes, I'm glad, Madam Speaker, thanks to you and the Premier that we were able to set this date in advance of Emancipation Day, to let the people know that this is what we're talking about, that this is possible. This is what we're talking about. Section 71 of this Constitution says, subject to this Constitution, the legislature, us, shall have the power to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. And here we are, looking at a document dated 8 June 2022, laid before Parliament on the 9th June 2022, saying the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. Now, there is a little irony here, because when it talks about the legislature having the power to make laws, it says subject to the Constitution. When it speaks about the governor making the laws, it says acting in his or her discretion. You see where we're going? You see where we're going with this, Madam Speaker? Small minds thinks that I'm wasting my time. But the well-informed understands. They understand. Madam Speaker, they say ignorance is bliss. Say a lot of things. What you don't know can't hurt you. All those things they say. But if I don't tell you, if I know and I don't tell you, I'm worse than you are. These kind of things could rub you the wrong way. And I want the governor to know that it doesn't matter who is sitting in that seat that you're in right now, because I am not speaking about you, governor, a particular governor. I am speaking about a system that is oblivious to the realities of the Virgin Islands. I'm speaking to a system that is oblivious to the realities of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I mentioned to their governor, I applaud you for having a conscience. And without conscience, no country in struggle can get out of the struggle. It depends on the conscience of the people who you are appealing to. Language like this, to the well-informed, Madam Speaker, cannot sit well. If you are well-informed and you read this language and you see the double standard, when it comes to the legislature making laws for the peace, order, and good governance, it's subject to a constitution. When it comes to the governor making laws for the peace, order, and good governance, it's acting in his or her discretion. His discretion. I spoke about it before, and I'm going to get to it. It's supposed to be that was in the Register of Interest. I spoke about it. How is it possible, Madam Speaker, that you can have standards for the governor, which is not set out here, at least, because we don't see anything prohibiting him from or requiring him to do anything. But when it comes to the deputy governor, he is subjected to all the other things that others are subjected to, such as declaration of interest, swearing in. The deputy governor has to swear in to be a member of the council, the advisory council. But the governor doesn't, because they swear an oath to the governor. Now, look at this. The irony in this, Madam Speaker, is this. The governor doesn't have to do it. The deputy governor has to. The same deputy governor who acts as governor in many instances. He shouldn't have to do it, because he's a governor too. where the consultative forum has been established under subparagraph 1, it shall consist of, it's a consultative forum I'm talking about now. It says, this is 8.1, the governor acting in his or her discretion may establish a consultative forum for the Virgin Islands. He may establish a consultative forum. In other words, he doesn't have to have one, but he may. Where a consultative forum has been established under subparagraph 1, it shall consist of A, between 11 and 15 members who shall be known as the appointed members, appointed by the governor from among persons representative of the community. And A and B, the Attorney General and the Permanent Secretary of Finance. Again, the governor decides who these people are. "15 members, between 11 and 15 members. It doesn't say anything about under normal circumstances, whether it's a PSC, the JLSC, the Public Service Commission, Judicial and Legal Services Commission, or anything. The Constitution that we go by. This is a Constitution that was negotiated by us. It is level and grounded. The governor would have to get recommendations from the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition as to who, for members on these committees. But this consultative council that he's going to establish, the members will be appointed and selected by him, by the governor. The Attorney General and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance. Where the consultative forum has been established under subparagraph 1, paragraph 3.2, shall apply in relation to the appointment of an appointed member of the forum as it appears in relation to the appointment of a nominated member as the advisory council. So technically what they're saying is that all the members have to be subjected to that requirement, speaking of your mental state, your financial state, and all that stuff, the good stuff that members of the House has to be qualified to do, to be. Where the consultative forum has been established under subparagraph 1, the governor shall appoint an appointed member to preside over its proceedings, and any of the appointed members to preside in the absence of that member, and the governor may terminate any such appointment at any time. Where a consultative forum has been established under subparagraph 1, each member of the forum shall, before entering upon the function of his or her office as such member, make before the forum an oath of affirmation. The governor may terminate the appointment, that's always the case. Any appointment and any termination of an appointee under the paragraph shall be made. Functions of the consultative forum, Madam Speaker. This paragraph applies where a consultative forum has been established under paragraph A1. The functions of the consultative forum shall be to make recommendations to the governor on, this is where it really hits home, Madam Speaker, just to see. These 11 to 15 people that the governor appoints, this is where it hits home. Look at the functions of this consultative forum, Madam Speaker. The functions of the consultative forum shall be to make recommendations to the governor on A, any bill or other proposal for legislation referred to it by the governor. B, any policy or policy of the government referred to it by the governor or on its own initiative. And C, any other matter brought before the consultative forum by one of its members. The governor may exercise any function conferred on him or her by the Constitution or any law for this time in force in the Virgin Islands, notwithstanding that a matter related to that function is before the consultative forum, but not yet the subject of a recommendation in accordance with subparagraph 2. The governor shall not be bound by any recommendation made by the consultative forum. Shall not be bound by any recommendation. So, Madam Speaker, in essence, what they're saying here, as far as this consultative forum is concerned, that it is basically similar, just like how the advisory council is like the cabinet. This consultative forum deals with the formation of laws. It doesn't pass them because that's the function of the governor. But as far as making recommendation on the laws, that's where he's going to get his advice for legislation. And again, what we had to go through to get here, we campaign, you canvass people, you go to people and you listen to their needs, you test the temperature of the territory to see what is happening, what needs to take place. You go and you run for public office, you get elected, you come here, be a member of the House of Assembly, and your duty is to make laws. But then, as I said earlier, that the governor is now responsible for making laws. But look where he gets his advice from. A consultative forum of 15 people, 11 to 15 people, that he handpicked, and it's a cross-section of the society. No. It can't be right. When they were doing this, Madam Speaker, they did not take into consideration the people. Yes, you might have taken into consideration us, the legislators, but what about the people? They were not taken into consideration, Madam Speaker. The governor, acting in his or her discretion, may assign to any member of the advisory council responsibility for the conduct on behalf of the governor of any business of the consultative function, consultative forum. He can assign to any member of the advisory council conduct on behalf of himself of any business of the consultative forum. I think, Madam Speaker, if who listening hasn't gotten the gist of this whole thing yet? Something isn't right if they haven't gotten the gist of it yet. It's all one person going around the same circle in the same room. Delegation of powers to a council member. The disallowance of laws, I wouldn't go to that because it happens right now as it is. Reference to the legislature and to laws enacted by the legislature, subject to subparagraph 2, where the Constitution, where in the Constitution there is a reference to the legislature, such reference shall be read and construed as a reference to the governor acting under paragraph 7. Subject to subparagraph 2, where in the Constitution there is a reference to the legislature, such reference shall be read and construed as a reference to the governor acting under paragraph 7. All I would say to that, Madam Speaker, ultimate power, too much power, abandonment of democracy, unacceptable. And therein lies, Madam Speaker, my rejection of recommendation A1 that speaks to recommendation A1 that speaks to imposition of direct rule and suspension of the Constitution. It is my position, and I certainly hope that the members of this honorable House, Madam Speaker, as I said in the motion, now therefore be it resolved that it is the duty of the House of Assembly to inform the public of the Virgin Islands, or the people of the Virgin Islands, a debate of the report of the Commission of Inquiry is in order, and further, to demonstrate our disagreement with the recommendation A1, we reject it on the grounds that it seeks to disenfranchise the people of the Virgin Islands, it is unnecessary, and more importantly, it is undemocratic. I rest, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Given that the Leader of the Opposition has set the time frame, I believe that it's only fair that we continue along that same line and keep it to an hour and 30 minutes max. Okay, so I will call on the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I don't think I will need the entire 1.5 hours. But, Madam Speaker, we are here not only to debate the Commission of Inquiry recommendations of Commissioner Higginbotham that were presented to the people. First, may I seek your indulgence in, to actually refer to my notes from time to time?
Yes.
Great. Madam Speaker, we are here not only to debate the Commission of Inquiry's recommendation of Commissioner Higginbotham that were presented to the people of the Virgin Islands through the Governor on 4th April 2022, and not only to review the proposal submitted to the United Kingdom government on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands by the National Unity Government of the Virgin Islands on June 16th, I think it was, 2022. I humbly submit that the special sitting of the House of Assembly must assist in securing the principles of transparency, accountability, responsibility, and that of good governance that are critical in charting the future of our constitutional relationship, our modern partnership, and the advancement of our much-loved British Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, on the occasion of my 21st 2021 appearance before the Commission of Inquiry, I submitted a written statement in which I predicted that, though not originally envisaged, the final Commission of Inquiry report will serve as a blueprint for the United Kingdom's discharge of its obligation to assist and to prepare the people of the Virgin Islands in determining their future as it relates to political advancement. As with all other administrating powers, that is what the United Nations committed to, and it is what the United Kingdom is obligated to ensure. Madam Speaker, as a people, we must self-assess and we must make decisions. No longer can we devolve our political future to the whims and fancy of others. It is my considered view that the following questions must be raised and vigorously debated by our territory's strategic partners, by all Virgin Islanders and belongers, these questions should include and should not be limited to one, collectively. Do we know what we as a people want? And more important, do we know what we do not want? Is it acceptable or correct for the United Kingdom to seek to impose its global Britain's agenda on the people of the Virgin Islands as an overseas territory, whether subliminally or unilaterally? What do we desire from our continuing relationship with the United Kingdom as an overseas territory? It's a question that we must ask. Should self-determination be actively pursued by the BVI at this time, in keeping with the United Nations mandate of decolonization of all non-self-governing territories by 2030? Should closer relationships be forged with our 5 neighboring overseas territories of the United Kingdom? Should our neighboring overseas territories seek to create a joint union of United Kingdom overseas territories as an independent body? Should the Virgin Islands seek to forge closer political, economic, and social relationships with CARICOM and other administrating powers? What are the vulnerabilities of our economic pillars, and how can they be addressed with the goal of strengthening and diversifying our economy? What other issues must be taken into consideration, must be debated and addressed at this critical time in our economic, political, and our social evolution as a people, with proper reflections of our history? Madam Speaker, it is my view, my considered view, that consideration must be given to these and other issues, as opposed to repetitive and circular conversations related to our relationship with the United Kingdom and the way forward for our territory. The day for decision-making is upon us. We must not fail our past, and we must not fail our future. Madam Speaker, I submit that success is reserved for prepared and resolved warriors. Success is gained only with passion. We must never stop being assertive. We must never stop fighting. Fighting to preserve and build on the achievements and the successes of our forebears. Fighting to impart the history of our people and our prized heritage. Fighting to protect both local and foreign investors and investments. Fighting to avoid the suspension of our Constitution, whether in part or in whole. Fighting to avoid the return of any ministerial subjects that have been devolved to local government, and fighting to leave a BVI that generations yet unborn can be proud. The question is asked, is there not a cause to fight? I mentioned before, and I'll mention again, the late United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt was quoted to say, "There comes a time in the affairs of men when we must prepare to defend not their homes alone, but the tenets of faith and the humanity on which their churches, their government, and their very foundation are set. The defense of religion, of democracy, and of good faith among nations is all the same fight. To save one, we must make up our minds to save all. Madam Speaker, we must come to the understanding that there is nothing to fear but fear itself. And on that note, I urge folks who are listening by radio, folks who have tuned in to Facebook, social media, family, our friends throughout the Caribbean, and our friends as they are looking at the Foreign Development and Commonwealth Office to come closer. We may like this one. Closer, come. Come, let us reason for a bit. In any conversation or engagement, Madam Speaker, you have to set the rules of engagement. You have to decide what are the rules. And the one most common that I use is cricket and baseball. Now, I'm accused of old school politics, but it works for me. It works even in my business. So there's no reason why it can't work here. And once it failed, well, then I will consider others. Cricket versus baseball. You hit a ball over the fence. If you're playing cricket, you don't have to run. That's 6 runs. Grand. No questions asked. If you're playing baseball and you hit the same, no, not the same ball, it's a softer ball. If you hit the ball over the fence, you have to run and touch each of the 3 bases and come home and touch home plate. And you score 1 run. If they can't find the ball and you run around 6 times, you don't get 6 runs. So you have to establish the rules. Are we playing with the same cards or the same rules? Or does the game switch? All depends on who's batting, or all depends on who's fielding. Set the rules. And the Speaker, you have to also leave for consideration the fact that there are those people who, because they believe they don't like you, they don't want to hear nothing you say. You could be telling them, look out, the roof is falling. You say, I'd rather get hit than to listen to you. They don't like you. Well, they feel as if they don't like you, so they don't want to hear you. On the other hand, if they favor you, you can tell them any kind of, well, is the word stupidness parliamentary? You can tell them anything, and they will take it wholehearted. That's a reality. That's no make-up stuff. And I post something on my Facebook page which says you have to be careful who you're arguing with, because there are those folks who they don't want to hear the truth. They have their own truths, and they will be satisfied in making sure that anything you say does not make a difference. So, and one more. There is some sad belief that you will resist being, for lack of a better terminology, I was trying to find another one other than being shot by an enemy, that somehow you don't mind being shot by a friend. Avoiding being shot is what you want to get to. whether friend or foe, whether in the front or in the back. You want to avoid being shot. So we have to look at all of these things to make sure that when we come to a place of understanding, Madam Speaker, that we look and we become a brother's keeper, because this journey, and I am going to invite people to, when you read this back, when you get this back, you look carefully, listen carefully to what the Honorable Leader of the Opposition went through, because in all of his discourse, the one central theme comes: what is the quote-unquote master plan behind all of this? What is the reason? Unless you can determine, Madam Speaker, what creates a victory for the United Kingdom, what creates a victory for the overseas territories, well, we will be the one left to guess, left to write proposal, debate against ourselves, proposals after proposals, and they're not writing back to say a word other than go and come again. The rules of engagement must be determined. What creates a victory? Because I have said to the negotiators of whatever we're going to have, find out what the British want, because at the end of the day, there is something in it will then determine what it is, when is it you have scored? Have you touched all the bases? Do you demand this, Madam Speaker? There is no, these particular infractions that were cited in the Commission of Inquiry does not equate to a suspension of our Constitution in part or in whole. We'll go through some of them. It does not. So then the big question then becomes, what is it that we're moving towards, so that we can then determine, because if you're out in the sea and you're swimming, you're trying to make land, you know, you see a floating device, you hold on to it. It might be a straw. A drowning man reaches for a straw. When you come close enough to shore, you ever hear the phrase, I can swim from here? But if you ain't seeing the shore, you don't know whether to give up now or to keep swimming. What is it? And we cannot be placed in a position where we feel that we have sinned and have come so far from the glory that we can't ask the question. So we can then get to it. So what I've done is this. I have done, it reminds me of my Pace University days. I've done extensive research going back, and I've created a chronological order of activities, events, and circumstances so that we can again get a picture, because at the end of the day, I am sure you will have enough discourse going back and forth in terms of the 48 other provisions made. And some of them have sub-provisions, so we will be able, by the time this is done, you have to listen to the entire session to get the full gist of what. So, and I've heard the Honorable Leader of the Opposition made mention of some, if not most, of this. We looked at the West Indies Act 1962. We looked at the Constitution Order 2007. Now, it is important, and I've seen where at the end of the day, folks read through a document and somehow they miss out some. With a legal mind as yours, because I heard your statement this morning and you did quite a bit of research, so you had an active few days. Her Majesty, in exercise of the powers conferred upon her by Section 5 and 7 of the West Indies Act 1962, and with the advice of the Privy Council, issued the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, number 1678, issued the amendments that we are now, that the Honorable Leader went through, so that we can see what is it. It is an order that, based on advice from the Privy Council, based on the being laid in Parliament, that we can have. So we have to determine whether or not we want to continue in this light, or do we seek further advancements. It comes down to this. It comes down to this. And there are some people who basically are content to not seek to find out what is happening around the region, around the world. And then they reckon that we are a nation unto ourselves, that what happens there can't happen here. But I beg to differ. I try to keep up on world events so that it gives me an idea, an indication as to what is possible here. So I've been following my brothers and sisters in Scotland. I have brothers and sisters in Scotland. Malone is my last name, you know. So at the end of the day, they are, in fact, two of the members in the House of Commons were thrown out because they were shouting, give us the ability to hold a referendum on independence. Huh? Yeah. So, Scotland, I said, well, okay, fine. United Kingdom is made up of England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, Northern Ireland. So it went me back now to see, well, what constitutional arrangements they have. Because they are arguing that they were plucked out of the EU when most of the people want to stay in. And they're not amused. They want to secede now. If you take it to a referendum as they did some years ago, they failed to get the rest of the people to come along with them and saying, well, let's go for independence now. And they are arguing, quite amazing, that they're arguing, just as the member did just now, that all of these other 67 nations that left the United Kingdom, starting with United States of America back in 1776, all the other 67 that left, are we not as strong or stronger than any of them? What are you afraid of? This is the question they asked. They're asking now today. In fact, they may be arguing it again tomorrow. Referendums were held in Jamaica, in Canada, to do what Barbados did in terms of having the Queen removed as the head of state and become republics. Madam Speaker, there is none of this that can happen without involvement of the people. The people of the Virgin Islands must be totally informed, engaged, educated, and they must make the decisions as relates to their political future. If you try to do it without full engagement, you will fail. And this is where we, as leaders, must be prepared to go the extra mile, even with those persons who think they don't like you. Once you give them the facts, then you're going to be able to leave them with something to consider so that they can then take a look at it in the wee hours of the morning. It must be looked at. is there not a cause, they say. Now, the greater good becomes a question. There are certain things that have happened in the last few months that I'm no legal mind, and at 63, I don't think I'm going to law school at any time soon. But there are some readings that you do, and there's certain constitutional item, because I heard you again this morning, and you have areas of judgment that you must make and areas of complete law, and you must check on precedents, you must check to see what conventions are, and this is based on having to assist in preparation of numerous legal cases. Look at case law, what happens, what attains. And I'm not sure of any circumstance that we have like the one that we have now. But, Madam Speaker, when you have to look at the laws of the Virgin Islands. You have to look at the standing orders of this House of Assembly. We look at the Commission of Inquiry order of January 9th, 2021. And it is critical for us to examine some of these information. I'm going to make a request here now, so I want you to take some notes, if you could. The affidavit that was used in support of the granting of the Commission of Inquiry order on January 19th, 2021. I would love to have a copy of that. I don't know if it could be attained under the Freedom of Information. Madam AG, you'll be able to say, did an affidavit have to be filed in presentation to the Privy Council to get this order? If it did, I would love to see it. If we had the Commission of Inquiry report of April 4th, 2022, it was first due to come back to us on July 18th, I think it was. It was extended. I'm not sure if it was for 3 months or 6 months. What was the first extension? October? Was it extended to October or to January? It was extended to October. Okay, January. It was extended for 6 months to January. Come January, it was extended for another 3 months to April. And come April 4th, it was delivered. 440 days after its initiation. We'll get back to that because there was a question to be asked, a question to be answered. Why the rush? Because we are being rushed to do everything that we need to do under these recommendations that took 440 days to be presented to us, and within a 48-hour period, we were being rushed. Why the rush? People keep asking. People keep demanding. Why the rush? Even in some instance, to look at our Constitution and see whether or not some of that might not have been sidestepped. Some say, for the greater good. We'll see. Then, Madam Speaker, we'll get to the 2022 amendment, but we engaged the firm of Withers, and through that, Sir Jeffrey Cox, to look at defending the cabinet and defending the government at the Commission of Inquiry. Another request is being made as to the production. In fact, there's a question for Thursday, the production of the report, because we, as far as I am concerned, we engaged for it, we paid substantial monies for it, and we must get the report because it have to look in terms of this balance that is afforded, because everyone is entitled to a balanced approach in the courts, whether it's an inquiry, a murder case, pilfering, any of the particular cases. And this is what this was intended. This is what I was told. This is on what I relied. I relied on the fact that once this is all done, we will be writing almost simultaneously a report which will follow so that we can see if there were steps outside the bound. Hold on, Malone. Don't say much more. Don't jeopardize our strategy. As I said before, box like Sugar Ray. Got to back smart. Don't go out there punching. They had their say, and we can't get our day. We have to get our day so we can see what it is. History must be able to have a balanced approach on this. History must be able to say, well, okay, fine. I talk about fighting in defense of our forebears. All those persons who look in terms of from 1945, 46 and straight up. 49 was just an ending part, accumulation of all of the efforts that were had, whether by Hope Stevens, whether by Brother Penn, whether by all of the persons who were negotiating as to what do we do to get better representation. And if we go back to 1949 in terms of our advancement, well, we would have failed them without a fight. If you're going to fail, you have to fail with a fight. If you're going to fail, you have to fail with a fight, because I'm saying we have a lot of good things to show for all that we have done through the years. There is another request I'm going to make. This is the third one. There's an affidavit that if one is to be used, that was used to get the amendment to the order 2022, number 16, of Virgin Islands Constitution Amendment Order 2022. That's number 16 of 2022. An affidavit had to be filed because while everyone here in the Virgin Islands was saying that the arrest on the 28th of April had nothing to do with the early release of the report, when you look at the reports coming out of the UK, it was a different story. The story was the arrest shows and justifies why the Commission of Inquiry needed to take place. So there is a misconnect there as far as I am concerned. So we need to get a copy of that affidavit also, together with the first one that instituted it in the first place. Madam Speaker, we also looked in terms of the proposals that were made by our government to the UK. I have the draft only of that formal proposal. But I think the records, I like to be complete in my records, and I would like to have a signed copy of the proposals that were agreed between the UK government and our government for the records, because I'm saying my file cannot be incomplete. Get that. 1 before. Madam Speaker, and one of the last documents I looked at was this concept of global Britain. Global Britain and the British Overseas Territories resetting the relationship. Now, we have to put this in context with what all documents would have been used in order to get the terms of reference and to see where in January of 2021 I had indicated that this might well have been a done deal, a written report waiting for a few facts, because it seems to be a particular way of doing it. Because when I looked at the Commission of Inquiry and the terms of reference for Turks and Caicos, when I looked at what was done in other territories, when I looked at the Global Britain Initiative, then we know that we had a particular problem. Some of the documents, Madam Speaker, so we can get now into the chain of activities that would lend one so that we can then see. And let me set it on this premise. It is not my intention to make it sound or believe that I can fight with or remove the demands of the United Kingdom. Because as we know, and my good friend, Brother Ilyu used to say, they have more ships than us, they have more guns than us, they have more nuclear weapons than us. In fact, we don't have any. So, this is not a fight. But if we're going to move from this stage to the other stage, then when we get there, we must be able to, quote unquote, use the bridge that we use to move from one area to another. Because I think that it will be fitting, it'll be wise for us to sit at the table. Now, we always talk about equal partners, rebuilding, resetting the relationships. We talk about this partnership. We are an statutory order in our formulation. They are an administrating power. And we talk about being equals. There comes a time when we can look in terms of what constitutes this equality, because a chicken and a chicken hawk are two birds. But can a chicken seek to negotiate with a chicken hawk? How could they be equals? If you look at the grasshopper and the hen, the fowl, could they be equals? Could a grasshopper invite himself to a fall convention, to a fall summit? He'll be eaten up in a minute. I used to use the cockroach thing, but I was cautioned people might take that out of context. A cockroach can't go to a fall fight. He will have to be flying all day trying to escape a fall. So we have to look in terms of what constitutes this equality that we're talking about. We must go to we must come to the table as equals. And once we do that, Madam Speaker, we will need to be able to speak to the UK at that point. We are not without value in this particular region. The 6 overseas territories combined are not without value. And we don't, once we get over to that other shore, we don't want to burn our bridges so much so that we can speak to the same UK who has been with us through thick and thin. They are friends, they are family. Some of us were educated there. Some of us go to medical school there. We have joined. I am uniquely qualified to say that they were engaging when it comes to the global, to this global pandemic in terms of having all of what we need supplied. They secured the vaccine, they sent it down, they particularly communicated it in terms of what we must use, how we should use it, and I'm the only one that got berated by our very own people. But that's the order. That's the order of the day. Madam Speaker, we have a particular situation where in 2010, let us look at our vulnerabilities, yes? Am I allowed to, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much. We had Hurricane Otto, either tropical storm or Hurricane Otto back in 2010. We had to get $16 million, and I think we're still spending some of that money. Have we completed the spending of all of the money now, Honorable Minister of Works? All that money is done? The $16 million from Otto. Almost done. So we had Hurricane Otto. We had the storms of August 6, 2017. Money is needed. Because we did not want to call a state of emergency and have the governor take over, we basically said, well, look, we will try to clean this up ourselves. The government took a lot of licks, a lot of blows for saying, well, look, let's clean this up ourselves. People have it as if they were turning back help from the UK. Not in Talgoso. And I think honorable members who were there at the time, excuse me? Well, I never mentioned that. So the whole thing is, Madam Speaker, is that we had the storms of August 6, 2017. Then we had the hurricanes of September, one on the 6th, one on the 20th. Lots of damage done. We had the pandemic of 2021. Money is needed. Lots of damage done. We have the COI being conducted. Not a public official want to move because they're afraid of Sir Gary Higginbottom and being questioned by him. Then we have the war in Ukraine. The whole world is suffering from high prices because of what is going on, and is going to get a little worse. How are we going to survive all of this unless we have some consideration in terms of the funding for the repair and recovery from catastrophic events? We have to deal with this, and with our particular resources. We're given tax breaks left, right, and center, and we must do this in order to keep moving, because we may not have the kind of monies, because in the UK, I'm hearing they're giving out monies. Here, take 1,000. Here, take 500. Here, take 200. Trillions of dollars in the United States. Billions of dollars in the United Kingdom. When you look at the rate at which they've had to supply to their residents, to their particular status, Madam Speaker, they are doing what is required in order to keep their people moving. And we are looking, when the United Kingdom decided that they could not stop their progress and hold a commission of inquiry until 2023, the games were different in the Virgin Islands. They said, we can't hold one. We have too many people dying, too many people starving, too many people that need to be helped to stop it with a commission of inquiry. But what do? We have one. In fact, I had to sign in the governor, the commissioner, and his cohorts when they're coming in, because we were in lockdown. They were coming in the midst of a lockdown to start an inquiry. When we needed to feed people, honorable member from the 6th was out looking for extra food supplies. Member from the 1st, the 3rd, all of the members, there was a pantry being set up by honorable member for the 7th, Premier, because we needed to, and all the members, we needed to make sure that our people were well taken care of. But what were we gifted with? A commission of inquiry. That's our gift. Yes, we had the vaccines. I take blows for it. But we had the vaccine. Not $2 million, not 10 million, not 50 million. A commission of inquiry. And what was said in that commission of inquiry, what it led to, it said that basically we have corruption untold. Public officials were taking money, giving it to the family, giving it to the friends, and distributing it willy-nilly. That's what was purported. That's why I want to see the affidavit, to see what was said in January 19th, so we can then determine exactly what, if this had the true merit. Because, some of the members say when they travel, some of the MPs don't have a clue what's happening down here. And folks are having us as if we are in here taking the stuff. I don't know of any other member, but I did not use any of it. And the records will have to bear it out. Said we were drug-pushing officials. None of the records show it. They give you a bound copy together with the appendices, and it is not in the cover, left to right, of this particular document, Madam Speaker. They said that the arrest has nothing to do with this commission of inquiry. I would beg to differ. I'll beg to differ. We'll have to see exactly where the proof lies out. Madam Speaker, we have two different playing fields that we're dealing with. When you look at the recommendations that were made in the report of Sir Gary Higginbotham, the honorable member went through the A4 recommendation, but then there's A2, A3, A4. It seeks to usurp the authority of some of the ministries. They're going to have to come back straight here to the law. This is why this is important, so that we don't have this same circular argument, because we're going to have to come back here and we're going to have to do this. And what it will seem to me is that the reason why this was laid and passed on June 9th, 2022, is because it will seem to me, I would love to be wrong, that it is predicted in the UK that some of these measures would not be successful in the House of Assembly, and as a result, if it is even for a week, 2 weeks, a month, that they may well have to suspend it as directed by the particular, as directed by the amendments of number 16 of 2022, in order to get these through, get that body and get it moving forward. I would love to be wrong, but it would seem to me as if the choices are not there. Although they're sending us to debate the provisions, it seems as if it's a done deal. You either like it or you don't. Take the register of interest. We had one particular acknowledgement, or we had agreed that we would come, we would make the elected members' interests public. We will add the fines necessary for non-compliance, and we will take our time to incorporate all of the other agencies, bodies of the public service. All of a sudden, this showed up as a done deal. And as a result of that, the deadline, the self-imposed deadline, was missed. But Madam Speaker, I am saying the documents that I spoke of will show you, once you take time out to read them, that they or nothing new. When you look at the April 23rd, 2012 Protocol for Financial Management, is it? Some of these items that shows up in this report is there. Effective financial management. When you look at the document of 24th November 2017, the framework for assistance from the storms, they made item by item, they made reference to our inability, as they put it, to adhere to what was promised back in 2012. They made reference to all of these. So they were not isolated. What showed up in that framework than what was in the protocols. When you look at, there was a fierce debate. There was a very strong debate in March, I think it was, of 2018, when the Recovery for Development Agency, RDA Act, the loan guarantee, came to the House of Assembly. It was a fierce battle. You thought you were going to have mutiny. 2 members, one here, one over there, are the only 2 that ended up voted against it. One stayed home. The one with the most to say about it was absent at that particular vote. But the same issues that shows up now is what showed up then. And I read the transcript. Some of the members, they were quite correct in saying, we don't want to give up our freedom. We don't feel that this is correct. We feel as if you overstepping your boundaries. We feel. When it comes to the vote, everybody turned court, save for 2. 1, 2. Well, one wasn't there. One was absent. It was a 10-2 vote, no? Well, the record is wrong. You see, this is why you have to have proper records. The record says 10-2. 10-2, and then there was one that was absent. So at the end of the day, you have these things, and these things were showing up. They were being brought forward because as far as the UK was concerned, they had a done deal signed arrangement on how the RDA was going to take over all of the capital projects. They were going to have a reporting mechanism which was second to none. They were going to have this particular body running the particular projects. I'm not sure if the same members are not being lobbied for this role, new role under this new regime. Madam Speaker, the fact is that if you take time to recant history, to look at it, you would find that these things are common. These things are nothing new. They're there. It will keep repeating itself, so forth, right? And the same particular concerns then are the concerns now. But we can get through this. We can get through this if we are honest in terms of making that simple question: what constitutes a victory for the UK? What constitutes a victory for the BVI? So we can then move to the other stage. We can then join as, well, almost equals at the table. We can then decide, well, what is it that the UK can do for us, what we can do for the UK, and then we can then live in peace and harmony. Right now, we are guessing. They know what they want because in the Global Britain Initiative, they have a number of set stuff that they are resolute about. On the other hand, the UK government needs to ensure that those who should be able to claim British Overseas Territory citizenship can do so, and that overseas territory citizens can access NHS treatment in the UK when they need to. On the other hand, belongers and its equivalents are wrong. We shouldn't have belongers. We shouldn't have the belongership status. They say that it is wrong. We do not accept that there is any justification to deny legally resident British Overseas Territory and UK citizens the right to vote and to hold elected office. The United Kingdom government should initiate a consultation with the elected government of the OTs and agree a plan to ensure that there is a pathway for all resident UK and British Overseas Territory citizens to be able to vote and hold elected office. Moreover, those OTs that have not yet legalized same-sex marriage should move towards doing so immediately. These steps can ensure that the concept of global Britain can be underpinned by shared values and commitments. It's in a document. So when you see it show up in the report, it's nothing new. It's there. If you take time to research these things, you will find that this report that was written on 30th of February 2019 have all the tenets, and from 1 through 9, the recommendations begin to show themselves. If you don't pass them as directed, we will pass them for you. Send them down. Make them part of the order. We have to make a decision as to exactly what it is that we will accept, not accept, and at the end of the day, if you're going to have the circular arguments, well then you would have a problem, because at the end of the day, they have more ships, they have more guns, and they have more nuclear weapons. We have a particular problem, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that. We have a particular arena where we have an arena where it is an open secret that even in the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, that we have issues with the economy throughout the United Kingdom. I love to get source documents. So in Politico, it says that the incredible shrinking global Britain, not me, is here. So they have to show up. Because remember, once you leave the EU, then you have other challenges that you have. It says that the UK will face its worst inflation. UK will face worse inflation than other major economies. And this is with the World Bank governor. You have 15 to 20% of the staff of the FCDO that are being laid off. Nothing to do. So they're being deployed, I would suspect, this is not sure, to the Virgin Islands, to Bermuda, to Caymans, to Anguilla. I'm not standing by it. I'm not saying it as a matter of fact. But what I'm saying to you is, one of the questions is, how many staff are we going to be receiving from the United Kingdom, or foreign staff? It's only a question, because we're going to have to pay for them. So the budget have to come here anyway. So I know that the immediate past leader of the opposition was quite keen. Show me the figures, right? You're a figure man. See, he loves to see the figures, see the details. The budget is being asked for, and I'll be surprised if on Thursday some of it don't come for passage. But let us know exactly what it is so that we can constitute what game we're playing, cricket or baseball. When we hit the ball out of the park, can we go home? The game is won. Do we have to keep swimming? We need to know the rules of engagement. And I'm just under hour, I know. So I can just say that I wouldn't use much more at all, other than to say, we have other areas within those recommendations. And I'm saying is that the nation, the population, don't have to wait until the elephant step on your toes. The public officials are concerned. So we have a 6-page document that came in, voicing their particular concern. Fine. The magistrates and legal profession, they're concerned. So we have writings from them. The Christian Council, they're concerned. The elephant is on their toes. It's too late. Elephant is here already. We need all of us to read these and then to make a determination so that at the end of the day, if we're going to keep fearing ourselves, fearing our very own selves, and because that the sheep is hardly eaten by the fox. It's a shepherd that always eats the sheep. So here we go. The sheep go and they follow the shepherd every day, morning, noon, and night, only to be eaten by the same shepherd. I will protect you from the fox. I'm ready to eat you. Well, here we go. Madam Speaker, I think you have said that lunch is just about ready. The conversation around this cannot just end here. It has to be taken out. So I applaud the government for going around and seeking to look at the points which they have agreed. But there's a bigger conversation to have. And that is what we need to have. We cannot be afraid to ask the question, if not now, when? If not now, when? Waiting until 2029 and then saying we don't have time. Can you imagine? I'll give you one, I sometimes stray away, but I wouldn't stray too far on this one.
May I ask how much more time you would need?
2 minutes. So we have, and this is for the Honorable Member of Health, Minister of Health to deal. This year marks the 100th anniversary of healthcare in the BVI. I was adamant that we have a 100-year celebration to bring it in. I know you're not a big celebrant, but at the end of the day, we must be able to look in terms, we must be able to get this 100-year anniversary on the road. And do you believe that folks are telling you that they don't have enough time? 100 years to prepare for this, and they're telling you at the last minute they don't have enough time. How can you get here? Could you imagine that back in when was this United Nations declaration that we must release the non-self-governing states? Back in the 40s, right? 45, right? 45. Look at the time given for this to be done. And we're going to talk about we don't have enough time. If not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will take a lunch recess. We will recess until 2:45.
on the trajectory where we are today. Madam Speaker, 12 days from now, we will be in the midst of celebrating our emancipation in reflection of when that brutal regime of slavery was brought to an end and freedom was given a chance to breathe. Madam Speaker, 12 years from now will mark 200 years since the abolition of slavery in these islands. 200 years. But Madam Speaker, there's more than one way to skin a cat. This is why we're here today, to look at this report and see how best to handle it. Madam Speaker, the report covers many of my concerns personally, but many have not been given any consideration whatsoever, or at best, very, very little. Madam Speaker, a lot of questions were asked earlier, and I too have some questions I've asked as I went through the report. I've had some varying luck. Honestly say I've read the report. Okay, it's 900, but it's a very important report because it can affect our very freedom. And when I checked on Facebook earlier today at the live sitting, there were only 140 viewers at board. Quickly, I'm supposed to read this one little paragraph. Paragraph 1, the very first one. To inquire into whether there is information that serious dishonesty in relation to public officials may have taken place in the BVI in recent years. And these are not, of course, discrete tasks. Effective volume we have here. And really try to break it apart and find out what are they really asking. It seems so vague. As a matter of fact, you could ask this question of any government anywhere in the world, anytime in history, for any particular reason. And this whole child could tell you this. After 3 years, this is the best you could come up with to advance the territory, if that was your ambition. I don't really know what his ambition was. Madam Speaker, I don't recall what year it was, but I know there was a governor going forward to understand the mindset of the governors that are coming and for them to understand what the territory needs. We need to have better alignment of what they are trying to do versus what we are trying to do. Governance. And that is what I say and will continue to say. Madam Speaker, that was the first time I ever heard outside of the general remit of Sir Gary Hickenbottom what the CIA was really supposed to do. And in going through another document I found, there's a particular quote from Liz Truss. She was the then Foreign Secretary, and this is from the 20th of April, 2022. And I quote, I'm not making this up, I'm quoting them. This is Liz Truss, 20th April 2022. This afternoon, the Premier of the British Virgin Islands, Andrew Foy, was arrested in the United States on charges related to Commissioner of Inquiry. This arrest demonstrates the importance of the recently concluded Commissioner of Inquiry. Madam Speaker, let's go to Article 73, because the governor spoke about it, but many persons might not be aware of it. I'll just read the two parts, the one he referenced, and the other part that he just cursory mentioned, with your permission. This is chapter 11, Article 73, and this is the one I was quoting. To ensure, with due respect for the culture of the peoples concerned, their political, economic, social, and educational advancement, their just treatment, and their protection against abuses. That's A. It's what I kind of paraphrased from the governor in his interview. It's right here. But they often leave out B, to develop self-government, to take due account of the political aspirations of the peoples, and to assist them in the progressive development of their free political institutions according to the particular circumstances of each territory and its peoples and their varying stages of advancement. This is part of the obligation that was referenced there. Madam Speaker, you would think that this was said last month or last year, or maybe even 10 years ago. This was written in 1945. This obligation that was spoken of here in June 1st was written in 1945. That's 77 years ago. 77 years ago, you were speaking of an obligation. And my question is, are you living up to your obligation? And if not, who's to hold you accountable to this obligation, this 77-year obligation? Who do we turn to? Do we turn sure that this obligation, that is now 77 years old, is even being paid attention to? The first member of the government mentioned this article, our governor. Madam Speaker, the circumstances that led to the COI, personal ones. I don't know how well known they are, but if you go through that COI and you reflect on what happened before, you could almost feel the anger and the vengeance coming out of that page. You could feel it, Madam Speaker. It's there, it's thick. It's thick. And I was concerned about that. That how balanced is it? In the end, we received some 40 recommendations, and the very first one said to partially suspend the Constitution for a period of 2 years in the first instance, so to speak. And that part there is covered in the motion for today. And let me go to the motion and read that part. That's the last part. Now, therefore, be it resolved that as it is the duty of this Honorable House to inform the people of the Virgin Islands, a debate of the report of the Commission of Inquiry is in order. And further, to demonstrate our disagreement with recommendations A1, we reject it at the grounds that it seeks to disenfranchise the people of the Virgin Islands. It is unnecessary, and more importantly, it is undemocratic. Madam Speaker, in this day and age, we should be trying to get more and more democratic, not less and less democratic. And I agree with the members who spoke earlier. This has been long and coming, and should have been here a long time ago. Madam Speaker, let me continue. Madam Speaker, it was mentioned earlier, after some negotiations, we settled on some agreements. But to ensure that we carry out our part, because there's no trust for the Madam Partnership, but clearly there's no trust, ended up with an order in council. Remember what the force said last time is like, put now a gun to your head. What's more than a gun to your head? It's a loaded gun to your head with your finger on the trigger, and you're supposed to go on and do further negotiations because of all these perceptions that are out there. Madam Speaker, let me reference another document. Because everybody, as long as I can recall, every politician corrupt. They would have it so. Every politician is a thief. Every politician is a hooligan. On and on. I was doing some research on this whole idea. And I have a document here, Corruption in the UK Report. It's from 2011. It is important. 2011. In 2011, Transparency International UK launched the first major findings from a series of studies which examine corruption in the UK. The same people who were telling us this and that and the other. The reports, which represent the most comprehensive research ever undertaken in this area, examine the levels of corruption in 23 UK sectors and institutions. The research represents a health check for the UK. listen carefully. Although corruption is not endemic in the UK, and they went to be able to say that, they didn't paint no big brush, they did a very fine brush. Corruption is not endemic in the UK. It is correct to say that in some areas of UK society and institutions, corruption is a much greater problem than recognized, and that there is an inadequate response to its growing threat. The report found that the growing threat of corruption is often met with complacency and that key institutions are refusing to confront the problem. Of particular concern are prisons, political parties, parliament, and sport, where the response to the increasing corruption risk is often incoherent and uncoordinated. That's because we have problems too, and we acknowledge our problems that they have to fix. But is there only one way to address our problems? To come in and say, none of y'all no good, suspend the Constitution for 2 years and let us come and do X, Y, Z? Is that a modern partnership, Madam Speaker? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Madam Speaker, that was 2011. Anything written since then? I am so glad you asked. Because I found one from 10 years later, November 25th, 2021. So that's 10 years on. Written by Robert Barrington. He's a professor at LSC. And he writes this article. Very interesting. And he started by quoting the then Premier Boris Johnson at COP26 last year in Glasgow. I happened to be there and hold it myself. And he says, the Prime Minister, however, sought to reassure the world at COP26, I genuinely believe that the UK is not remotely a corrupt country. And I genuinely think that all institutions are not corrupt. That was last year, Boris Johnson said that in Glasgow at COP26. The gentleman goes on to explain what corruption is and the various kinds of corruption. What's the categories going through? After he did his whole thing there, continuing, this means the corruption can be quite difficult to spot, not least because nobody in the UK has the job of spotting it. Unlike the majority of countries in the world, the UK does not have an anti-corruption agency. The UK does not have an anti-corruption agency. I don't know if they have one now. I don't know by what the gentleman wrote. So tackling corruption, people make it seem like corruption only happens in the BVI, and there's only one kind of corruption, and all you corrupt. I don't think people understand what it means when they say you're corrupt. They may have one thing in mind, but it has a lot of different meanings. The gentleman concludes his piece in a very interesting way. He says, despite the unusually high levels of transactional corruption and multiple breaches in standards, we cannot definitively yet say whether this government is corrupt. Before, of course, the UK government. I think the most that can be said is this. There's more corruption and corruption risk in and around this government than any British government since the Second World War. That's a heavy statement to be said about the UK. And whilst we might not confidently target as systematically corrupt, we can say that multiple warning signs are there. In fact, if it continues on a current path, Lord Evans's warning is not merely more likely to be manifested, but near inevitable. An optimistic take would be that the snowball effect of a democracy declining into state capture, which is a form of corruption, that has been seen in other countries, has not yet gathered pace in the UK, and so could still be halted or reversed. The prime danger for the UK is therefore not a single corrupt administration, however undesirable that may be. The real concern should be that the UK has taken the first steps on a journey towards state capture, which ends in being a mid-ranking, politically unstable semi-democracy with a mid-level economy in which corruption is prevalent and government is for the purpose of self-perpetuation and not the public interest. Madam Speaker, they have their challenges just like we do. And that last phrase there is a phrase they often like to use, the public's interest. Now, I asked the governor one time, how does he define public interest? I don't think I ever got an answer. When Madam Milling was here, I think I asked her the same question. She was talking about something that's best for the people of the BVI. I had to remind her, I am one. I am one of those people for whom you speak, of whom you speak. So when you talk about what's best for the BVI, you're also speaking about me, because I live here. I'm an elected representative. And you're coming in with a one-man commission, spend his year and a half here going around all these institutions that we all know are inefficient. We hear the cries every single day. We know the systems are not perfect. We know we have to fix them. We have no choice. We have to fix them. If you're going to mature and realize self-government, like we all say we want to see happening, some things must be put in place. Institutions must be put in place. Madam Speaker, we know that they must be put in place. How they happen? Come together. Madam Speaker, was it too hard for the UK after 77 years to come and say, you know, we have this obligation for the last 77 years, and we really kind of did much with it, but we need to have some serious discussions with elected persons, with the community, because we think you are lagging, and you are lagging in this particular area, the area of self-government, the area of constitutional advancement. We think you are lagging. It took you 77 years for us to come into this, 77 years. Madam Speaker, this where we are didn't happen overnight. It happened over a period of time. This thing happened over a period of time. And human behavior is a funny thing. Because once you get into human behavior, it's hard to get out of it. So making certain changes are difficult. It takes time. Okay, we're starting the process now. When are we going to finish? 2029? Are we going to finish on our 200th anniversary of emancipation from slavery? Madam Speaker, let me go back to the report. Paragraph 16. Madam Speaker, I am planning to go much longer because I feel I'm getting the members are a little excited, so I'm not going to go much longer. But I want to go to paragraph 16 in the report. And I wonder sometimes if we really sat and go through these things and ask ourselves, what exactly does this mean? In paragraph 16, so Gary Hickenbottom, the commissioner, said, the evidence is such, this is on page 9 if you have your copy. The evidence is such that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for any impartial person to conclude anything other than there is information that such dishonesty may have taken place in a BVI in recent years. There's evidence of information? Okay. On the evidence, I firmly conclude that there is not only information that serious dishonesty in relation to officials may have taken place here in recent years, but it is highly likely to have taken place. Whilst it is unnecessary for me to make any findings, I read it wrong. Whilst it is unnecessary for me to make any findings, so what are you here for? I thought you came to find something. It is unnecessary for me to make any findings in relation to corruption in the form of direct personal bribery, given an overwhelming picture of the principles of good governance being ignored, and worse, it would be frankly surprising if there were no such corruption. Further investigations by the appropriate authorities, which I have recommended, will identify who and when. I think if you are applying for a job and you wrote that, it would fire you right away. If you are a detective and you're going to do something. I did some research on some of this kind of funny language here that I ain't quite sure sometimes what it's saying. So I have a little thing here. It says casual or unconstrained conversation or reports about other people typically involving details that are not confirmed as being true. And they say that's the way you describe the word gossip. And then information received from other people which cannot be substantiated. That's how they define hearsay. Information, they go to Cambridge. Information you have heard that might or might not be true. The court cannot accept evidence based on hearsay or rumor. From Cambridge, hearsay. I don't know if you are seeing what you're seeing. The language to me seems so similar. So you come here, we got blasted over every media in the world. Daily News, London Times, The Guardian, The Independent, you name it. Big COI, big corruption. And then you come say, you don't have to prove nothing. No bribery. But that's why I say, you're fine. You have evidence of information. What is evidence of information? You can help me with this? Evidence. You have information or you don't have information. Evidence of information. Well, I have evidence somebody got fooled. I have evidence somebody got paid. Me ain't quite sure what they got paid for. So, Madam Speaker, this 16 here kind of floor me. Because it really leave me questioning a bunch of other things. Madam Speaker, in the Constitution, it speaks, in the preamble, it speaks about a modern partnership. That was mentioned too in the motion. It's right there, paragraph 8. Noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. You call us, remember the fourth would say, hooligans. You call us this, and then you don't want us to even come and discuss nothing. Just, let's go. Do this, do that, do the other, let's go. And if you don't do it, put the order in council. Pass. All I have to do now is just gazette it. Just one phone call, one email, gazette this. And then all of us here and some others find ourselves along the road asking ourselves, what happened? What happened? What happened? Remember for the third, have it right. We be all over there, people who depend on us for various things. You just like them now, over there. Asking ourselves what happened, how we get there. How we get there. After 188 years, how did we get there? Last week I was reading an article, my computer closed down on me. It was based on 50 years of ministerial government, written in 2017, I think, in the BVI Beacon. And they were recapping some of the things that happened way back in the early days. And one of the things that captured my attention in an article, I'll find it later on, went back to Governor Steve Lee, I think it was, and the Anegada lands with Bates Hill. All the ones may be familiar. It was part of the names, Bates Hill. And report Conrad and Wheatley were discussing their reflections or recall them about what happened during the Bates Hill period. And the governor had signed off on we told Anegada to Bates Hill and become ski. And the governor saw nothing wrong with it to turn over Wickham Ski and most Anegada to the Bates Hill Company, a foreign company. In that simple act there is what led to the rise of Noah Lloyd. Because him and Upper Task was very unfortunate that the governor didn't see it wrong at the time to give a foreign company so much of the BVI. And as we have persons may have heard it before and don't realize the only person in the territory who could sign off on Crown land is a governor. No minister can sign on no land. No minister. And the governor don't need the minister permission to sign on no land either. Unless it goes to cabinet, and then cabinet, the ministers in there. Only the governor can sign off on Crown land. So when I hear our minister thieving land and this person thieving land, only the governor can sign off on any Crown land in this country. The governor. If the governor says so and so getting the land, he could go against the governor, like in the case of Basil. But the government of the day didn't stand up. It was civil society, which is why you must bring these kind of things that are going to affect the lives of the people, bring it to the public. You can imagine if no lawyer didn't stand up and Ski went to the Basil Company, and 2000 Enegada went to the Basil Company. Could you imagine, Madam Speaker, what a BVA would be like today? And from then, it's recorded, there was a concern from then about the power of the governor to do things in this territory. It has not stopped. Madam Speaker, we're simply at another junction on this journey. But the question we have to ask, where is the next Norloy? Are we going to be like the way they were then? Where the governor signed off, for one instance, the minister of the day were going along with this. When the people rose up, is when things turn around. And the UK is to end up paying off Basil to return the land back to the crown or back to the people. Madam Speaker, a lot of us don't really read our history to understand how things were and how we end up where we are. George Santayana always said, if you don't know your history, you are condemned to repeat it. Madam Speaker, we can't afford to repeat where we've been for the last 188 years. That's how long since slavery was abolished. 180 years ago, we gave freedom a chance. And today, in 2021, we find ourselves debating a SAIL report. And the first recommendation is not to let's sit down with the people and have a discussion. Not let's sit down with the government and have a discussion. So I said the only thing I could tell you, which I hope and be a last resort, suspend the Constitution partially. And let's give the governor all the power. Let's give the governor all the power. And in about 2 years' time, we come back. And then we'll see about if you can elect anybody at a point in time. Madam Speaker, at our meeting in Virgin Gorda, a very important question was asked by somebody in the audience. And the question was, during your reform, during your implementation of COI recommendations, are you going to be able to take care of the people of this country? Are you going to be able to take care of the needs of the people of this country? I asked the question many times, Madam Speaker. Is the UK going to assist us with money and expertise? One or both. Reform, Madam Speaker, is not a cheap process. If you're going to fix the systems the way they need to be fixed in this day and age. You see, if you're going to fix them 20 years ago, it was a different kind of fix. If you're going to fix them now, you're going to fix them using modern technology. And it is not cheap. It ain't buy extra books now. It's buy computer systems and expensive software. Madam Speaker, after the hurricanes of 2017, we offered a loan guarantee to rebuild. Not a loan. We offered a loan. We don't qualify for UK loans. Only Montserrat. The independent countries do. I forgot how much 100 million they've sent to Ukraine recently. They're in crisis. We were in crisis too. They offered us a loan guarantee. With some stringent things attached to it. So even if you agree to the loan guarantee, you still have to go out and find the loans afterwards. Is that the way a modern partnership functions? Madam Speaker, is that the way a modern partnership functions? While you're down on your knees, put some coal on your back now. That's a modern partnership. I think that's what the Constitution speaks of in Article 73, the abuse of our people. When you are down worse, two category of flood, two category 5 hurricanes on your back, and you want to put some blocks and some bricks on top of me. Let's go. Let's go. And then a pandemic. Some people are still back in the flood era. A few get past to the hurricanes. Many persons are still in the COI mode, still suffering. And that's what the person asks. During your reform, we see what you have to do, these 48 things in there. You're going to take time, effort, and money. What about we, the people who elected you? Are you going to ignore us for this period of time, whatever it is? Or are you going to explain to us and help us navigate with you? That's why dialogue with the people is so important. So I commend the mover for bringing the motion, for the Premier for encouraging it, because we're all in this together. We did not get here on our own, and we should not be forced to leave here on our own. I advocated for the reforms. I support the reforms, but I also support us working together with the UK, with CARICOM, with whoever willing to help us navigate through this, because when this is over, because this too shall pass, we should come out better, not bitter. Better, Madam Speaker, not bitter. Madam Speaker, if you listen to all the things you hear over there and all the things that are about us, and if you were to go back and dig up our dead ancestors, they would boil to death if they see where we are today. But they're still watching because there's still hope that we will navigate ourselves out of it and come out on the other end better. The UK, like I read earlier, the UK too is going through its turmoil. They're trying to figure out their whole Brexit thing. Right now, they're fighting for leadership. They forced Boris Johnson out. I think it was whittled down to 2 now. Started somewhere around 15 or so persons trying to replace Boris Johnson. And now it's down to about 2. And then we have, like the Atlantic member said, then we have in the north, Scotland, saying, well, you know, right now, we think independence is the way for Scotland to go. And the First Minister made a strong case for why now is the time for Scotland to seek independence. She made a very, very good case. And if you have time, we'll look up on Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, powerhouse when it comes to fighting for the Scottish people and their right to self-determination. It's not a privilege, it's a right. Madam Speaker, we need to get bold and get angry about the progress we have made. If those slaves who were freed in 1834 come back and see us now, I wonder what they would say. I wonder what they would say. Those persons who had to carry on and survive so that we could be here today. They had to echo to live not on nothing. The records show at one time there were only 4 expats living in the BVI. Because they left after the sugar economy collapsed. They had no need to stay and do nothing for us. They went and collect their money. They were paid. The plantocracy were paid. They came, they extracted the wealth from these islands to build up their countries. And when the whole thing came to an end, they were paid for losing their investment. We were left here to figure out how we're going to make it. We won't, I said to myself, we won't give no land, it was in the resolution. The land was bought. The land was bought because we understood the value of this, not only to them then, but to future generations. Madam Speaker, We need to do a better job of capturing our history so the young person can appreciate, have better appreciation, understanding for how we got here. It was sacrifice, sweat, blood, and tears. And sometimes we give it away too easily. I was telling one of my colleagues earlier, I think in the early days of the COI, we had to confuse CARICOM. Because nearly all the leaders in the country stood up and talked about the COI and the Ardent Council. But the BVI, Madam Speaker, where the sale is taking place, we were relatively quiet. We were relatively quiet. I think I had to be confused. We're here standing with BVI, but we ain't really hearing BVI really saying much. So I'm glad that today we have a chance to bring this document and only educate the public, but all those persons overseas, those other countries who have an interest in what's happening with BVI. Because what's happening here didn't start here, and it's not going to end here. Some people say when your neighbor house on fire, must wet yours. We saw Cayman start using, I think it was Cayman, some of our things to build their system. They mean waiting. That is smart. When your neighbor house is on fire, wet yours. Don't laugh, wet yours. So I commend all those leaders, Caribbean leaders, who stood by our premier and encourage him, don't lie down and play dead. Yes, you're heading the lion's mouth, but don't go sleep in the lion's mouth. Don't sleep in the lion's mouth. Try and get yourself out. And Madam Speaker, I think the time is calling us. We come to a place where this should never happen to the BVI again, where anybody can come up and put an ardent council that says, if you don't do this, this is what I will do to you. If you don't do this, this is what I will do to you. It's an obligation. It's an obligation to help us along. If you're not prepared to help us along, I think you should come. Let's have a dialogue. Let's have a dialogue. It's like a child in his parents' house. If a child figure, well, I want me out this hour and come in that hour, and the parent would say, you have to make a choice. Either you're going to abide by my rules, or you're going to leave my house. But I've seen parents grossly mistreat their children. Didn't live up to their responsibility of parents. You always hear that the primary children is the home, parents this. It's an equal responsibility. We're going to accept all reforms, we're going to embrace them. We're going to do more than even the COI recommend. Because you can't know my problem, feel my pain like me. It's hurt me, Madam Speaker. Right now in Virgin Islands, there's a water problem. Water going up every night, 10 o'clock. This is 2021. We could see a report saying that water loses $22 million a year. And for what I understand is going on for years, from 2013, that's 9 years, that we're losing millions of dollars, but there's no COI about that. No, that's not important to anybody, because nobody's benefiting from the water going in the ground. So we could ignore $22 million a year just going into the ground. And that's okay. That's okay. We have Anegada with medical stresses going back years. If we go any district in the BVI and find some serious problems being ignored for years, remember the third topic last week, issue of mental health. We could go to environmental issues, educational issues. But these things are what build nations. So we're not interested in those things. Let's see who we could lock up. Let's see who we could catch. Madam Speaker, that cannot be. Look, people sing a song. All they want to build is prison. They want to build no schools anymore. Madam Speaker, we have to invest in the people. If you want to be that mother country, be the mother country you're supposed to be. Be the best mother country you could be. I've seen countries who take care of their outer territories, treat them equally. But let's have a dialogue, or maybe that's something that we want at this point in time. But let's have a serious dialogue, Madam Speaker, about where the BVI wants to go. It's not a comfortable conversation because, Madam Speaker, we don't trust each other and we've learned not to like each other. So it's a problem. So it ain't gonna happen overnight. We know that. It's a process. But, Madam Speaker, we have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. We have to ask ourselves, 12 years from now, we'll have been free 200 years. We made the progress we made. Madam Speaker, I went to Boston a few weeks ago. And I went to an area where I prepared. And the person who I was with told me, said 25 years ago, this part here was nothing but grass. It's a city now. What are we doing, Madam Speaker? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we going to be in the next 100 years with the same conversation? Asking ourselves where we're going, how we're getting there, and who's taking us there? Madam Speaker, I used to use these 3 words a long time ago. Strategic, intentional, and dedicated, I think it was I used to use. We have to start making the tough decisions. Madam Speaker, we cannot let down our ancestors. I was talking to Brother Gardner, they telling me his great-grandfather, what happened in Easton, what happened in Enegada, what happened. Are we going to desecrate their memories by not doing the right thing now? Not moving this country from where it was 188 years ago? We find our strategic partners. We do intentional things, and we do those things deliberately. Strategic, intentional, and deliberate. Those should be our guiding words, Madam Speaker, for moving this country forward. It is so important. You have to get out of the petty. My friends used to say, we like to major in the minor and ignore the major things. We have to get serious about where we are taking this country. We have to get serious about representation, representing our people. It's a different era now. I think we've all kind of calmed down and understand now. This is not 2018. It's barely 2019, but 2022. It's a whole situation over there that we all have to come to grips with. Because things are not the same as they were even 3 years ago in terms of people's psyche, how they see things. Some of us learn it easy, some of us learn it the hard way. But, Madam Speaker, we should not let 200 years come and we haven't made more significant progress than where we are today. Madam Speaker, I'm going to end on that note there, and I thank you for your patience. I think I did use my half an hour like I said I would use. Thank you.
Thank you, member for the 9th. I now call upon the member for the 4th District.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate your affording me the time to speak today on this very important motion. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate the hour and a half that was afforded us by you, your kind self. I'm the member for the 6th, I believe, afforded me some more time, and the Deputy Speaker said I could take some of his time, so I hope we can.
I don't believe that would be the case, Honorable Member.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was
just to ensure that everyone is able to contribute.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was just trying to think there. I appreciate your guidance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious resolution today that the good honorable leader of opposition have brought, and it has my full support. And I know it's a little time in the day since we started, and it's important for the public, because this is mostly a resolution to get the public to understand why the House of Assembly has its rights and its authority to debate any report that comes on behalf of the territory of the Virgin Islands. It's not a report for the governor, it's not a report for the United Kingdom. It's not a report for anywhere else. It's a report for the people of the Virgin Islands. Therefore, it's important that the House of Assembly, the elected House of Assembly, has a chance to go through the report and debate it and let the public get a better understanding of what the report says, whether it's a good report, a not so good report, or whatever it may be. And Madam Speaker, it's important from the onset for me to say that commissions of inquiries are important for any territory, and we believe that this was an important commission of inquiry. How it emanated, and how it was prosecuted, and how it is being implemented is the question, or are the questions. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to read certain aspects of the motion, of the resolution, and speak to them as we go along through the discourse. The resolution starts out with some very important preambles that must be emphasized, and I will move from those preambles to some constitutional comments that I have, and then I will move, Madam Speaker, from there to some specific items of the report and the overall, and reflect on the overall tone of the report, and move to the most important tone of the report in A1 and speak to that. And then, Madam Speaker, I will conclude with a few comments that are important, and allow me to make some recommendations, if I may, Madam Speaker. That is the context from which I wish to speak. And the resolution begins, whereas the Virgin Islands is home to a people who came from Africa in chains and made slaves before being freed. Their freedom was not handed to them, they fought for it. This is a resolution by the Leader of Opposition. Whereas the Virgin Islands is home to a people who owned every square inch of every acre of land. The land was not handed to them, they bought it, and also may have fought for it. Whereas the Virgin Islands is home to a people who has welcomed others no matter their origin, religion, race, or social status, there is no reason for them to feel better than anyone. They just want to be afforded the dignity, a very key word, the dignity to make their own decisions, dignity. Whereas the Virgin Islands is home to a people who were in 1956 liberated from the Leeward Islands colony, which they were part of since 1871, and attained the status change from presidency to colony with a greater degree of self-government. The people are content that their progress was positive and steady, whereas the Virgin Islands is home to a people with a modern constitution that has in its preamble, I quote, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development, unquote. And the people are left to now wonder whether the UK government is about to renege on our agreement, says the resolution. Whereas the Virgin Islands is home to a people with a modern constitution that has in the same preamble, quote, that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Mutual respect, mutual respect, mutual respect, and self-determination, unquote, from the Constitution. The people are left to now wonder whether the UK government is about to renege on our agreement, as stated in the Constitution, which was passed in the House of Parliament in 2007. Whereas under Section 2 of the Commissions of Inquiry Act 1880 of the Revised Laws of the Virgin Islands and the instrument dated 19 January 2021, His Excellency Augustus Jasper appointed the Right Honorable Sir Gary Hickenbottom as sole commissioner in respect of a full, faithful, and impartial inquiry into whether there was information that corruption, I will define that word a little later, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty in relation to officials, whether statutory, elected, or public, may have taken place in recent years. And it goes on there, Madam Speaker. I will move to the resolution. There is more preamble, but I will move to the end where it's stated that the recommendation made by the Commissioner, I recommend that there should be a return to ministerial government and elected House of Assembly as soon as practicable. That's following the recommendation to suspend parts of the Constitution. And it is now therefore be it resolved that as it is the duty of this Honorable House to inform the people of the Virgin Islands, a debate of the report of the Commissioner of Inquiry is in order, and further, to demonstrate our disagreement with recommendation A1, we reject it on the grounds that it seeks to disenfranchise the people of the Virgin Islands. It is unnecessary, and more importantly, it is undemocratic. Madam Speaker. I move now, Madam Speaker, having heard major parts of the resolution. I skipped some of it because my time might run out of me. I move to the actual Constitution. On page 5, the Constitution of the Virgin Islands as is defined. Allow me to read a few paragraphs here, Madam Speaker. And if you allow me to refer to my notes from time to time, I shall be grateful. Whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander, acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in God, the dignity of the human person, the freedom of the individual, and respect for fundamental rights and freedoms, and the rule of law. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for the Constitution to reflect who they are as a people and a country, and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. Political advancement. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of land, engendering a strong sense of belonging to the kinship with those islands, or these islands. Recalling that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with these islands. Accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development, and noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Now, therefore, the following provisions of the Constitution. I read that, Madam Speaker, because I wanted to make it very clear that it's established that the Constitution of the Virgin Islands indicates that the people of the Virgin Islands want to continue to manage their own affairs, and in agreement with the United Kingdom have formed a constitution in 2007 which dictates exactly that. Madam Speaker. And it therefore concludes, Madam Speaker, that a one-man commissioner should not come to the Virgin Islands and decide and recommend that the constitution that's so stated and the partnership that was so agreed cannot be suspended to have this country retrogressive to a rule by a colonial power. And in fact, Madam Speaker, I will state later on in my discourse to what can be defined as clearly dictatorship. Dictatorship. Tough word, but I will come to its definition and I will prove, based on the order in Parliament, that the BVI has now moved to a dictatorship state. Hard words, harsh words, may be considered judgmental words, but I will prove to you, Madam Speaker, that they are factual words, factual, based on the definition of dictatorship. A state of affairs which is not even near the state of affairs that the United Kingdom government will ever come to, and will hopefully never think about. But yet, it is being instituted by our administering body and the people of the Virgin Islands. A state of affairs of dictatorship now prevails in the Virgin Islands. I want to make that clear, Madam Speaker. I want to make that the headlines, that a state of dictatorship now prevails in the Virgin Islands. Evidence is clear in the order in Parliament of the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. So where is the agreement of this Constitution for modern partnership and guidance towards self-governance, opposed to a commissioner who professes to love the Virgin Islands and the people of the Virgin Islands more than the people of the Virgin Islands, and who professes that it is his right to recommend that the people of the Virgin Islands be under direct rule by the United Kingdom, and in fact be given give the power to a governor to rule the territory as a dictator. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, from time to time, it's a very useful thing to have a commission of inquiry to ensure that checks and balances are in place and the people of the Virgin Islands are well represented and governance, transparency, and accountability always prevails. Madam Speaker. The terms of reference that the Commissioner made clear and were given to him by the then Governor, Governor Jasper, were as follows. They were referred to on page 91, and they were also referred to in the executive summary of the report. One, to establish whether there is information to establish. And Madam Speaker, words are important. You can't just gloss over them. Establish is a very heavy word. You have to establish. Madam Speaker, you're a good lawyer. If you don't establish your case, there's no case. You have to establish it. You have to make it, you have to show the evidence. You have to make it clear. My good member for the 9th District gave some very good definitions of what is hearsay meaning. What is gossip again? I wouldn't go over them. But those things don't sit in a court or shouldn't sit in a commission of inquiry. You have to establish. And I'm going to come to some notes in here that begs the question of whether somebody has established. I stick to the word establish. To establish whether there is information that corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty in relation to officials, whether statutory, elected, or public, may have taken place at this time. Number two, if there is such information, to consider the conditions which allowed that corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty to take place, and whether they may still exist. If there is such information. 3, if appropriate, to make independent recommendations with a view to improving the standards of governance, to give the people of the Virgin Islands confidence that government is working in a fair, transparent, and a proper manner. And number 4, if appropriate, to make independent recommendations with a view to improving the operations of the agencies of law enforcement and justice. Madam Speaker. So there are 3 keywords or phrases in the report, and they are corruption, abuse of office, serious dishonesty. Madam Speaker, when one accuses anyone of those 3 words, there better be clear evidence established that this is so. Clear evidence established that this is so. And if there's clear evidence established that this is so, then so be it. But that clear evidence that has established that this is so, obviously, and through the report, it's intimated clearly that in order to establish such clear evidence, there has to be a trial. There has to be investigations. Under common law and under free democratic countries' jurisdictions, you go through a process to establish that someone is corrupt, someone is dishonest, and someone is abusing office. It is not just by one person says so or 2 persons, but you bring it through a process to prove that. And nothing is wrong with that. And the commissioner indicated that he would like to see that happen. So be it. But it's at the time when that happens and the proof comes out that you can then say that officials are corrupted, dishonest, or abuse office. It shouldn't be the other way around where you're suggesting that it's so, and then when you suggest that it's so, you then go and try to prove that it is so. That is not how common law works. Let's prove it. Let's go through the investigations. Let the criminal investigators do their work. Let they come out with what they may conclude. And once they've concluded that, then you may call persons so. But not before, because there's a lot of hearsay, there's a lot of intimations, there's a lot of suggestions, Madam Speaker, that you have to be very careful with. that can be considered so because some people said so, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Got to be very careful. A friend of mine told me he was coming down on the boat from Bojangada, Speedies. And when he got into the harbor in Rotown, a good friend of his sat next to him and said, "You see the house up there, up McNamara? That belonged to Mark Vanterpool and Julie Vanterpool? That's the port money." Innocently, he said so. Innocently. That's the port's money, sitting up there on the hill. Hearsay, intimations, without facts, without truth. Madam Speaker, a house that my wife and I, who struggled for 30, 40, 45 years to work hard for, that support money. And then it becomes so. Because people believe they have the freedom and the right to say these things, Madam Speaker. I don't know. You have to be careful. You have to be careful. If you want to accuse my wife and I of that, put a case forward and get the evidence to prove what you say. But don't just say it because you're here so you can say it. Same thing here. I'm talking about. The same thing here, Madam Speaker. Same thing here. Let's read on the matter, Madam Speaker, so I can show you what I mean. Let's read. Madam Speaker, I'm reading from the report. A heavy book here, but allow me to just do a slight reading here. In the executive summary, page 9, as a Madam Speaker, I don't intend to prosecute all pages of this document, but I will speak from a few pertinent areas that I want us to reflect on and understand the context and the weight of what is recommended in here that came to A1 that says all constitution should be suspended based on these subjects, these areas. Section 15, number 15 in the summary, executive summary says, and I'll read it very slowly, Madam Speaker, and quietly without emotion, and remember for the second. For the reasons set out in the report, it was never intended that the COI itself would be involved in following money or conducting in-depth investigations into particular projects or particular public officials. All right, fine. You're not going to go into investigations. You're not going to go do the regular crime investigations. So, but before you do that, you're making condemnations. Let's stop a minute, Madam Speaker, and let's be careful. Those are tasks for the appropriate BVI authorities. But dishonesty in public office is not restricted to cash-in-hand bribery. An abuse of public office is a form of dishonesty that in any particular circumstances is highly likely to be serious. Agree. It is an abuse of office for a public official when exercising a statutory power duty knowingly to take into account a private interest or any interest other than a legitimate strand of the public interest. Fine. Where on the evidence, I am satisfied that that is a real possibility. Stop there. Stop there, Madam Speaker. As I said, Madam Speaker, earlier in my discourse, when I spoke of the word established, words are important to interpret and understand their meaning. The Commissioner said, where on the evidence, I am satisfied that that is a real possibility. It's a possibility. Yes, it's a possibility. A lot of things are possibilities. That I am going to go there in a little while and trash my vehicle, it's a possibility. That's a possibility. Is it for real? Has it happened? Is it going to happen? Do I have a crystal ball to know that somewhere out there, Honorable Vanderpool is going to become a crazy man and go and crush his vehicle? That's a possibility, Madam Speaker. I don't know. I'm satisfied that that is a real possibility. Then such conduct falls within paragraph 1 of my terms of reference. That is, there is information that serious dishonesty in relation to officials may have happened or may have taken place. Madam Speaker, the commissioner is undermining his own report. He hasn't said that anything has happened or taken place. He said a possibility exists and he believes strongly that they may have taken place. Is that a reason for suspending our Constitution? Is it, Madam Speaker? This is what the commissioner says. He doesn't have any evidence. He doesn't have any proof. But he thinks it may have happened. He believes so based on what people tell him or what has come out in the inquiry, from his inquiry. But he hasn't gone out to prove it, and therefore, are you still accusing officials in the Virgin Islands of being dishonest, of being corrupt? Madam Speaker? You know, Madam Speaker, I am very straightforward on these matters. I sat in cabinet for 8 years, 7.5. From November 2011 until February 2019, Madam Speaker. I don't know what year it was, but coming towards the end, I think it was 2018, we had a visit from Mr. Ben Merritt, the director of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office at the time, who visited the cabinet with the governor. And in his visit to the cabinet, he said that his colleague, referring to the former governor at the time, or his colleagues, have clearly said that government, and he specifically said ministers, are corrupt. Now, here is a good gentleman who maybe have good intentions, Madam Speaker. The director of the Permanent Commonwealth Office, for a job which he applied for and got, and gets paid for, never went to the polls, never asked the people to elect him to be the director of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. A sacred process in democracy where you have to go to the people to ask for permission to lead them. He never went there. But because we are considered children of the United Kingdom, he believes he has a right to come to my cabinet that I sat in to tell me in front of my face that his colleagues say that we are corrupt. What evidence? What are you talking about? How can you say that? Of course, Madam Speaker, I asked the Premier, who at the time was supposed to be heading the cabinet along with the governor, to ask this gentleman to leave the cabinet. And since he wasn't going to leave, I left the meeting. Because he was out of order. Out of order. You think you can just say those things because you can say them? Or because you heard people say them without any evidence or truth? It's not right. And here we are again. Here we are again. I am satisfied that that is a real possibility. Then such conduct falls within paragraph 1 of my terms of reference, that there is information that serious dishonesty in relation to officials may have taken place. And you know, Madam Speaker, in the gossip of our own little Virgin Islands, that's how the talk will be. Yes, that's how we talk about each other. But that doesn't mean that what we talk about each other is real, is truthful. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I have heard political campaigns among our own selves, where we call ourselves corrupt and dishonest and wheelbarrows of money going where and all kinds of things and all kinds of nonsense without no evidence, without any evidence. I've heard them. Madam Speaker, we ourselves shoot ourselves in the foot. The irony of it, Madam Speaker, the irony of it. And here is a judge, a good so honorable judge, who is making conclusions that he can't make in his own court because he doesn't have the evidence to prove it. Therefore, he cannot come to this conclusion in a court of justice, but is going to say may and real possibility. You cannot make a judgment. You cannot send anyone to jail. You cannot sentence anybody on real possibilities and on may say. Come on, Judge. So, Gary Hickenbottom, let's talk. Madam Speaker, no proven evidence. Let's talk. Let's talk. Yet our own people, our own leaders who have struggled for years, Madam Speaker, who have done everything in the possibility to move people's state of affairs, their welfare, to a higher level, who have done everything in their power to try to make sure that our tourism can exist, can grow, to ensure that we have planes coming here to bring people to the territory, to ensure that we have cruise ship docks that can get involved in the cruise ship business all over the world to compete, who have tried to build roads, schools, comprehensive schools from 200 children benefiting to thousands of children benefiting from a high school education. And yet you can go back and tell me administration in the past are corrupt and were doing wrong things? A country which over 70 years, short 70 years, have come from rounding up sheep and cows to ship to St. Thomas, and have come to a point where they're operating on a budget of close to $500 million. And you're going to tell us that we ain't doing nothing right? Everything in this book says we do everything wrong? Literally says it, Madam Speaker. Literally says it. That ain't nothing done wrong right in this country by the people who run this country. Madam Speaker, I sat in cabinet. You have to go by protocols. You have to go by the Finance Act. You have to go by the budget. You have to try to bring your reports of budget to the House on time. Even though they might not be on time, sometimes you have to struggle to make it happen. Various reasons why they couldn't happen on time, but you try to do it. So Gary Hickenbottom says that we did nothing right. In fact, Madam Speaker, he says we didn't even try. We didn't even try. We didn't even try. Did some things didn't go right? Yeah. Could something have been done better? Yes. But a country which continues in a fair state of operation, managing a budget of close to $500 million, no need to ask the United Kingdom government for any of it. In this day and age, the people who manage the country haven't done anything right. Madam Speaker? It begs the question, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm saying. It begs the question. It begs the question. It begs the question. Number 16, Madam Speaker, in the report. I want to make sure you know that I'm staying on track here with the resolution, because I get accused sometimes of going off track. The evidence is such that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for any impartial person to conclude anything other than that there is information that such dishonesty may have taken place in the BVI in recent years. On the evidence, I firmly conclude, this is a judge speaking, Madam Speaker, and people have to understand, I'm not afraid to talk about people, whether they're a judge or whether they're a jury or whether they're, because you're judging based on your work. I'm not judging you or disrespecting you, because I have respect for the good gentleman who was doing his work. But in a court of law, could you say this? Could you say this? An impartial person conclude anything other than that there is information that such dishonesty may have taken place in the BVI in recent years. On the evidence, I firmly conclude. Man, firmly conclude. How you firmly conclude when you're talking about me? How you going to formally conclude, Madam Speaker, when you say that it may have taken place? How you going to formally conclude? Formally conclude? I don't know if I didn't go to law school, Madam Speaker, but those things don't add up. Don't relate to each other well at all. May and formally conclude? How you throw them two in the same basket, Madam Speaker? How do it work? How the yellow the egg there come out with the white? Madam Speaker, gotta be Easter Sunday when the egg get mixed up. How you gonna formally conclude? Remember, for the third the egg on Easter Sunday sometimes the turn like black, right? I think we're in Easter Sunday here because something wrong with this formally concluding here when you're going on evidence on May that such dishonesty may have taken place in the BVI in recent years. On the evidence, I firmly conclude that there is not only information that serious dishonesty in relation to the officials may have taken place. Yeah, you feel so? I feel like it happened, you know. The goddamn thing right here, it feels like it happened. That's not joke. That's what the good gentleman is saying. I feel strongly it happened on the evidence that it may have taken place here in recent years, but it is highly likely to have taken place. While it is unnecessary, going along, for me to make any finding in relation to corruption in the form of direct personal bribery, given the overwhelming picture of the principles of good governance being ignored, and worse, it would be frankly surprising if there were no such corruption. Here we go, Madam Speaker. Here we go, Madam Speaker. Accused, and then I'll be surprised if it wasn't really so. Accused, but I'll be surprised when it goes to the test if it wasn't really so. We'll go to the test, and then talk, and then conclude, and then make judgments, and then make recommendations. Go to the test. Go to the test. Further investigations by the appropriate authorities, which I have recommended, will identify who and when. Here we go. You ain't sure, but I'm going to recommend some investigations, and then those investigations will say who and when. So you're saying that there is something for real, but you don't want to say so. It has to go through investigations. Madam Speaker, you know how it works. I have seen many crimes, many people accused. When it gets to the court of justice, they're set free because the evidence couldn't hold up. The evidence couldn't hold up. It couldn't hold up. So, I don't know what and where we are, Madam Speaker, with a basis, a report that is going on hearsay evidence, and based on those hearsay evidence, the report recommends that the people of the Virgin Islands must be disenfranchised and must be ruled directly by a colonial power. I said last night, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to say it again. Somebody will ask me to speak on the radio. And if I go on the phone here, I can see an invitation from the Office of the Good Governor that that says that I am invited to something happening. What it is? Tuesday. Something happening. Something happening this week, Thursday. I'm going to get it because I want to read it. A good lady from the governor's office, invitation, with the honorable member of the House Assembly, His Excellency the Governor John J. Rankin, CMG, requests the pleasure of your company at the send-off reception for the BVI Commonwealth Games athletes. BVI Commonwealth Games athletes. Madam Speaker, you know, we take a lot of things for granted. We take a lot of things for granted, Madam Speaker. But hold the word Commonwealth in your mind there a little bit, and you'll understand where I'm getting to. I went to Namibia. Namibia, honorable member for the 8th, my good party leader. I went to Namibia to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting. And I know a lot of our members keep going to those meetings, but I just had to stop for a moment. Because what is happening is that Commonwealth Parliamentary Association story, as it is headquartered in London, it's headquartered there, is really a relic of the United Kingdom government colonies over the years that have become independent, but the United Kingdom wants to still hold on to the concept that the Commonwealth, these are the Commonwealth countries that we ruled for many years, who have gone independent, but we still want to have a say with what they're doing. And still want to be able to say to them, we can help you. And still want to be able to get what was the original reason for slavery. Madam Speaker, you know, slavery wasn't anything about race. It wasn't a racist, you know. A lot of people think so. It wasn't anything about race. It was about it was about economics. It was about an industry. It was about, Madam Speaker, that industry needed people who could be whipped and forced to work to be able to make it economical. Soon after the freedom of slavery, that industry couldn't flourish anymore because you couldn't whip slaves to work and you had to pay them. So the plantations of the sugarcane and cotton and all the cotton and all the things that were used for in the economic affairs of the United Kingdom Commonwealth countries and other European Commonwealth countries were based on the fact that they had to be enslaved to do it. When the slavery was abolished, it didn't make any sense anymore. That was one of the reasons it didn't make economic sense, besides other reasons, such as beet sugar and so on coming into play. But, Madam Speaker, when I hear the word Commonwealth, I fringe a bit these days. And we're just going along as if it's okay, no problem. I ain't going to the Commonwealth Party. I ain't going. On principle. On principle, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you know, it engenders those things years ago. You remember, Madam Speaker? You're too young to remember, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I used to be in school and this thing called Commonwealth Day. We had a day for it. We had a day to remember. It's still around. We still have a Commonwealth Day holiday. Or we get rid of that thing.
But Madam Speaker, on Commonwealth Day when I was in school in my little old uniform and my dirty brown pants, you see them, the governor and the people them come with some, let me know some sugar and water, but anyhow, I done said already. Kool-Aid or whatever it was, on Commonwealth Day, to let you remember that the United Kingdom government or whatever colonial power was giving you sugar and water and some, what was it, bread or something? Some kind of bun or bread, oh, some sandwiches, cold sandwiches. And we were happy to have them. But I look back at my little childhood days and say, what nonsense was that? Why do I have to remember the Commonwealth that was depressive over all countries all over the world? And we who are not sensible enough yet and not brave enough yet to go independent from them, the other countries have gone independent of them, and we are still here talking about Commonwealth Day. And call me to go to Commonwealth Games and invite me to Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meetings. And it's time to drop that thing, leave that thing alone. Our good monarch have done her work. Madam Speaker, we need to move on from that, but we're moving back to it. What happened? The governor can take over now, you're called for some Commonwealth Day again? He has the power. He has the power. Madam Speaker, he has the power. Commonwealth Day. Commonwealth Games. Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And let us go to the Olympic Games and let's get athletes up there. Let us go to the Caribbean Games and have athletes there. We need to be doing the Commonwealth Games and supporting this Commonwealth story and remembering when India and Pakistan and all these countries were under the British government's rule. It's gone. It's gone. We're the only few who are here under it still. And here we are going back further where we're more than under it. Madam Speaker, you see what I'm talking about? Based on what in this report? Based on what? Madam Speaker, this report has some good things in it, some good recommendations. But A1, so Hickenbottom will tell me in this day and age that it's more useful for the British government to come and rule me now than for our own people to rule us? That we can no longer elect our own officials to run the affairs of this country? Suspended for 2 years in the first instance. Y'all didn't read that? Y'all leaving that first instance story out, you know. There's a reason why that first instance story was put in there. 2 years in the first instance, he said. One man telling us that, you know. Madam Speaker, just like the inquisitions of old days, when one man used to come and ram, hang them. One man comes here and says what he's saying. The Minister for Overseas Territories comes into the PBI, goes around all of a sudden for a couple of days and hear from everybody and say that the few people who are outside demonstrating don't show that there's real evidence that we don't want to be ruled by British government, but there are few who come and tell them, yes, take us over, and they're gone back in Parliament and put it in Parliament that they should take us over. And everybody in Tortola and in Virgin Garden, in Johnson Lake, in Antigua, in all the other places where we belong to, everybody gone quiet. And gonna sit down and take it so. Madam Speaker, I don't think that's right. Gonna sit down and take it so. Madam Speaker, nothing at all can go so, Madam Speaker. In this day and age that we are being ruled without the elected officials, that we are being ruled without our own people being in cabinet, that we are being ruled after we had made all this progress because one man said so, we are going to be going backwards? No. I hope the people understand what is going on here. Whether they elect the politicians or not, go and elect somebody new. We ain't stupid. If we in here in so bright, get a brighter group. Get a better group. But let democracy prevail, not dictatorship. not dictatorship. Madam Speaker, I went to find the word dictatorship in the Google. The definition of it. What is a dictatorship government? I asked Google. Hello, Google, how are you? What is a dictatorship government? And Google talked to me. I didn't speak to Siri, I speak to Google. In writing. I wanted it in writing. Siri sometimes don't tell all the whole truth. What is a dictatorship government? It says, dictatorship form of government is one which one person or small group possess absolute power without effective constitutional limitations. One person or group of persons possess absolute power without constitutional limitations. As Speaker, I cannot go over it, but you heard what the Honorable President read out this morning in the parliamentary act that was passed to take us over. It says the governor have absolute power. Madam Speaker, absolute power without constitutional limitation, because thing on the Constitution, he run things. Right now he's running things. Absolute power. That's a dictatorship. The Virgin Islands, right now, the territory of the Virgin Islands is under dictatorship. And people tell me I don't make some statements which are a little forceful, but come on, y'all wake up, people of the Virgin Islands, wake up. The Virgin Islands is right now being run by the governor as a dictator. I'm talking about the governorship. I'm not talking about an individual. He can get upset if he wants to. I don't have a problem with that. But he is operating right now as a dictator. That's what the powers he has been given. Don't mind the story about he had to go to Gazette tomorrow and make it Gazette. He done Gazette in your own mind. He got the Gazette already. Look at my government in front of me. 5 members of the cabinet, puppets. You mightn't like me saying that, but it's the truth. That's what you are. I am going to speak the truth. You dare not go against the governor. Because you know what he can do. Or you know what he can do. So you better lap your tail. You better lap your tail and snuck up. You know the truth. You better do what he says. Because that's what we're under. It's passed in the United Kingdom Parliament government that we are under the rule of the British government, who has appointed a governor to be our dictator. I mean, what else do I want me to say? What else do you want me to say? Ain't it true? Don't come sugarcoating that to me, tell me that, oh, I may not pass it, I may pass it, or I may listen to you, I may not listen to you. You have the ultimate power as the dictatorship thing here by Google. What do you want me to do? You want me to go to what Google say? It come from Britannica, or you want me to go to Oxford? Which one you want me to go to, Madam Speaker, as a definition of dictator? A dictatorship, it's another definition, is a form of government characterized by a single leader or group of leaders that hold government power, promise to the people, and little or no toleration for political pluralism or independent media, etc., etc. Wikipedia. I had one here from Oxford because I want to go to the English Oxford Dictionary. So I've got to see if I find it here, Madam Speaker. But a website is here talking about it too, a form of government in which absolute power is concentrated in a dictator or a small clique, like communism. Madam Speaker. And you know, to make the effect really clear, Madam Speaker, If I tell me to name the 5, I'll leave the one alone. 5 war dictators. I'll leave that alone. Because I don't know what we have come to. Because, Madam Speaker, I went back to the same sorry guys, I don't want to talk to Siri so much because sometimes she'll get a little off track. But I went back to the same Google again, and I asked Google, tell me why Putin went into, tell me, Google, please tell me, Putin, let me type him in here. Putin, Madam Speaker, allow me, this is my notes, I'm still referring to Madam Speaker. So I want to go to Putin. Vladimir Putin. I did ask a reason there. What was Putin's reason for invading Ukraine in 2022? And here's what it says. And this is, I had a BBC report on it here. In a speech Thursday morning of 24th February 2022, here are 5 reasons Putin and others have given for the invasion. He's concerned over NATO's expansion, Joe Biden and so on, but his main reason is that he felt that Ukraine was a threat to him and his country, and therefore he thought it was his right to go into another man's country and take it over. Madam Speaker, what difference is here? The United Kingdom have made up a reason based on a commission of inquiry that it's their right to take over the Virgin Islands right now and rule it as a dictatorship. The governor advised by possible, what do you call them, advisory council, who he may or may not accept their recommendations from. I don't remember you read the thing this morning from the House, the Parliament, that the governor may make laws. Madam Speaker, you understand that? The governor can make the laws. One man, we in here in the House fighting, debating, and going to first reading, second reading, third reading, then we go to committee stage, we go through line by line, page by page to make a law, but the governor can make his own law in the Virgin Islands right now. All alone. That's what he was given authority to do, to run this country. He can make his law. What we don't understand? If tomorrow we wake up and hear that there's a law made that same-sex marriage is permitted in the Virgin Islands, you think you can change that? People understand what's going on here? You think the UK government don't have some ulterior motives here? You think, Madam Speaker, this good gentleman, Sir Hickenbottom, has suggested that we don't do anything right. Madam Speaker, we have a financial services commission that every country in the world wants to emanate. You think it drop out of the sky? It's these administrations going all the way back in 1982 who have developed it and instituted it under very strict rules and regulations that is being copied by every country in the world, including the United Kingdom, London, the city of London, where we make our rules and the laws. You think they'll be made up there in the Financial Services Commission room? It's right in here they're made. Those laws are made in here, and this man said we don't do nothing right. We have a commission that meets and carry out the laws. We go all over the world to advise people. We go all over the world before OECD and what am I name there? Help me on Honorable Pen, FATCA and all them things there. We meet their standards. We meet the United States standards. We stay in all their blacklists. Madam Speaker, and you tell me we ain't do nothing right? This country don't do nothing right? That's what this man saying in this report, that we don't do anything right. Everything wrong. And therefore, because we're doing everything wrong, they must take us over. Let's because you understand that the governor, under the order that was passed in council, Because I stopped listening to people saying that we ain't really under direct rule. You know, we are under direct rule. So I just speak as if we are. I don't speak as if we are not. My good premier is trying his best. He's trying his best. But the governor is in charge. I tell you again, and I reiterate, Madam Speaker, that is a dictatorship in the year 2022, July, what day today is 19th? 2022. We are under a dictatorship. The governor rules without interference. If you stand in front of me today, I'll tell him that. With all due respect to him. He means well, maybe. But all of them who are upholding that and not fighting against it. And I heard a good honorable from the 3rd District talking about the governor's conscience or something. Conscience? Conscience? The man's a dictator right now. He might not have called for it, but that's what he is. He's been appointed to it. Madam Speaker. And like I said before in my discourse last week, the hypocrisy of it all. You don't want the international community to say you're doing it, so you hide behind passing it in the House of Commons, but not instituting it until the governor feels like he should. But in the meantime, the cabinet of the government, and you are trying to make the House too. The House of Assembly had to do whatever you say, or else. Until last week, we had a bit of stop to that. The House of Assembly is elected officials who are not directed by a governor. So we can prove it now. We can prove who's the dictator. Because all this rush where we're trying to pass all these things so, without debate and without discussion ain't gonna happen in this House of Assembly. And a lot of people afraid that they might get rid of the House of Assembly, but so be it. Let us fight. Let us fight. Let us fight. What's his name? Zelensky from Ukraine. The mighty power of Russia, he's not backing down, he's fighting for his rights. We're going to fight for our rights here in this country. I want the people to wake up. We got to fight for our rights. We have a right to govern our own selves. Let's fight for it. Don't let colonial power across the pond come and say that we don't have any sense and we can't run anything here and they take it over. No. Let's fight. People, let's don't be afraid. Let's fight. It's our own rights. I read the Constitution at the beginning there. I can go into the human rights chapter. Let's fight. Let's don't give in. Madam Speaker, it was Churchill who said we don't fight with rocks and stones, sticks and stones. Well, if he could say that, we could say too. We're going to fight for our rights, Madam Speaker. And I hope that our good monarch will back us up. Because, Madam Speaker, the history indicates that when one of the prime ministers of the UK, when the fight was on for apartheid to be abolished, the then prime minister wasn't prepared to throw her weight behind it. I forget what the documentary name. What was it again? The Crown. Yes, that's it. They don't want to watch anything. The Crown. It shows you where the good leader, her name I can call Honorable Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister then, she wasn't supporting abolition of apartheid. The Queen, my good monarch said, come on, this can't continue. This can't continue. Can't continue. But be right now in apartheid. I want people to understand what we're doing. I don't know if I am interpreting this thing wrong. Somehow I got to back up and check up myself. Let me pinch myself here, Madam Speaker, and see if I'm thinking right. We are under apartheid. Under the apartheid system, Madam Speaker, one set of people ruled. The other set of people better go sit down and go out in their old houses and trashes and sweep over there. Coming to that, the economy and the problem we're having in the Virgin Islands because of this, where the poor old people and think can't eat, can't get their medicine and get in trouble with the houses and think because all of a sudden, yes, things must be changed and fixed. But you understand what's going to happen under the governorship, under the dictatorship? Honorable member for the honorable large member Smith, I nearly call it the other S, but Honorable Smith, you understand what's happening here? You who went out and campaigned to the people, the old people and them, and tell them, I'm going to take care of you and do our best, you cannot do it anymore. As you wish. You got to wait for the governor. You understand that? Is that, Madam Speaker, representation? Is that representation? People wake up. People wake up. We are under a spell, Madam Speaker. I myself was under the spell. I was in Panama on, I don't know, 29th or something when this story happened, great with the premier being arrested. That was a Thursday, and I was on a flight going. When I got there, all the Friday I was on the phone with the good members here talking about the matter. When I heard that the minister was coming from overseas, the waters, they're going to take us over, I had to fly back quickly. My dear wife, she forgave me because her birthday was a Monday. I missed the celebration in Panama. But I had to come back here for my country. And I still find out that they sneak it in behind and went to London and in Parliament and passed it. And we got into a spell where I myself, Madam Speaker, for a month or two didn't understand what was going on. I wasn't in the spell as long as Rip Van Winkle, what's his name? Rip Van Winkle, but I was under the spell. And I remember for the 8th when I wake up, and it was only last week or a week before I wake up, when I start talking, I was under spell. I couldn't understand what was going on. But my God, Madam Speaker, when I wake up, and trust me, I'm up, because it ain't going so. I wake up, and I want my people to wake up with me. We cannot stay under the spell. It is not right. We can't move from when Mr. Faulkner come from Antigua and march down the road in 1949, and when the Honorable Laffey Stout and then went in 1967 to get ministerial government, and we're going to sit back now and let that go? That's what we're doing, People wake up. Wake up. We are under a spell. Get out of the spell. We got sent. The Honorable Attorney General went to a lot of schools to learn law. Our parents work hard and sacrifice. She didn't want me to call her, I ain't calling her name, I just said I'm the Attorney General. Or that's her position. I'm speaking about the position. But she went to school. You know how much Mr. Hickenbottom has said that we didn't do nothing? Honorable Premier, can you get me the list of all the students from when Honorable Laffey Stout was there, when we got comprehensive education, from then till now, can you get me a list of all the people who the government of the Virgin Islands sent to school? Can you get me a list, please? It got to be somewhere in the archives. How much people we sent to school in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Barbados, in Jamaica, in Trinidad, all over the world. And this man said we didn't do nothing. All administration gone and they didn't do nothing. We just corrupt and we stupid. Can you get me a list of all those people we sent to school? Who can go anywhere in the world and represent us? Robert Matavius went all over the world on the Financial Service Commission to tell them how to keep laws and regulate. Lorna Smith, I can call the names, Glenroy Forbes, lots of them who we sent to school could stand up anywhere. Madam Speaker. And we are under now a dictatorship. We are going backwards from what Mr. Faulkner and Mr. Glennie Fonseca and Mr. Penn and all of them fought for, and we will sit down here and take it so. I cringe, Madam Speaker, I cringe. So see Mr. Noah Lloyd wake up from the grave and see what we're sitting down and doing and letting happen. Mr. Lloyd, he fought, he get locked up, he got abused, he was called crazy. Madam Speaker, I need to be called crazy today. Call me crazy. Because I want to help. I want to stop this nonsense. I want to be a crazy man and get it stopped. Because this ain't right. If we got to be called crazy, let's be called crazy. And you know, Madam Speaker, Mr. Lloyd used to come to my office often. He said, you know, Banty, I do the thing then, but the thing I was crazy, I wasn't crazy. He said, but now I do all what I had to do, but I wasn't crazy. I couldn't see my country be taken away from me. All of the land in Wickham, down, the whole of the capital of the Virgin Islands right now had gone to a gentleman named Bates Hill because the governor thought it was the best thing to do. All of 2,000 of Antigada, we talk about this morning today. But what the Antigadans will do now, when most of the country was sold out for $5.7 million, Madam Speaker. And then I heard recently that Smith's Go made a report to say that you must sell, that the government mustn't sell out the Wikamski land and Yada land, especially Wikamski, unless it's sell it for $80 a square foot. Honorable Malone, you're a businessman, multiply that by 43,000 square feet. An acre of land on Wikamski now is valued $3.9 million or something like that, $4 million. Must be sold for. When Lloyd and all the rest of them fought for it for us, we must now go pay $3.something million for an acre. No land in the whole Caribbean is worth that. No land in the BVI anywhere is worth that. But they're saying that we must pay $80 per square foot on Wikamski because some Smith's Go report say that somebody sells some land for that price over there. And we must go pay, everybody must go pay that for the land. The land that the people that was given away and the people fought for, went to jail for, and now we are able to lease it for 99 years, and we must go pay $80 a square foot rent. $80 a square foot. Honorable Fraser, you're an architect, how you're getting building put on that because the land worth more than all the buildings. And because it's called Crown land, Madam Speaker, there's some terminologies that are going around here that put us into this same story of colonialism, you know. The Crown land is the people's land. It belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. Somebody that fix me and correct me, tell me if it belongs to the Crown estate. But I know the Crown land is supposed to be the people's land. This fast that we have that because the governor got signed off on it, that is his land or the Crown land, the Queen's land or whatever it is. The Crown land is the people's land. Who will come from anywhere in the world and take up the land from here in Tatola and Virgin Island and Gala and Johnson Lake and all of the islands and carry it up to the Crown? This is the people's land. It belongs to us here in the BVI. And because we find our administrator at the time, what name was against Stevie or something, who was given away to Bates Hill. We wake up, we rip Van Winkle again, we fall asleep, and then we wake up. And trust me, Madam Speaker, the people of Tatola know, and the people of BVI know to wake up, you know, they'll wake up just in time. Just in time. They'll wake up, and when they wake up, I can tell you, I talked last week about the thing on 1 foot, the corn on 1 foot, when you match on a foot, you see something. So be patient. You know, Madam Speaker, you see this book here? It's called William Shakespeare, The Complete Works. And I love it because I'm a scholar of literature. I love it. Madam Speaker, you know the story of Julius Caesar. I always talk about getting here. Madam Speaker, let me tell you the story to show you how the people wake up. People are funny, you know. I don't remember for the 6th. You think they're sleeping, but when they wake up, watch out. Madam Speaker, the people I'm talking, Brutus and Caesar and all them other people there, if you didn't know Pompey and all kind of thing before, and they decided that they won't kill Caesar. He was the king ruling, the people loved him. But then by you know, they make ton of people against him. They stabbed him. Yeah. Thank you, honorable member. You're all mathematicians. They just tell me that a piece of land becomes $3.3 million an acre. Honorable Premier, better start selling land at that price. You can keep the budget going. The same price as well? As Manhattan. What a thing. We're moving up, man. We're moving up. So, Madam Speaker, these gentlemen are distracting me what I was going to say.
I was about to intervene.
Thank you very much for helping me, Madam Speaker, because I love you. Madam Speaker, you're the right person at the right seat at the right time. You're helping me out so well there. Madam Speaker, I know, it's 10% over, 10% under. We work with time, so I have a few more minutes. But, Madam Speaker, quite rightly, the people of the BVI wake up at the right time. We wake up at the right time. So the people say that Caesar was bad, the king. But he was a king because Mark Antony said you give him the crown 3 times and he didn't take it. But he wasn't as Brutus said he was ambitious. Brutus said he was ambitious, so he killed him. He and the rest of them. Cassius and the rest of them, they killed him. They say you're too ambitious. They call him a dictator. But the people believed in him and they loved him. But those boys convinced them to go against him. So they went against him. And after he died, Brutus and them tell the people, we kill him because he was ambitious. The people say, yeah. They had a right to kill him. But Honorable Smith, the people wake up after a little while when Mark Antony said, when he went to that great speech, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your aid. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often turned in their bones. So let it be with Caesar. As Buddha says he's ambitious, so be it. He slew him. But he went on to say, Madam Speaker, I have a will here. I have Caesar will. And Caesar will left a lot of things in there for you, the people. Madam Speaker, the people wake up right away. They wake up. The people say, what nonsense you talking about? What you killed Caesar for? Just now they were against Caesar. Madam Speaker, just now they're against us. Just now there's some of them who saying, let England take over. Just now we're going to wake up. Just now we wake up. Just now we want back our country. Just now, Madam Speaker, we want this country to be led by the people of the Virgin Islands and not by a dictator governor. Just now. The people will wake up. And the people will stand up. A gentleman called on the radio show last night and said, when you get some backbones? And he wasn't, Madam Speaker, he wasn't indigenous. He wasn't indigenous. And nothing is wrong with being indigenous, as I said before. But as a people, let's come together, indigenous, adopted, from wherever you are, we live in the Virgin Islands. This is our country. Let us wake up, let us go down and march. Let us go on the governor's doorstep. Let's sleep on it. Let's get the sheep and the goats and everything. What we started out with, let's put them in the governor parking lot, pin them in there, and let's enjoy an economy in the governor parking lot, and let them understand that we can run our own country. Let's go. We gotta get some cow too, all them things. We can milk the cow right down there. That's where we came from. That's where we came from. I went up Mountain God when I was a little boy to carry Pappy cow them up there. And the governor come here and tell me he's going to run our country. Why he know about that? Why he know where we come from? Why he know about the cows that we carry down St. Thomas to try to make a living? I think it's a joke. I must sound like I'm talking shop, But y'all better understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the culture of the Virgin Islands, which a man Higginbotham come from, wherever he come from. Say he know about our culture and talk all kind of things in here which are untrue, and we must sit down and accept it. In the meantime, his country, the Prime Minister, the 5 persons who are vying to be Prime Minister now will ask the question, was your Prime Minister Boris Johnson honest? Not one could say he was. They all started going on the table and coming out on the other side. Madam Speaker. But yet we must, who's taking over Britain? Who going to form the Commission of Inquiry? And who going to take over Britain? That is not how democracy works. Nobody shouldn't go there trying to take over Britain. Nobody should come here in Tatola and take over Tatola, BVI. Leave us alone. Make your recommendations. Let us institute the changes that we need to institute and leave us alone. Don't come here and talk about, I recommend. Let me read you the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, because I'm sticking to the report here. Give me a few more minutes and I'll soon wrap it up, Madam Speaker. So please allow me a little more patience here.
Honorable member, when you said you're soon, what time is that?
Madam Speaker, Lord, I must, you don't commit me to all the time here, but I'll be soon. What we used to say again, Honorable Penn? Shortly, Madam Speaker. 5 or 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes, Madam Speaker, please. Allow me 10. But I used to use the word shortly, and I used to get hurt with it, but it looks like I wouldn't get it with you. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, let me read what the good honorable person said. That his reason for the conclusion. The COI was established 31. The COI was established for the welfare of the people of the BVI. I have conducted an inquiry and made the recommendations I have made on the basis that the best interests are paramount. The best interests of people are paramount to have a governor ruling. Madam Speaker, that right? I have no doubt that they not only can, but will achieve the aspiration and thrive and prosper in the future. However, in my firm view, for them to do so, the political culture must change and will only change if action is taken urgently and decisively and now. I encourage the governor to implement my recommendations in full, including A1, in full. One man make a recommendation. First, 22, and with a particularly heavy heart. Heavy heart what? I have concluded that unless the most urgent and drastic steps are taken, the current unhappy situation. I don't know unhappy to whom, Madam Speaker, and how unhappy. With elected officials deliberately ignoring the tenets of good governance, giving rise to an environment of which the risk of dishonesty in relation to public decision making and funding continue unabated will go on indefinitely. Madam Speaker, I went through 8 years in the cabinet. I'm not saying that in that 8 years certain things may not be done wrong, but Madam Speaker, 8 years moving things forward under rules and regulations. And Madam Speaker, excuse me, Madam Speaker. In those 8 years I was there, and the 3 of these people here, and the 8 more before that, there wasn't a governor according to the Constitution who was sitting at the table. And all them things happening, the governor didn't know what was going on. He is Rip Van Winkle. He's Rip Van Winkle, the guy who sits at the table, and you're going to try to tell me all wrong was happening in the cabinet and you won't say nothing? No man. Who to blame? Madam Speaker, you want to tell me, Madam Speaker, that all of a sudden in the Virgin Islands, all kind of drugs are being transported and sold in the Virgin Islands under the rule of the governor and the commissioner of police, and who to blame? Madam Speaker, who to blame? Who is to blame for security in the country? Who is to blame for what's happening in the waters out there? Who is to blame for what is going on in the police force? Who is to blame? Let us not be afraid to talk, people. Speak up your mind. Who is to blame? Everything in this document here, doc the responsibility of the governor and the police and all of them. Everything here documented. But nothing rise to that level. Madam Speaker, let me ask you a question. This thing about transparency and accountability and governance, you will tell me, Madam Speaker, that something as major as what happened with the police recently with that film that went out there, and you will tell me that just an apology is all right? An apology is okay? And the same chief of police will investigate himself? Listen to me. Madam Speaker, I am vexed.
I understand, just passionate.
Yeah, so I am coming down, Madam Speaker. Coming right now to my conclusion, Madam Speaker. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Speaker, I'm being disturbed here with my good members. But it's serious. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to say Madam Speaker, that we are at a state of affairs that is very concerning in the Virgin Islands. Very, very concerning. I want to encourage the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, to stop and think. I don't know if the honorable member for the fifth was there 2013 when I said at the Son of Manuel, let the conversation begin. I don't know if it began yet, Madam Speaker, 10 years later almost. Let the conversation begin. Look where we come to. We come to a point where we've gone backwards rather than going forward. Let the conversation begin for us to govern our own selves. As I told last night on a radio show, independence is no longer a word when it comes to countries. We are all interdependent. We're interdependent with other countries of the Caribbean. We're interdependent with other countries in the world. We make negotiations with all the countries in the world. Even as small as you are, you have to be interdependent with some of the bigger countries in terms of trade, in terms of immigration, in terms of all the things that have to happen. You're interdependent. But it doesn't mean that you can't run your own show. Be self-determined, have your own self-determination, Madam Speaker. And I hope we can come to that point as we reflect. And Honorable Turnbull, don't ask the good gentleman who, tell him to invite me to San Manuel again unless we're prepared to go there for what it really is. Emancipation. I get some good sermons, yes, from all people all over the world, especially in America. But give me something on that day that speaks to how we can get out from where we are. Emancipate us. Yes, Madam Speaker, that's where we have to go. We have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. That Sunday where we declare that we are free, we need a sermon from the Almighty God because we're thankful for it. But let's make sure we understand that we must also, people are not so tolerant. When I go up there and try to speak my mind, they think I gotta hurry up and come down. When you come in the 4th district again, I can take charge because it's the 4th district again. So I want you to send a little warning there that on Emancipation Day, if I'm invited, I will speak, especially in these kind of times, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with this resolution here, I want to say this. Madam Speaker, just one little thing here. I want to move a motion. I want to move a motion to amend the resolution, Madam Speaker. I want to move a motion to amend the resolution. And I'm going to ask for a recess as to how we can amend it, but here's what I want to amend it to say. In effect, the Honorable good drafters may help me amend it. I want to move a motion to add that this House regrets the recommendation in A1 as was made and wishes to appoint a delegation from this House to go to London as soon as possible to meet with the House of Commons leadership to reverse this order that was made on the Virgin Islands. I want to make a motion to amend this motion to say that and let us agree in this House to form a delegation, and I want to add to here, Madam Speaker, and we want to add to that delegation members of CARICOM heads and members of the OECS and members of the United Nations, what do you call that thing? Committee of 24 to join us on that delegation and let us go to London fast. Madam Speaker, I want to add that to the resolution, and I here beg assistance to move that motion. Madam Speaker, allow me to move that motion, please, in my conclusion. I move a motion along those lines. I wish to ask for recess to consider the wording of the motion, but before I do that, Madam Speaker, I ask for second, and I will ask the good leader of the opposition who moved the motion to second me in adding this to his motion if you'll allow me to. Honorable Leader, would you do that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I second the motion to have the motion amended if we could find a way to get it done.
Okay, we will take a brief recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Member for the 4th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I asked for a recess to discuss my thoughts on the matter, and I haven't had a recess to discuss it. I think the motion that we are discussing carries what I wanted to say, and I recommend that we continue the motion, and I withdraw the motion that I made. While I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I would also want to say that, you know, my comments about my good government that I'm part of as a puppet government, I withdraw those comments because I respect my leadership and all the things that they try to do. So while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I made those comments and want to thank you for allowing me to withdraw the motion and hope that my good seconder will second my withdrawal.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion to withdraw the motion. And I also agree with the member that the comment that he made should be withdrawn, and he did.
Thank you. Okay, I suppose just for the record, let me state a motion has been moved and seconded to withdraw the amendment to the current motion before this House concerning the debate in relation to the COI report. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The amendment to the motion has been withdrawn. At this time, I will call on the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to debate this very important resolution brought by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, who I have great respect for. Madam Speaker, this debate is important. And I was happy to support this sitting. And some persons questioned, well, why would you support a sitting such as this? And the reason why I supported the sitting, Madam Speaker, is the same subject we're speaking about as it pertains to the Commission of Inquiry. It has to do with upholding the virtues of the principle of democracy. And if we do not uphold the principles of democracy, then our fight is in vain. One of the fundamental contradictions that exist in the world since the beginning of time is the conflict between groups of people. And there was a period of time in history where there were groups of people who colonized and oppressed others. And since then, one of the fundamental contradictions that exist in the world today has to do with the conflict between the colonizer and the colonized. And for us to make a better world, that conflict has to be resolved. So I do not want anyone to mistake the intentions of myself or fellow members of the cabinet or the members of this government of national unity. Our main purpose and our main goal is to represent the interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, of course, we can argue on methodology, we can argue on strategy, but persons listening to my voice, whether on Facebook, YouTube, or over the airways, I want those persons to understand very clearly that myself, the cabinet, the members of this government are working to what we believe very firmly and with the purest of intentions is in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I want to thank the member for the fourth for withdrawing the characterization of us as puppets, because we are not puppets, we are patriots. And I'm going to repeat that. We are not puppets, we are patriots. And we are leading the Virgin Islands through a transition. In fact, the Sunday after the government of national unity was sworn in was Mother's Day, I believe. And I made the statement when I went to church that it's not a coincidence that Mother's Day came after this new government of national unity was sworn in, because this government of national unity is almost a vehicle through which our BVI can be born again, that a new BVI can be birthed. And it is not to say that the old BVI, that is always bad. The truth is, there's quite a lot to love about the Virgin Islands. But what is also true is that there are areas in the Virgin Islands that we must reform because it will threaten that which we all love. It will threaten it. But to properly understand the relationship of the United Kingdom and the people of the Virgin Islands and their roles and obligations, we first have to look at history. That's the first thing we have to do. Understand what our status is. We refer to ourselves as an overseas territory of the United Kingdom. In essence, we are a colony. And what we are referring to as our Constitution is an order of the United Kingdom Parliament. This is the first thing we have to understand. We may understand it in this room, but many persons are listening to us. And we have to do our best to educate them. So to help persons, you have to turn to the West Indies Act of 1962. And the description of the act says it is an act, and I ask for permission from Madam Speaker to refer to this law. An act to enable provision to be made for the cessor of the inclusion of colonies in the Federation established under the British Caribbean Federation Act 1956, and for the dissolution of that federation and for matters consequential on the happening of either of those events. To enable provision to be made for the establishment of common courts and other authority for, and fresh provision to be made for the government of certain West Indian colonies. To enable provision to be made for the establishment of new forms of government for combinations of such colonies and for purposes connected with the matters aforesaid. And I'll go to the specific provisions. Bear with me, Madam Speaker. It's a very short act, and I think it's important for persons to hear every word of this West Indies Act 1962, which is a law of the UK Parliament. Section 5 says, Her Majesty may by order in council make such provision as appears to her expedient for the government of any of the colonies to which this section applies, and for that purpose may provide for the establishment for the colony of such authorities as she thinks expedient, and may empower such of them as may be specified in the order to make laws either generally for the peace, order, and good government of the colony, or for such limited purposes as may be so specified, subject, however, to the reservation to herself, speaking of Her Majesty, of power to make laws for the colony for such purposes as may be so specified. And you would notice in our Constitution in Section 118, you'll see the power reserved to Her Majesty for making laws for the purposes mentioned here. Purposes include for peace, order, and good government of the colony. And you'll see that consistent in what we refer to as our Constitution, which is a Constitution which was passed as an order in the UK Parliament. The power conferred by the foregoing subsection shall include power to provide for the establishment of an authority to be charged or other authorities to be severally charged with the duty of performing for the benefit of the said colonies, or for a combination of any two or more of them, such functions as may be specified in the order, and for the expenses of an authority so charged to be defrayed by the governments of the colonies, for whose benefit it is to perform functions. I'll go on. An order in council under this section with respect to a colony may vary or revoke any enactment or letters patent relating to the government of the colony, and any order in council or other instrument so relating which has effect otherwise than by virtue of this section. I repeat. An order in council under this section with respect to a colony, which the Virgin Islands is a colony, may vary or revoke any enactment or letters patent relating to the government of the colony. I'll go on. Any order in council under the Jamaica Act 1866, the St. Vincent and Grenada Constitution Act 1876, the Trinidad and Tobago Act 1887, the Dominica Act 1938, Section 3 of the Leeward Islands Act 1956, or Section 2 of the Cayman Islands and Turks and Caicos Act 1958, shall, insofar as it is in force in the passing of this act, and could be made under this section, have effect as if so made, and so shall the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands Order in Council 1959. The colonies to which this section applies are those included at the passing of this act in the Federation and the Virgin Islands. Just for the avoidance of doubt, whether you wondered whether this applied to the Virgin Islands or not. So you must understand and you must realize that even though some persons are just discovering it, the UK has the power. They don't need the Commission of Inquiry to do it. They don't need the report to do it. They have the power at any time, to just revoke your constitution. This is not a question as to whether it's right or wrong. I'll address that in a moment. But the first thing you must realize and understand is under the UK laws, they have the power to do so. And we are continue to be subject to that law. Now, there are nations, we read some of them here. You spoke about the, if I repeat them for you again, you'll learn about, it says here, the Jamaica Act of 1866 and the St. Vincent and Grenada Constitution Act 1876. And what does that tell you? These nations are no longer subject to this West Indies Act. How is it that they're no longer subject to this West Indies Act? Because they have exercised their right to remove themselves from that particular arrangement by becoming independent. And even where they remain members of the Commonwealth and where the Queen is their head of state, they're not subjected to this. And some have chosen, like places like Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana and most recently Barbados, to even remove the Queen as the head of state and become a republic. And they're not subjected to this. So the question for us is, How do we chart a course out of our present circumstances? And if we are truly a mature people, as we are saying, how do we demonstrate to our people that we are prepared to take the steps where we wouldn't have to be subjected to this type of very undignified position? And if you're a patriot and not a puppet, you'll be able to look at where you are in your present circumstances and make the tough decisions necessary to move your people forward. Now, I don't agree with everything in this report. In fact, very early on in this report, I disagreed with Sir Gary Hickenbottom. Sir Gary Hickenbottom said, essentially, that this situation in the Virgin Islands will go on for perpetuity. I don't agree. He essentially said there's no redeeming quality in the political class. But the political class are just Virgin Islands persons who put themselves forward for service. That's all it is. It's our cousins, our nephews, our nieces, our classmates, our workmates, members of our community. The quote-unquote political class are just regular Virgin Islands people who have stepped forward for service. It's not like the United Kingdom and places where you have these very strictly defined class boundaries and persons who went to certain schools and Eton or whatever it is, and they end up becoming the quote-unquote political class, or the wealthy, or the landed people. That's not how the Virgin Islands is. All of us, for the most part, are in it together. In one family, you can have somebody who is, you know, in all types of dire straits, and a family member might be on the opposite side of the totem pole. That's how it is in the Virgin Islands. All of us are in one big pot together, and we survive together. We work hard together, and it's really by our individual choices and perhaps the support of our families and etc. like that, where we've experienced some measure of success. And so Gary Hickenbottom, who has never been to the Virgin Islands before this, as I understand, and who has only come here to do this specific report, cannot come to a conclusion about the Virgin Islands people. That type of conclusion. Because he doesn't know the Virgin Islands people well enough to come to that conclusion. He's come to do a specific exercise. He executed it, and he's written a report. Fine. Fine. But we must understand that there is a group of individuals, there are persons in this society who have a vision beyond where we are right now. And we have a cabinet. And the cabinet is filled with relatively young people. In fact, my daughter and my son, they look at me like I'm old. And it's surprising when you get around persons in school, and so like they look at you as though you're old, and I think of myself as very young. And we have a cabinet of persons who are not beyond their mid-40s and as young as their early 30s. And there are many persons out there who have been frustrated by the failures in government over the years. And they have a vision of a brighter future for the Virgin Islands. And it's not to criticize those who came before. I have great admiration for those who have served in these hallowed halls, not necessarily save the seat, but our House of Assembly. When you look up at the pictures, in fact, that's one thing I regret about being in this space. When you look at the pictures of all those persons who served, it's a reminder of the sacrifices made for us to build the Virgin Islands from where it was. I enjoy seeing pictures of the late, great Hamilton Lavity Stout and Cyril Romney and Willard Wheatley, Ralph O'Neill and the People's Man Omar Hodge, Oliver Sills, and all of the different persons, Ronnie Skelton, and all of these different persons who served in the House. It reminds me of the privilege that I have in being able to sit in the House and to serve my people. But despite the fact that we've done many great things, we cannot ignore the fact, as a mature people, that we have some areas that need to be corrected. And as a mature people, we don't just say, because other societies have challenges and problems, that we're not going to fix our own. We could look at 100 societies out there that have their challenges. That does not become an excuse for us not to fix our own problems. And as a mature people, this is what our people want from us. They don't want you to just gloss over the fact that we had some problems, we had some challenges. They want you to take some ownership of it. Take some ownership of the fact that some of these things that, I don't want to get into the specific instances because I'm not trying to throw blame at anybody, because of course I have my own responsibility to bear. I wouldn't do that. But we could get into the individual instances of all the things which have happened in the past that we cannot deny there's a challenge and something wrong, that we need to take ownership and address. But I was saying earlier that there's something Sir Gary Hickenbottom said that I agree with. And what he said was, the reform agenda, strengthening our systems, our institutions, that will prepare us for our ultimate goal of self-determination or greater self-governance. I agree with that. And I spoke about how do we chart a course forward. We are presently charting a course forward out of the circumstances we are now, the very undignified circumstances we are now. The events of April 28th, April 29th, the whole Virgin Islands countenance sunk. People were hurt. Some persons couldn't sleep for weeks. They were troubled. We've gotten further and further away from that day. But do not underestimate the actions we took as a government of national unity to help to restore some confidence. Confidence in the economy, but confidence in the people of the Virgin Islands. Where we are, how many months after now? 3 months or so? Is far different from where we were back then. People were damaged, bruised beyond measure. We seem to forget where we were. We have a duty to restore the confidence of the people. We are not going to restore their confidence, making it seem that we are blameless and without fault. As the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor says, we have ourselves to blame for a lot of the circumstances we are in. But does it mean that we allow others to take advantage of us and to exploit us? No, it does not mean that. So as a government of national unity, what did we do? As mature people, we sat around the table. We didn't say, my son, you can't tell us what to do, my son, we're going to burn down the place, you can't do this. We didn't do that. As mature people, we sat around the table, adult to adult. And we said, Sir Gary Hickenbottom has written this recommendation to partially suspend our Constitution. We are against it. We spoke very firmly about the fact that we are against that recommendation. For all the reasons which have been spoken about, we said very clearly and very firmly, we reject it. We know that we can reform the Virgin Islands. We know that we can look and find all of the areas that need to be improved and get the job done. We have confidence in ourselves. And it's just not us as individuals. And this is why it's important for us to have elections. Let the people choose. If you don't have confidence in this group, you step forward. Some of those persons, some people out there, all they like to do is take the camera around and look at what's going wrong and cuss politicians. They just find out about Facebook Live, going around having a party, looking at every pothole. If you're so great, step forward. Put yourself forward if you can do a better job. If you can do a better job, just put yourself forward. Put up or shut up. If you don't want to put yourself forward, find someone who you have confidence in. And you support them. Go out and canvass for them. That is democracy. That's the democratic process. A1 was removing your House of Assembly. How can we be under direct rule and we in the House of Assembly here carrying on? That's the very evidence that you're not under direct rule. If it was direct rule, as the leader of the opposition told us, we all would be home. That would be it. And all executive authority would be under the governor, one man. He would be the Minister of Finance. He'd be the Minister of Health. He'd be the Minister of Education. He'd be the minister for the ports. He'd be the minister for everything. And all the day-to-day decisions that the cabinet is now making, elected by the people of the Virgin Islands, those decisions would be made by someone unelected with no accountability to the people. Is that not a vast difference? Can we mislead the people of the Virgin Islands to believe that there's no difference between the governor running everything and the cabinet who was elected by the people making decisions? Now here's the true test, Madam Speaker. Here's the true test as to whether you are a puppet or a patriot. This is the true test as to whether you're a puppet or a patriot. It has to do with the people. And this is where we're going to test. And this is where the United Kingdom will have the opportunity to demonstrate. And I'm optimistic that they will honor the people and the people's voice. And I believe that, as I said in another forum, I believe that the first decision that they had to make as it pertains to this was the right choice. They had the choice as to whether to act on Sir Gary Hickenbottom's recommendation to suspend. Some persons say, oh, they wouldn't suspend, but they suspended in the Turks and Caicos. What makes you so special to believe that they wouldn't suspend your constitution as well? They suspended theirs. They just like the people of the Virgin Islands better than the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands? It's not the case. They'll as quickly suspend here in the Virgin Islands as the Turks and Caicos. Don't fool yourself differently. Peoples of the Turks and Caicos spoke to me. I have so much gratitude for Premier Missick. So much gratitude for the ministers. Several of them ministers called me. We had persons who went to international meetings and met with officials from Turks and Caicos, and all of them saying to us, you did the right thing. We wish we had the opportunity to do what you did. That is what they're saying, and we're taking it for granted. They say it was painful going through that experience. The decisions that were made with the public service, with the laws that were enacted. I'm hearing them talk about trying to get back to where they were pre the suspension of their constitution. They're so happy for us that we were able to preserve democracy in the Virgin Islands. But we don't know what we preserved. We don't know what we just fought for. We should be letting persons know, instead of telling them that there's no difference between this and direct rule, encouraging them to fight for democracy, for the preservation of democracy. That's what we should be doing. Having your House of Assembly dissolved is serious business. Having your cabinet dissolved is serious business. This thing is a victory for the people of the Virgin Islands. But I agree, it will only be a victory if the voice of the people is heard. And as I said before, this is the test. This is the test I'm walking in this thing by faith. This is the test. We had a Register of Interest Act that came. That was a test. There was a possibility that that thing could have been passed without consultation. It's a test for us. And of course, I believe we met the test. Because we said, it can't go on like this. We will have to explain to the governor and whoever else that the voice of the people must be heard. The Civil Service Association, we asked them to write their views. They wrote. They spoke with a loud voice. They said, we don't want to do it this way. We want the opportunity to speak. We want the opportunity to participate. That is democracy. And how can I tout in democracy? How can I tout in democracy deny the voice of the people who want the opportunity to be able to participate in the reform and the governance? It's not just about taking some law from some other place or what's in the mind of some official and just imposing it on a whole group of people. That cannot be what it is. We have to allow for persons. One of the best ideas might be out there, and we haven't heard it yet, right there in the community. And this is the test as to whether you're a patriot or a puppet. Now, I will agree. If we deny the voice of the people and we just impose what we have been given, the criticism will be correct. But we are just getting started on the process, and give it a chance to work before we try to sabotage it, before we cut it short. Give it a chance to work. Look through these recommendations and see, is there anything in there that speaks to something that needs to be changed? We talk about assistance grants. Let's be honest, is this the first time we've heard that assistance grants should go to social development? Is it? It's not. Can we be honest with ourselves and say that there are some valid concerns which led to that proposal? Let's take a look at the audits which have been done in the past. Being in the unity government feels better for me. Yeah, I feel like I'm being true to myself. I don't want to be in a position to defend nonsense. Things you know are wrong. Anybody on the street could see it's wrong. And you have to try and fumble and explain it. I don't want to do that anymore. Let's take a look at ourselves. A lot of it is in here. A lot of it came from the same audits, from civil servants, from all types of different people. Are we saying that there's nothing to us to learn from this whole process that we went through? I want to, Madam Speaker, be the type of leader that can inspire some confidence in the people who want to see good governance. Because I can tell you, it's hard to face those little children. I had to speak to some little children after all the events that took place. And those little children were so disappointed. It was hard to explain the situation to them. They were so disappointed. I want to inspire confidence in those young people, that they can look at the Virgin Islands and have some pride in it. You could see the shame on the faces of those little children. I went to a church service on Sunday. The Deputy Premier, the Minister for Natural Resources, and the current President of the Christian Council, Bishop Ishmael Charles. He said, now is the moment when we're going to turn the shame of the BVI to fame. From shame to fame. As difficult as this moment is, we can use this moment to propel us to greatness, propel us to higher heights, to take the Virgin Islands from where it is with all its challenges and its problems and build it into a world-class society. Yes, we've done well in some instances, but there are many instances we need to improve on, not just in the Commissioner Inquiry Report. Let us be focused on what we can do to improve this place. Not for the United Kingdom, not for the governor, not for the Minister of Overseas Territories, but for the people of the Virgin Islands. Let's do it for the people. We can do it, and we will do it. I have confidence that we will. So, Madam Speaker, yes, we have a Commission of Inquiry report. Yes, we don't agree with everything that has been written in there. But let's take a look at those recommendations, Madam Speaker. And let us be honest with ourselves as to whether there is not something that needs to change in the Virgin Islands? Are there not things which need to be improved? Let's be honest with ourselves. Are these the first times we've heard about some of these things? Have we not been told? Have we not heard the cries? And in some instances, ignored the cries? Now is an opportunity for us to have a new start. And this is the beautiful thing about God's earth. And it's a beautiful thing about God's grace and mercy. And no matter how much you mess up, no matter how much you've gotten it wrong in the past, you have yet another opportunity to get it right. You wake up, you say your prayers, you give it another shot. Learning from the mistakes you made in the past. I'm so grateful to God to have yet another opportunity. I'm so grateful to have yet another opportunity to get it right. It doesn't mean we won't make mistakes moving forward. but you try your best not to keep making the same mistake over and over and over. So, Madam Speaker, I don't even know what my time looks like, but Madam Speaker, I'm committed. I'm committed to this process. I'm committed to the process of, first of all, democracy. I'm committed to the process of democracy. I'm committed to the process of truly seeking to solve the needs of those persons we represent and working in their best interests and consulting with them, hearing from them, hearing their cries, putting forward proposals that they can consider and debate on. Radio talk shows, talking over those proposals. You know, people in the barber shops, in their workplaces, everybody talking about, you know, what it needs to be done or not done. I'm committed to that process, Madam Speaker. And I'm committed for us going through this process of reform because I believe if we do it correctly, at the end of this process, we will be better for it. The BVI will be better for it. And that's my very firm belief. So I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, to the birth of the new BVI. And I'm so grateful to have men and women who are committed to the creation of that new BVI. And I salute the men and women of the Government of National Unity and those persons who are supporting the efforts and those persons who are praying for us, even in these very difficult times that we live in. With that being said, Madam Speaker, the resolution by the leader of the opposition, I do support. I do reject A1. And Madam Speaker, allow me to say that I also do not believe that having an order in council hanging over your head is the correct thing. But I believe, Madam Speaker, that we have to walk through diplomatic channels. And we have to have a conversation with the United Kingdom government about not sending a message that these recommendations are being done under duress. Let's truly commit ourselves to the democratic process. Allow the voice of the people to be heard, and let's respect the principles of democracy. So I support the resolution brought by the leader of the opposition and look forward to voting in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. At this time, I will recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to make sure that my words today were purposeful and disciplined because I understand that we tread upon delicate issues when we debate matters of freedom, governance, and ultimately self-determination. So you will forgive me if I stick very closely to my script and I ask to be able to consult my notes. In fact, Madam Speaker, I will use this as a pivot point into my remarks today. Madam Speaker, on many an occasion in recent times, I have heard a comment being shared by some of my people in the community. They said to me, "Oh, Junior Minister, we are not hearing from you. Shireen, you're not saying anything." My response to this is most often very simple. I ask them whether or not they prefer to hear my mouth moving or see my hands walking. Madam Speaker, changes in circumstances call for leaders to rise to the call and effect changes within themselves. Under this new regime, I have been entrusted by Premier Honorable Natalia Wheatley with a slew of projects and initiatives under the banner of a wider strategy to see our proud territory realize a new era of economic and food independence. Madam Speaker, I have been busy. Our entrepreneurial community is bustling as they engineer new solutions to the challenges of the evolving global context, and ideas to capitalize also on new opportunities. Further, we are aiming for the emergence of an even new culturally critical wave of business people, the hundreds of farmers and fishers whose commitment to our heritage has brought us sustenance and in the future could bring us security and prosperity. So I say again, I have been working. You see, it is change to face the day that truly defines the journey of those who see success. Madam Speaker, the people may not hear me as they did before when I was disallowed from engagement on a number of issues. But I assure you that now on a daily basis, the Premier hears me, the Commissioners of Labor and Customs hear me, the Directors of Agriculture and Trade hear me, investors with millions to offer hear me, foreign offices we can partner with hear me, because now I can direct my energies towards strategic intervention and action towards bettering the agencies and efforts under my portfolio. But today, Madam Speaker, is not a day for an update. Instead, I was seeking to make a point clear. As a people, we must be more oriented towards embracing change and rising to the opportunities presented with each turn of the day. Yes, the Commission of Inquiry, from its very inception, has felt like a direct assault. I see that the Honorable Neville Smith is on the Speaker's bench, so I now have to ensure that I address him in the right way. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I love my children and the home I have built for them. Of course, if someone were to come in today, begin to criticize their bedrooms and say maybe they are untidy, or dust has accumulated, or the glass should shine brighter, I would get offended. It is always jarring being turned to the sun. Mr. Speaker, I hold regular Congress, as we sometimes say, with my elders, and I know that many of them, some of whom were instrumental in building this nation, took great offense to these perceived overreaches. They feel as though our institutions, culture, people, and very identity is being called to question on an international stage. I do not disagree, Mr. Speaker. Who we are down to a very core is being tested right now. But I counter with a question that even the youngest primary school students should be able to answer. What do you do when tested? Do you call up in a ball and cry defeat? Do you complain and grumble? Do you beg for mercy? Or do you ace that test? As the famous band Caribbean Ecstasy said years ago, this is the test for all the rest. Mr. Speaker, we are being asked if we are honest, if we have integrity, if we are fair, if we are just, and if we love our country and are devoted to its betterment. For me, this isn't homework. I can answer now. Yes, 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 yes. 1,000 times yes, and 1,000 more until the BVI sees its best days again. So the inquiry and its report was certainly difficult circumstances to be placed in. Scholars, lawyers, and the most brilliant of minds can debate ad infinitum as to what England's true motive may be, and as to whether the timing, methodology, and public relations betrays an agenda. I know there are questions, Mr. Speaker, of how our relationship with England will proceed. I contend that this is for another time, but I will say one thing. We must remember our history and heritage. Always has there been this oversight. Our borders, public service, and the finality of all laws are all to some degree under the review and control of the governor. Let us not be mystified and misled. Nothing about what is happening now is new. If anything, what is unique is that we allowed ourselves to reach a point of intervention. But I am grateful that even this point is not one of no return. But Mr. Speaker, let this be tomorrow's scholarly debate. Today, we must be minded towards action and not talk, revealed to us in the broad light of day due to the COI and other terrible revelations is a blistering truth. Yes, we have grown and seen prosperity, but Mr. Speaker, much has gone wrong. Mr. Speaker, we cannot deny that the Commission of Inquiry's report unearths a history of systematic misconducts. Am I saying that these mistakes define us or our growth? No. But what I am saying is that they will, if we are not decisively and collectively minded to fix that which has landed us in disarray. Mr. Speaker, the buck does not stop with leadership, and culpability will be written in the history books as landing at the feet of those like myself who are charged with leadership. However, if we are to consider widespread solutions, then we must be fair in our application of participation across the board. Mr. Speaker, I have said this before, and I will say it again because it continues to be one of the most alarming trends I have experienced since I took up elected office. I will be going about my duties as defined and encapsulated by legislation, policy, and practice. Yet, where my justified and honest actions make life even a tad bit difficult for some, their immediate response is to threaten me with political innuendos. I hear it all the time. My family is such and such. People, if I don't get what I need, or want, I won't vote for you again. Mr. Speaker, it is on a weekly basis that I am reminded in these garish ways that so many of our people believe that when you vote, you are voting so that individually you can get something from the country and get whatever you want. Let us rethink democracy as a function and responsibility of the collective to think on behalf of the collective, not just on behalf of yourself. Men must exercise their democratic right, considering the ramifications on women. Adults must think of the future of children. The able-bodied must think of those with different needs. The proud Virgin Islander must think of the new immigrant. We must be minded beyond our own needs and interests. We must think of ourselves as with each vote and democratic action, laying the foundation that will preserve and keep us for decades to come. On this vein, Mr. Speaker, I must add that we must look beyond the supposed acts of those elected. It takes two to tango, and it is high time we broaden the scope of culpability. Many of those in public office, just not elected officials, have abused the great faith of the people of these Virgin Islands. We read too often of police officers, department heads, and statutory board members acting in their own best interest, even when there's great cost to the people of the Virgin Islands. This is not right, and all reform must swiftly and sharply mean the removal and punishment of these offenders as well. Mr. Speaker, as I think of selflessness and being mindful of the community and not the individual, there is a part of me today that is amused. It was not too long ago that my voice, my passion for representing the rights of the people was misrepresented as me being emotional. Now, as I consider not just the mumblings of some, but even some of the arguments brought today, I must remark on what I believe the actions of some to make this discussion personal and sensationalized. Mr. Speaker, across the board, we have failed. Before the media takes that quote and make a story, let me offer context. Failure is not a state, nor is it perpetual. It is simply to have fell short. One can fall short while still growing, succeeding in many areas, and moving forward. When I say that we have failed, Mr. Speaker, it is not a condemnation of my people, my leaders, or my public officers. It is a recognition that on our journey to be self-determined, we have slipped. An opportunity has been brought to us to course correct on this sojourn to self-determination. Again, my question, do we bog ourselves with the trivialities of who, why, what, and where? Or do we ask ourselves, how? How do we become better, more transparent, more fair, more accountable, and more prosperous? It will not be through efforts to fight against imagined oppression or battling to maintain those traditions and beliefs which have held us back. It will be with the courage to admit our wrongs and move ever forward to betterment. Mr. Speaker, together with our people, we can leave these Virgin Islands better than we met them, better even than when our forefathers met them, because with each generation should come a resolve to be evolved. We have the capacity to improve, and I argue that this is what patriotism looks like. Not imagined, politically motivated campaigns against imagined foreign enemies. No, sometimes fighting for your country means fighting those within, those systems, actors, and institutions which have harmed and hurt and delayed progress. The onus, Mr. Speaker, is on each one of us to be informed, educated, and empowered to be active decision makers. As I call on my colleagues to involve the public through consultations and other forums, I must too call on the people of the Virgin Islands to be engaged and not engaged in an empty way without a real grasp of the issues, but engaged and truly aware of the facts and gravity of the matter. I commend those voices who have spoken up through the decades and in most recent years. I won't call names today, Mr. Speaker, but they know who they are. We must recognize that whether we are in agreement or not, a different perspective also matters. But I implore those with opinions to ensure that they are informed ones. No longer can lone politicians or persecuted individuals alone be the voice of justice and what is right. We must all be light bearers for each other and for our country. On this journey to be self-determined, my question to the people of the Virgin Islands is a very, very and extremely simple one. What do you determine for your Virgin Islands? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you. Honorable Shireen D. Flaxshaw, Junior Minister of Trade, Economic Development, Federal Member. I now recognize Honorable Melvin Mitch Turnbull, Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, a member of the 2nd District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now if I shift between, but I hope I don't get in trouble, Mr. Speaker. I'll say Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to stand and give my contribution under this resolution before this honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to join my voice. I want to commend the leader of the opposition for bringing this resolution. His years, but not just years of being in this House, but his years of understanding parliamentary procedure, understanding how this system that we have now, the House of Assembly, works, and his full appreciation for the institution and continuing to build on the institution, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is something that I would always be grateful to the leader of the opposition, a member for the third, for never being shy to give advice or give direction on a certain matter as it relates to context and how things are in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend you, the member for the 3rd District, and I stand in support of this resolution, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be a long night. I also want to recognize and acknowledge the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Natalia Wheatley. Mr. Speaker, one of the things and the most important things, even I said it on the last meeting that we were here, is amidst the talk and the chatter, amidst the backbiting and undermining that is happening, I commend the Premier for listening, because H.L. Stout said, where there's no vision according to the Bible, the people perish. But if you have no people, the vision will perish. And Premier, I commend you for listening to the wise counsel of the member for the third, supported by the other senior member of this honorable house, and one of my close friends and mentor, the member for the fourth district, who got me into politics, and now he continues to say he leaving year after year. But I commend them for their understanding of this process. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a very, very pivotal time in the life of our country, in the history of our democracy. But more so, Mr. Speaker, it is integral into the future of where this Virgin Islands would go. Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, I have made a few notes, so if you will allow me permission to refer to them. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Vanterpool spoke about his contributions in 2013 at the Sunday Morning Well, for which I was not in politics at that time, but I was very much in the private sector, and I was at the time working the songboard for that service. And he did, in fact, render a very powerful and even shocking, I would say, to even his then premier at the time, contribution. But, Mr. Speaker, and it was one that was picked up, and I think it played on the radio waves for about 2 weeks as it related to us making a decision towards our own determination and where we go on that Sunday afternoon, Emancipation service. I think it was shortly after the Emancipation Proclamation had been read that he was able to contribute. But I also want to remind the member, and for those listening, there was a paper that was sent to the Honorable House of Assembly. It was the House of Assembly in 2008 regarding self-determination. It was sent by a young man who knows me all my life, Reverend Dr. Melvin A. Turnbull. He started the conversation at that point, but it seemingly went on deaf ears. So just by way of context, Mr. Speaker, I want to start with something that I have presented in this honorable house on more than one occasion. It is a poem by Marianne Williamson that speaks very much to where we are with this COI report, but more specifically, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to where we need to understand ourselves and who we are as a people of this Virgin Islands. It says our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is not our light nor our darkness that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your plain smile does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so that others would be feeling secure around you. We are meant to shine as children do. We are born to make manifest the glory of God within us. It is not just in some of us, Mr. Speaker. It is in every one of us. And as we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands has been on a road for some 72 years of ministerial government. Mr. Speaker, my challenge to us in this territory as it relates to the events and the report before us and the discussion that we have started and will continue to have. I want to challenge us, Mr. Speaker, to Honorable Shireen Flax Charles. It seems like you were in my notes as well. But that's what happens when the kindred spirits align. Mr. Speaker, the first thing that I wrote down is systems don't work unless people do. We have a lot of systems, but what was uncovered is that we have some flaws in our systems. And not just flaws in our systems, Mr. Speaker, we have some square pegs in round holes. We have some inefficiencies, Mr. Speaker, that we have over the years ignored or shifted one problem to a next place and another problem to a next place, and we just continue with the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, we continue to be stuck because of the consequences of somebody's or our own actions or inactions. So while looking at the report and hearing the discussions and the discourse by the other members whom I have respect for, my discourse is going to go a little bit deeper. Mr. Speaker, I challenge us that the events that brought about the COI report was because we let the actions of few, but in the last couple of years, we let the actions of individuals' selfish and narcissistic behavior go unaddressed. We allowed a little serpent, Mr. Speaker, to become a snake and wrapped itself around the territory of these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, we made excuses and we made reasonings as to, that's just how they are. And we laughed and we chuckled because things were going, quote unquote, in our favor. But Mr. Speaker, the practices, the behaviors, the actions was something that if we check ourselves, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not pointing the finger at anyone because we are in this position as well. So those actions collectively brought us in. The unchecked actions, failing to correct and check the members in this house, the public servants, those that serve, even past governors, Mr. Speaker, got us here. Got us here. Don't think, Mr. Speaker, I can just look outward and say the UK, the governor. No. I come into them. But Mr. Speaker, accountability, the scale of the law. AG is here, if she would help me. It's supposed to be balanced. And accountability, Mr. Speaker, has to be balanced. If it is going to be BVI government having a balanced approach, the United Kingdom government has to be equally balanced, accountable, transparent, and operating in good governance on behalf of the people, Mr. Speaker. So don't think that I'm going to stand here and try to cast blame and not accept responsibility for some of the things that we have done wrong. I know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes people wonder, oh, it seems like you pro-UK and you pro this. I am pro-BVI and nothing else. Mr. Speaker, I've said it and I've said it repeatedly. anyone, anything, any entity that gets in the way of the progress and development of the people of the Virgin Islands becomes my enemy. And I believe now becomes this government of national unity's enemy. Because these men and women that stand and sit, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, who have gone before the UK minister, who have fought, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, collectively listening. It is not just us, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to denounce this notion. I want to denounce this notion that, you know, they're young and they're this and that. Mr. Speaker, I want to denounce the notion that all of a sudden, all the answers are in other person's mind, in other person's heart, and they know what to do because we are here. Mr. Speaker, Timothy says, let no man despise thy youth. And he also, the Bible also says that he called young men and women because we're strong. And we will continue to stand for the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Because here's the truth. Don't call me no name. And don't say, I this and I inexperienced and I this and I that and I the other. You were there. You were there too. This thing ain't just happened. So, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to call a spade and call a cat and a dog, let me call the animal what it is. But let me speak the truth, true and true. Mr. Speaker, these actions have even gone into the underworld to give them power, to operate as if there are no consequences to actions. The actions, Mr. Speaker, that somehow was able to pull a veil over the eyes of the people of the church, the men and women of God, because they wanted to be associated with Premier or associated with people in power, that they lost the very foundational premise for which they should be operating, which is the Word of God. Mr. Speaker, I say to us, and I say to the churches, just as we deserve grace, and just as we deserve forgiveness. I see the Premier indicating, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead. Mr. Premier.
My apologies for interrupting, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of order, can we confirm that we are on the air right now?
From what I'm hearing from the Sergeant he said we are on the air. He was just listening.
We are.
You on? Off? I'll call for a short recess. We'll break for 2 minutes. I'm also on recess. This Honorable House should be sitting. Member of the Secretary may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what part of the contribution dropped out, but I would hope the,
No part did drop out. We were still on air.
we were still on air.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Seems to be a
Speaker.
mistake.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Speaker, I was on the point that we allowed, as the churches, we allowed a veil to be put and pull over our eyes because we became gullible to one individual and who was familiar with practices and actions and words used to appear a certain way. Mr. Speaker, the church in some instances were used where leaders became comfortable because of the association, and free rein was given, even from the pulpits, that words were spoken from the pulpits that had nothing to do with their assignment from God, but everything surrounding affiliation. Mr. Speaker, we began to lose our way. We watched an inheritance of almost 40 years be taken and squandered away in less than 40 days. Mr. Speaker, I'm always reminded that this statement that I made in this honorable house, when you have problems with money, money will always be your problem. So the systems, Mr. Speaker, that we're speaking about, we need to rebuild them. I have seen, Mr. Speaker, in this country since I've been here for some 7+ years, us operate on a $360 million budget and a $400 million+ budget, and we operate through our systems and through our departments as if we're running a mom and pop shop. Mr. Speaker, and it all comes to one specific reason. That we continue, Mr. Speaker, we continue to operate with no plan, no commitment to the plan. We lose focus on what is important, which is the people of these Virgin Islands, or we simply move too slow to do the things that we're supposed to be doing. Mr. Speaker, a leader needs to have 4 simple principles in order to be successful. A leader needs to have vision, the ability to see beyond what currently exists, to plan ahead, to deal with obstacles that we cannot see, Mr. Speaker. It's a faith type of walk. A leader needs to be able to make a decision like the Honorable Premier did, to allow for this process that we are currently debating the COI bill to happen now. And Mr. Speaker, a leader needs to be passionate, needs to have passion, needs to be involved, committed above and beyond just words. But your life, Mr. Speaker, must depict. Your energy, Mr. Speaker, must be exemplified in your love for country and whatever you do. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, a leader must have discipline, the ability to say no. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Honorable Premier earlier, and he said he is tired, and he became tired of making up stories and doing what is wrong and trying to justify wrong. Mr. Speaker, that takes leadership. That is what, Mr. Speaker, even you from that desk that you are there behind, you stood in this house, Mr. Speaker, one of your first contributions to this honorable house. And you spoke about forgetting the politics and forgetting the foolishness, and let us work towards fixing this country and helping the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, you spoke about these things. And I said to you, I remember saying that. But that's what we need to be about, Mr. Speaker. Not trying to abscond from our responsibilities and the actions and the decisions that we have made and trying to play politics now to quote-unquote appear popular in the minds of people, Mr. Speaker. When everybody who read your resume will know what you do and what you're responsible for and what you allow, Mr. Speaker, we got to stop it. We got to stop it. Mr. Speaker, we need to seek wisdom. And we need to seek wisdom from God and not our own counsel. The way that the order has been set. Mr. Speaker, in the book of Exodus chapter 18, verse number 13, and I read, the next day Moses took his seat to serve as judge of the people and stood around him morning and evening. And when his father-in-law came and saw Moses doing the people, he said, what is this thing that you're doing for the people? Why are you alone sit as judge, while other people stand around you from morning to evening? Moses answered him and said, because the people come to me to seek God's will. Whenever they have dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties and inform them of God's decrees. Moses' father-in-law said to him, what you're doing is not good. You and these people who come to you only wear yourselves down to work heavy, and you cannot handle it alone. Listen now to me, and I will give you some advice. And may God be with you. You must be the people's representative before God and bring their disputes to him. Teach them his decrees and his instructions, and show them the way that they should live and how they should behave. But select capable men and women from the people among you who fear God, who are trustworthy and integral, who hate dishonest gain, and appoint them as officials over the thousands, the hundreds, the 50, and the tens. Mr. Speaker, this walk that we're in, as it relates to this COI report, as it relates to A1 sitting over our head, Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a place in this territory that none of us have seen before. And this is a place, Mr. Speaker, that I believe we need to heed to the words of Exodus and seek counsel. But Mr. Speaker, I must say this. That's exactly what we have been doing. We haven't been going out there publicly and saying, well, you can talk to us and you can talk to us. Mr. Speaker, the counsel that we have been seeking is even from among us, is even from the partners of CARICOM, the partners of the OECS, the partners that I met, that Honorable Premier and members of this government, and even supporters of past members, Mr. Speaker, have all engaged us and said, listen, we are willing to fight with you. Stand up and fight. Do not give in. So, Mr. Speaker, this notion that we puppet, Mr. Speaker, puppet, Mr. Speaker, go sit down. Puppet, Mr. Speaker, we and everybody in this room should understand that we have been fighting for the security of our Constitution, for the security of the lifeblood and sweat and tears as we approach this emancipation and festival season, of those that stood before us, those men and women, Mr. Speaker, that stood in this honorable house so we can now sit. The former premiers Mr. Speaker. Going back as far as Willard Whitley, coming to C.B. Rodney, coming to Willard Whitley, coming up to H.L. Stout, coming even to Ralph, Honorable Member Emeritus, coming to Dr. D. Orlando Smith, coming even to Andrew Foy, Mr. Speaker, so that Natalia Whitley could sit in his honorable house as Premier. Mr. Speaker, it all works, all things work together for our good, as long as we continue to love God and return, Mr. Speaker, to our foundation. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to let anybody call me out of my name. Again, check your resume. Check your resume, Mr. Speaker. I've been here 7 years. I've seen and heard some things, Mr. Speaker. But I am not here to condemn anybody. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, we have to work together. Stop pointing fingers at each other, Mr. Speaker. Because if we go in each other's closet, Mr. Speaker, we're going to find something that the COA revealed. And we ain't going to be proud of them. Keep power for people, Mr. Speaker. Let us walk together. Let us walk together. You were here. You ain't here no more. You're able to support. You're able to give advice. Give the advice. No is the answer too. It don't mean everything you put forward we're going to listen to, Mr. Speaker. No is an answer as well. But we have one vision and one focus, which is the people of these Virgin Islands, and securing it for the generations yet to come. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about integral men, I go back in the 2nd District for which I am here. People like Ivan Dawson, who served this country, Mr. Speaker, with integrity. And when he felt and started to believe that his belief and his belief in God started to come into question based on what some of the things and decisions were made, he left. Mr. Speaker, that's integrity. Person like Prince Stout, who served and was about the people. J. Alvin Christopher, a giant of a man, Mr. Speaker, who served for 5 terms. So that I can now stand, Mr. Speaker. And it's not that I am better than anybody, Mr. Speaker, because I can learn from anybody and everybody, Mr. Speaker. Whilst counsel comes, just we listen to the people. That we don't go on our own tangents and believe that because it is our idea and our thought that we go along and then we just run the country into a muck. And then when time comes, Mr. Speaker, when the day comes, we're able to point the finger and say, oh, they ain't supposed to do that, and they ain't supposed to do this, and they ain't supposed to do that. What did you do? And if you ain't do nothing, shut up your mouth. Now it's time to do something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to remain motivated. We have to be encouraged by the work that has been done and the accomplishments that have been made in this territory over the last 70+ years. There is nothing to be ashamed about the things that we have done right in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, while I respect and accept some of the details and the examples and even some of the recommendations in this Commissioner Inquiry report, Mr. Speaker, because we have done some of those things, and we have not done some of the things that we're supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. But I am not going to let the UK, I'm not going to let anybody, for that matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, come and try to erode the progress and the development of this country as if everything is wrong. That is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. We are governed and we continue to be governed by our Constitution. We continue to be governed by the principles and the rules and the regulations that we set. Mr. Speaker, the conventions and the cultures of this territory cannot be eroded because, quote unquote, we are wounded. Because, Mr. Speaker, our back is against the wall. Mr. Speaker, while our back is against the wall, we will not go through the wall. We're going to come forward. And we're going to come forward to fight for these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. I will not cower to any threat, Mr. Speaker, or bow to any master. We will not cower to any threat or bow to any master. But wisdom, Mr. Speaker, is the principal thing. Therefore, seek wisdom. Get wisdom, and in all that getting, get understanding. Understanding what we are up against. Mr. Speaker, ain't no time to point no finger at anybody, because we could point finger in here and then we ain't gonna get no step further, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have moved from this territory from 7th standard. We have moved from this territory, Mr. Speaker, to building a college, the things that people said were impossible, the things that people said couldn't be done, the things that people didn't believe were possible, Mr. Speaker. We made it possible to our people. Through unity, Mr. Speaker, and a belief that we are more than enough, that we are enough, Mr. Speaker. And here we are. We don't see the game we play. Mr. Speaker, I happen to go to a black college, historically black college. Really lynches something that's real. How to break a slave, how to break a man, Mr. Speaker. And how we break and continue to break ourselves is we keep pointing finger and we keep dividing each other rather than standing up united. And Mr. Speaker, I see it happening. I see it happening around the Caribbean region. I ain't pointing no fingers, my brothers and sisters from the different islands and territories, Mr. Speaker. We are all one people. And if we realize the transfer that we took to come from Africa, it didn't matter where you born, it didn't matter what color your hair was, we were on top of one another. And we went, whether you're a house slave, a field slave, a light-skinned slave, or a stone black as tar slave, Mr. Speaker, we were one people. And how they continue to divide us, even to this day, is having us torn on one another. And looking and being envious and jealous of one another rather than walking together, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we are committed to do, walking together. That's why Honorable Penn and I are here, Mr. Speaker. About the position and who looking one, Mr. Speaker. The only agenda is a Virgin Islands agenda. Nothing else. Honorable Ryan, Honorable De Castro, Honorable Premier, all the members here, Mr. Speaker, even the members on the opposition, we're here for one reason, and that's the only reason we should be here. Fighting for these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Fighting for our political advancement. Every single time, Mr. Speaker, if you go back from 1950 to 67, coming forward to 2007, every time we were able to advance the Constitution on behalf of the people of this territory, Mr. Speaker, we move forward. We move forward, we rise, Mr. Speaker. And it is nothing that's saying, even though we may be down, that we can't rise again. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to be faithful. Remember who we are. Be steadfast, Mr. Speaker, in who we are. Remember the culture. For a long time, we continue to water down who we are. And there's nothing wrong with embracing other cultures and embracing other people, but you cannot put away who you are and embrace other cultures that they don't know who you are. We want to be popular, Mr. Speaker. We want to be in everything. We want to chase after this money. But the fabric of these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, must be told. It must be taught and it must be learned and understood. So, Mr. Speaker, here we are in a situation where our current situation, the COI A1, which in my heart of hearts believe that the UK must remove from over our head. I don't agree with it, Mr. Speaker, because while you gave us our recommendations, and while we were able to negotiate a proposal that went forward and was accepted for the implementation of these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, you can't continue to try to break us, Mr. Speaker. We understand the plans. We're saying let us fix what we know need to be fixed. There are men and women, Mr. Speaker, who are courageous enough to address those issues. And we're standing willing to do the, Mr. Speaker, at the end of this month, July 31st, the Premier stated in one of the consultation meetings that we will be about halfway through, completed with the recommendations. There were 49 recommendations with about 73 different implementations. And at the end of July, this government, who someone called puppet, has been working. The people of the Virgin Islands and the churches have been praying. And there have been those, Mr. Speaker, who even went before the UK minister, who called and encouraged and who prayed, Mr. Speaker. They continue to support us. Mr. Speaker, I want the Virgin Islands people to realize and remember that while it has been said, I was reminded by one of the elders that we have been touting that the pillars of the Virgin Islands is tourism and financial services. But let us remind ourselves that the pillars of the Virgin Islands has always been our faith in God, the control of our land, and the ability to own businesses. Go back to the basics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must always remember that as we go on this road, it is not going to be easy. There are going to be questions. There are going to be doubts, Mr. Speaker. There are going to be persons that just ain't think is going to be possible. But we have to remain steadfast. We have to remain dedicated to the cause which we have all agreed to serve. And Mr. Speaker, I stand here committed, courageous to fight, Mr. Speaker. Have the ability to fight for our purpose and fight for our country, fight for our freedoms. Mr. Speaker, from way back when, all the things that were said that we couldn't do, I am challenged to understand, Mr. Speaker, why there continues to be a conversation. Every time the UK or some other entity does something, we get riled up, or we want to get riled up to say we need to be responsible for our own self, and we need to go towards self-determination, and we need to go towards independence, and we are the ones responsible. Mr. Speaker, let me take a first step. Let me start talking about it. Let me start talking. But let's set our house in order, Mr. Speaker, so that nobody don't have to come in and tell us nothing. Let us set our business straight, Mr. Speaker. Let us go back to where we are educating our people and sending them away, Mr. Speaker, and they come back and they get these jobs, Mr. Speaker. Not having every single reason why our people can't be in these places of employment. Under H.L. Stout, he sent persons that stood before this honorable house to be educated. They came back to take over leadership positions in the public services and in the industries. And now every reason we get, we're trying to say, we ain't enough, we're not qualified, or you don't. Mr. What are we doing? We're going backwards? So on one hand, you're talking about be self-determined, and no, let me get it straight. Set our house in order, Mr. Speaker. The Premier has given me the 24 hours at a time responsibility for labor. I'm going to set this straight. I'm going to set it straight. Because we cannot continue to do the same things and expect different results. We know the systems have been broken for a long time, and it's time to step and do them. Mr. Speaker, it takes courage, it takes vision, and it takes the will. Not being fearful, Mr. Speaker. And while I am on that, Mr. Speaker, I need the people of the Virgin Islands to understand that every budget that we pass in this territory, I don't know if they understand it. I don't know if they realize that the government of the Virgin Islands, through the revenue earning measures and the budgets that are passed, are the ones responsible for paying for everything under the governor's group. Balance the scale, Mr. Speaker. You can't be wanting to tell me what to do, how to do it, and balance the scale, Mr. Speaker. Not every opportunity you get to talk about how much you put in and how much you spent here and how much you balance the scale, Mr. Speaker. Balance the scale. Balance the scale. This modern partnership needs to be modernized. Accountability, Mr. Speaker, is on both sides of the equation. Accounting practices is assets. Mr. Speaker, we have to be ready. We have to be ready, Mr. Speaker. And I too, with the Premier, Sunday morning we were in church, and then Sunday afternoon the Deputy Premier joined us for another church service. And I don't know if the Premier realized that two of the same messages get preached. Morning, you get one set of shot from the Lord, and in the afternoon you get confirmation, and the same, just in case you forgot. That, Mr. Speaker, we are enough. The people of the Virgin Islands are enough. It has been proven time and time again. After Irma and Maria, we were enough. To the pandemic, we were enough. To the changing climate of the financial services, we were enough. Mr. Speaker, we are enough. We have what we need to go where we need to go. We just need to make up our minds and go. Mr. Speaker, I am going to end with a challenge again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Just like the COI report and the COI law was from the 1800s, I have an excerpt from 1776 by Thomas Paine. And if we as the people of the Virgin Islands understand this, simply says, we do not choose to be common men and women. It is our right to be uncommon if we can. We must seek opportunity, not security. We do not wish to be a kept citizen, humbled and dulled by having the state look after us. We must be willing to take calculated risks, to dream and to build, to fail and to succeed. We refuse to barter incentive for our dole. We must prefer the challenge of life and the guaranteed existence, the fulfillment to stale calm of utopia. We will not trade freedom for beneficence, nor our dignity for a handout. We will never cower before any master, nor bend to any threat. It is our heritage, Mr. Speaker, to stand erect, proud and unafraid, to think and act for ourselves, enjoy the benefit of our creations, and to face the world boldly and say, this I and we have done. Mr. Speaker, we must be proud of who we are. We must fear nothing or no one, because underneath us are the everlasting arms of Almighty God, who will ultimately bring us to share in his eternal victory. And it is a sweet comfort to know that he is always there. Mr. Speaker, I thank God, and I thank the God of our foreparents and the spirit of those men and women that stood, bled, and died before us, sacrificed their life and their time so that we can be. And that spirit, Mr. Speaker, may live in us. May we stop looking outwardly, but look inwardly and realize that we are all we got. And with God's help, Mr. Speaker, we are more than enough. Thank you.
I thank you, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull. At this time, I recognize the Minister of Health and Social Development, member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands for the opportunity to have a voice in this House and to lend my voice to this very important And I want to commend the Leader of Opposition for bringing this resolution before us, because this is the true measure of democracy. And this is what democracy is all about. We will not always agree on the approaches. We won't always agree on the content of person's speech. But this House, and all of us who have had the privilege, and I continue to say this is a privilege to be members in this House, a privilege that we fought to make sure that we maintained, and a privilege that many before us fought to maintain, is being exercised here today. And I want to commend the Leader of Opposition for his wisdom, as usual, his experience, because it's important to have persons like you, sir, still around, because it helps us to keep focus, to keep on the mission, and keep on target in terms of what we need to do for this country and for the people of this country. And I want to publicly commend you for your efforts, Leader of the Opposition. So, Speaker, it's no secret, over the last several months, or over a year plus, the BVI has been going through the COI report, and the report just recently was released in April of this year. It's April of this year. So, Speaker, we all know the events that took place on April 28th that got us to the transition, or the turning point, I would like to say, or the transition point for us as a territory. So, Speaker, the CI report made a series of recommendations. Many of them I agree with, and many of them I have some concerns with, particularly the A1 recommendation. I believe, Mr. Speaker, I've heard the best I've heard it explained in detail and explained to really give perspective of its implication is by the Leader of the Opposition today. I think it's important for us to really understand the context in terms of where we are, or where we were on April 28th, Speaker. So, Speaker, we were at the verge of having our democracy suspended, having decisions for this country being made by one individual in a few chosen individuals. Just to put this in perspective, in the last general election, we had 15,000 registered voters. We had 9,720 persons that actually exercised their democratic right to elect the people that they would like to see lead their country. That's 64% of the registered voters of that time in 2019, Madam Speaker. That A1 decision would have taken away the dreams and aspirations and the privilege that those persons have, democratic right to elect the leadership of their country. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we, on that weekend of April, after learning of the news, collectively as a government, as a House, we were the opposition. At the time I was the Leader of Opposition. We got together, we put our heads together and said, look, we need to figure out a way forward. The Premier and I got together that same night, Premier. And we said, we will put our differences aside and fight not against each other, but fight for these Virgin Islands. So, Speaker, there's a proverb, and I continue to say it when I go to these public meetings that we're having currently, and the consultation meetings that we're having with the public, that when brothers fight to death, a stranger inherits the land. I want to say that again. When brothers fight to death, a stranger inherits their land. Mr. Speaker, I was not prepared for a stranger to inherit my land. We determined, we sat down, and I have to say this, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for us to go back because Beaver is a peculiar place. We tend to, we have a spirit of misrepresentation, and sometimes the facts get distorted. You know, and there's all this talk going around now about, oh, them went over there looking for power. Try to take where we think. Oh, this and that and the other, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I think the Premier used the right word. No puppet. I don't know about the puppet story because I too big to hold on any string. So the Speaker had a bust away anyway. So I wouldn't be a good puppet. The puppet master got hell with me. But Mr. Speaker, we determined that weekend that the fight for these Virgin Islands was greater than any of our personal ambitions. That what we required to do, whatever that was, to save these Virgin Islands, to ensure that we preserve the legacy of our forefathers, the persons who fought, struggled to maintain some semblance of self-governance and self-determination for us as a people and as a territory. And I think the leader of opposition got it right. He pulled the language from the preamble. The language that says that affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development. This was true in 2007, and it's still true today. We have an obligation as elected people of this territory to ensure that this is upheld, to ensure that the desires of the people of this territory, who have the 9,000 plus people that entrusted their votes in the 12 of us, 13 of us, and 12 of us who are here now, to ensure that we preserve their right to self-determine, to steer their own direction, to govern their own affairs, through us, through their elected representative. And that's what patriots do. They put aside their differences, they focus on the people and what is in the best interest of the people. That's why you have a complexion here that you see right now, not in terms of skin, but complexion in terms of our focus on the country and doing what's necessary for the country. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to put things in context. We can't be arbitrary in our discourse and try to spin. April 28 happened. And the things leading up to that happened as well. They didn't just appear, they happened. And we had a responsibility to stabilize this country, to stabilize this economy, and to ensure that we put this country back on a trajectory that our forefathers started back in 1949 and before that, in the work that they did to get us to where we're going to go. And Mr. Speaker, I have an affinity for the work of our forefathers. I have a heritage in this house, like other members, particularly my members to my left and one in opposition, who share a heritage of leadership in this house and the work that went in this house to get us to where we were. We have our personal obligation. Speaker, I happen to marry to one of King Galame Basbe's prized possessions. And every day, and particularly this morning before I left the house, there's a picture that my wife has on her office desk. I had to go in the office to get my laptop. A picture of her grandfather, one of the founding fathers of this house, in his robe. The late Honorable Ivan Dawson, the honorable member for the second, spoke about, reminded me the reason why we have to continue to fight for this country. Those are the reminders. Those are people that never complained about who did what, who didn't do what, and why they did it. Those are people who fought day after day, day after night for the best interests of the people of these Virgin Islands and for these Virgin Islands to be where we are today. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, after all the grandstanding, after all the pontification, after all the talk, we have to move. We have to move forward. And the member at that, the territorial member is right. I am much for celebration. I come up around people like Robert McTavius and Jennifer Potter. I come up in an era where when a fowl lay an egg, you cackle. I come up in an era because I grew up knowing that them eggs are adult too. So don't cackle too quick, because those eggs might addle. I come up in an era where you walk, you put in the walk, without fanfare, without celebration, without all the other things, the accolades that you need to do, but do the walk to move forward. So after all the pontification, the grandstanding, all the philosophication, this is a word premier? You're an English scholar. We have to move forward, and that is what we have done. We put aside our differences. We said, look, let us do what is in the best interest of this country. Let us move forward. Yes, the CI report is here. Yes, there's some things in here that's filled with conjecture that needs to be addressed and needs to be ventilated. And there's a process, and there's a time and a place and a process for that. And I want to say this publicly, we might even need to have a proper review of the report to make sure, for the matter of the record, that some of the things that are said that are misrepresentations are dealt with on the record, so that the public could know that these things that are being said aren't necessarily true. Because if no one checks it or no one verifies what's being said, it becomes the truth. And a former member in this house, I always like to say, a lie told often enough, if not refuted, becomes the truth. So we have a responsibility to address the issues of conjecture, issues of misinformation in the report, to make sure that the record is straight from that perspective. We also have a responsibility to be honest with the public and express the reality of where we are as a people. Speaker, I don't do good with the blame game. I don't play it well. It's a game I never learned, because I tried it early in my life. I used to get my behind cut for it. Mr. Speaker, I remember growing up, and you remember this, Mr. Speaker, because we were separated by a fence. And my mother would call, "Oh, my Lord," you remember my mother and my grandmother. You can head up down up Parham Town, I can head up Chapel Hill. And I go up and I try to make an excuse for why I didn't do what I was supposed to do. And why I blame my cousin, because she was supposed to clean so-and-so, my cousin Aisha, she was supposed to do that, I blame she. I never walked, so I get my behind cut. I get cut for my mother, and I get cut for my grandma when she come home. I think I get so much of licks for it. It's probably why I don't beat my son today. I never hit my son once. Because all the licks I got back then for playing the blame game. So I don't do it good. I don't play it well. So we cannot come into this house, continue to blame everyone else. Everyone have their responsibility. Yes, they have their responsibility, but we have a responsibility as the gatekeepers of this house, of the ones who have given the privilege to do the things that we need to do to set this house back on track. We're not perfect. We're not going to get all of it right, Mr. Speaker. But we started. We sat down. And we came up with a framework for moving forward. We came up with a set of items, guidelines, to say, look, this is how we intend to address our governance issues. This is how we intend to move forward. And we cannot deny the fact that we have not done some things wrong, some things that we need to address. We've done many things that we need to address, and we've set a path to get those things done. Every man has to atone for his own sins, and blaming somebody else doesn't help atone for your sins. Let us fix ourselves. We have not just a responsibility to this house and the people that represent us. We have a responsibility to our forefathers and to this country to put this country back on a right trajectory. The time for the back and forth and the banter and those other things will come. But let's be real. This is what we've agreed to. The details in the Commissioner Inquiry Report are what they are. And like I said earlier, we have to find a way to ensure that those things that are just pure conjecture, misinformation, is addressed. We have a responsibility for that to be done on the record. But we also have a responsibility to this, what we've agreed to, the framework, the way forward in terms of some of the key elements. And what this has said is that our economy is a democracy, is alive and well. The issue particularly that speaks to the register of interest, it came to this house. It went through the process, and it's back. And it's back again on Thursday. Because democracy is working, Mr. Speaker. We made it very clear, as a cabinet as well, our concerns. The democracy is working. We have a responsibility to ensure that the tenets of democracy are maintained, that the people are involved in the process, and that we ensure that we educate, not misrepresent, not miseducate, but make sure that we be honest with the people. Be forthright with the people every step of the way. You believe that we get along and we just puppets and we just agree to everything? I can tell you there's some heated debates and discussions between the five of us in cabinet, in the caucus. Because I said to the Premier, I support this government of national unity, but I'm not going to just acquiesce to everything that we decide that we're going to do. We're going to ventilate them. We're going to make sure that we're making the best decision possible in the best interests of the people of this territory. And I'm not going to relent from that. And none of the members in this cabinet has relented from that position. Members have to prove their position, have to prove why we should move in this direction. It's not a group thing. It's not a one-man show at determining the way forward, and everybody just have to walk into the line. That's not what's happening here. This is no puppet show. You see the Muffets, you're pedaling here, pulling no strings. Dr. Seuss ain't here no more. To speak, Dr. Seuss, know who Dr. Seuss is. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting when we talk about blame, and casting blame. My son went to Sunday school. I get them in Chapel Hill now. We up there regularly playing drums and going to Sunday school and going to youth fellowship. Same things we do, Deputy Speaker, when we were growing up in Chapel Hill. I'm so proud that I get him enrolled and he's entrenched. And I want to publicly thank Renee Weston, Jardy's daughter, for ensuring that the young people of that community get the same type of training and development that we got when we were growing up in that community. I want to commend her for her efforts publicly that she's doing with the young people in that Eastern Loudoun community. So he's going to Sunday school, and I overheard, he tell me he gonna come check me parameter when he finished. So I said, okay, I'll wait on you down there. And before I left there, I heard them talking about this, what we talking about, the blame game. The story of Naaman. And I consulted my resident preacher here about the story came from. I remember the song growing up when Naaman went into the River Jordan. He take one dip, and he dip. Remember that? You got someone who crossed the River Jordan, believe them come up clean. You got a lot of Naaman's here. They cross the River Jordan, and then believe that all of a sudden they come up clean. Huh? So, Speaker, he without sin cast the first stone. We have a responsibility to fix the issues that we have in this country. The people of this country don't have time for the blame game, time for the back and forth. It is time for us to start to move this country forward. The issues that we have with the United Kingdom, the issues that we have to fix, we have to be mature. What we have done as a government of national unity is we have shown patriotism and we have shown political maturity. The behavior of the past and the fighting and the up and down every minute quarreling is what got us here. And when all that was happening, some of us just stay quiet and allow it to happen and fester to a point where we got a rotten foot. But we caught it in time. We could fix that foot. We ain't got to cut it off. It could be treated. We have to cut it off. That's how good God is to us. We caught it in time that we could treat it. That we could do the things that we need to do to fix the systemic problems that we have as a country. We are here for a time just as this, to address these systemic issues that we have. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues before me, and the difficulty in going late is that a lot of what you want to say has already been said, and I won't be repetitious, Mr. Speaker. But what I will say, and I said to my colleague, I'll take 30 minutes, and I think I'm close to that 30 minutes, right? Is that I again commend the leader of the opposition, because this is healthy. We don't necessarily agree on the approach on everything that is being said or done, but the discourse has to happen. We have a responsibility to talk to the people of this territory, educate them, let them know what we're doing. And that's what we've been doing for the past couple of weeks as we go community to community, talking to everyone in the community, ensuring that they know what we've done, what we've committed to, and how they can be part of the process to make sure that their voices and their interests is heard and represented in what we're discussing. And also, the Constitutional Committee had its first meeting, I learned. And the public has a responsibility to ensure that whatever they want to see in their new constitution, they go to those meetings to ensure that you put on record your position, what you would like to see, and what advancements you would like to see for your country. It is time to stop pontificating. It is time for us to stop blaming, stop all this thing, and let us get together and do the work. Let us do what is necessary. For the last 11 years I've been in this house, I've been hearing the same old argument over and over and over again. It's more than a circular argument now. It sounds like it's an infinite loop, to use one of my computer terms. It's an infinite loop, a never-ending loop. At some point, we have to break that chain. And as a people, as a country, move forward. Move forward in the best interest of the people. The people want us to work in their interests, not in here grandstanding all the time and pontificating. It is our responsibility, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution brought by the member. I think it's healthy for us to have this discourse in these discussions in this particular forum, and I'm happy that we're here because we had a political maturity. Not when things didn't go our way, or we lost power, or we no longer had power. We had a maturity to say, look, let us get together and do what is in the best interest of this country. Let us work and fight to maintain our democracy. Do I agree with everything in the report? No, of course I don't agree with everything in the report. And as I said, we need to look at those elements and find a way to ensure that something is on the record to debunk the conjecture, the misinformation, and the things that are not accurate within that report. And we need to have consistency in our approach. It cannot just be about what the ministers are doing or not doing properly, or what the departments under our remit are not doing properly. But everyone in the system has to be accountable. The governor, the DPP, the AG, everyone. I know the AG does her work, and she's been very good in supporting us so far. But everyone has to be accountable. We can't be arbitrary. The police has to be just as accountable as customs, as immigration. So we can't gloss over things when certain persons do it, and when others do it, we want to break them over the coals. And we have a responsibility to insist that there's consistency in the process, that there's transparency in the process, and that everyone is being held accountable. And I will continue to do my part as a patriot of this country, to do my part, to insist on accountability and transparency. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say these few words.
I thank you, Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Malam Penn. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Communication and Works, Member for the 5th District, Honorable Kai Raimo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had a long day here today, debating this resolution. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, that was brought by the Leader of the Opposition. And I rise to support this resolution, Mr. Speaker. I think after going through the contents and going through the debates, I think it's necessary to support it. And Mr. Speaker, I've sat all day, listened to most of the debates pertaining to this resolution. We've had like I mentioned, a long day. And Mr. Speaker, I heard other members speak about how long they've been in politics, but I just want to put my disclaimer there that I've only been here a few years. And what I committed to do at that time, once elected, Mr. Speaker, was to listen. And I have done and continue to do that by listening to my colleagues, especially listening to the people of this territory, and most definitely trying to understand and be the representative for them. Mr. Speaker, what I've learned from listening as I go through the territory is that most of the conversations, they are underpinned by the same message. Maybe they have been used in a different manner or using different words, because we all communicate differently, but the message remains consistent. And it's usually something that the Honorable Premier says, that we all want the same things. Mr. Speaker, during the past 3 weeks, we have been going around to various communities. I think we have held about 12 or 13 meetings throughout the territory, speaking about the recommendations and the framework that was accepted by the United Kingdom. And as the unity government, we have committed to that framework, Mr. Speaker. And we've had the opportunity during those consultations to listen to the people. Some of the conversations were a bit harsh to listen to, but Mr. Speaker, we stood there, we listened, and we responded accordingly. Conversation came from persons who were passionate about these recommendations, passionate about the territory. Some were even suggesting that we move towards the A1 recommendation. Some spoke about things that the recommendation spoke about that were spoken about for years pertaining to governance of these territories. We've heard from all walks of life different things, but it all resonated that these were people passionate about good leadership, good governance, and wanting to put this territory and make sure that this territory is moving on the right trajectory. And Mr. Speaker, what was said is that this government of national unity, we were committed to placing this territory on the right trajectory with the leadership of our Premier, Honorable Natalia Wheatley. And Mr. Speaker, as I look to my right and I see members who are usually in front of me, and as they spoke about, they have committed to these Virgin Islands in terms of the reforms and making sure that these reforms are implemented. And what they have all said is they are committed to these beautiful Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, what you have in your heart colors how you interrupt things. If you have negativity in your heart, your intentions would be negative, and you'll tend to see everything in a negative light. But if you have positivity and good intentions in your heart, Mr. Speaker, you will see things in that mindset. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I keep an open mind. And I listen to the voices. Some of the voices have been the loudest, and some have actually resonated within my spirit as I carry out my duties. Mr. Speaker, now there are those voices that actually drown out those who might have ulterior motives, or those who might not have our best interests at heart, and those who may have their own self-serving agendas. Well, Mr. Speaker, most recently after dialogue with the public officers, it is clear that we have to reevaluate how we approach certain things. And that speaks to the COI recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I want to echo what the Honorable Premier has been saying. It is important to implement the reforms recommended by the COI, and it is also important that the Virgin Islands people participate in this process at its various stages. I just heard the Minister for Health encouraging persons within this community to go out to these meetings and participate. The constitutional body, let them hear what you want and what you envision this territory to be moving towards. Mr. Speaker, just last week when we were debating the Register of Interest, I said it is unquestionable that it is important to condemn any act of corruption and poor governance which have resulted in the position that we find ourselves in today. We've heard members speak about. This is no surprise because we've heard persons over the years speak about things that may not have been going correct. But what did we do about them? Mr. Speaker, it is also beyond doubt that we as leaders should spearhead the process of going in a new direction. Mr. Speaker, I just want to read some quickly from T.J. Jakes on renewal of the mind, if you permit me, Mr. Speaker. He said that it is not the movement of the clock that produces the newness of life. It is the movement in your mind. You will hear all kinds of things said about you. Throw it behind you. The enemies that you see today, you will see them no more. No weapon formed against you shall be able to prosper. Every tongue that rises up against you, God will condemn. Truth of the matter is everybody in here is going through a change. You don't have to be ashamed of yours. We are all in the process of transforming to a higher and better expression of myself. Let this be the year that I birth a higher, better version of myself. Don't let the habits of my past stop me from being the metamorphosis. What separates us is transformation. The possibility of change, the desire to evolve, the passion to get up off the ground and stop eating dirt. I'm tired of doing what I used to do. If I always do what I've always done, I'll always be where I've always been. Mr. Speaker, I said that to say that we have to move in a new direction. Mr. Speaker, on the 29th of April, we know we were in a state of uncertainty at that time. We were emotionally unstable with what took place the day before. The report was made public. Mr. Speaker, Everything happened so quickly at that time. My members to the right and members in front of me on the other side, we all came together trying to understand what is the next step forward. We had an acting premier at the time who mobilized drafted documents, these reforms, because at that time, I'm not sure if the minister, she probably was already flying, but we expected her a couple days later. So we had to be prepared for what was coming. But Mr. Speaker, we accepted because we expected these recommendations to come out. And Mr. Speaker, just like this resolution speaks to, A1 is something that collectively we all rejected. And that was to partially suspend our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I want to publicly thank all the persons that took part in that. The Premier, his team, Benito, his team, the Minister for Health, he had a team, the Leader of the Opposition, the Minister for Natural Resources. We all came together to plan the way forward. And we are now given the opportunity to put these reforms in place. And Mr. Speaker, yes, I heard the Premier and the Minister for Natural Resources speak about what members in other territories said. And I too was a part of a minister from the Turks who came to me and said, I was in Barbados at the time, and said that you all got a chance to put these reforms in place. We didn't get that opportunity. And I don't think you all would have liked to be actually under direct rule. And Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for the sport, and it has been debunked, and I like the term that the Premier used. We are not no puppets. And that member, he knows that we are not puppets, because matters that were debated on his behalf, he knew good, full and well that we are fighting for these Virgin Islands. So I'm happy that the word patriot emerged from that conversation, and I accept the apology for withdrawing it. But Mr. Speaker, the COI report came out. What it didn't say, Mr. Speaker, as it said very little about the progress we have made, which is a testament to the determination, endurance, our capabilities, and our commitment as a Virgin Islands people. Mr. Speaker, perhaps a grave error we have been making since this process actually begun. Because as we look at ourselves in the mirror and only see ourselves, it seems like we only see ourselves, Mr. Speaker, as the enemy would. We start talking about each other in the worst ways. You know, we push up our nose at each other. We laugh at each other. We publicly say certain things about each other. We start writing to the governor. And I mean, those who are now elected in this house, they wrote and say suspend, and you know, we could probably do a better job at this. Not even saying that, you know, maybe let's go to an election and maybe let the people decide who could do these things. Mr. Speaker, an enemy would see only our mistakes. But who is to acknowledge our potential and capabilities? Who is to acknowledge how we triumphed and prevailed throughout the years? Personally, Mr. Speaker, I've been in some conversations myself where you hear people speak some craziness, but that is their opinion, and you have to respect their opinion. Let me tell you about a little experience I had, Mr. Speaker. I remember I was in a conversation with a group of people, and this was, I think, after the hurricanes. And the governor, I think we were in a state of emergency. And, you know, the governor at that time, he was basically running the show. And it was said, man, me like them, you know. I don't like that government. Let the governor stay in charge. And that's the premise of some of the conversation, Mr. Speaker. Because we don't like a certain government, we say, yeah, bring in direct rule. Just because we don't like a certain group or a certain government. So, Mr. Speaker, that is just how we are. We are so politically divided within this Virgin Islands that I think we're missing the whole point as to where we should be charting our way forward. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, and I know, despite all the bad, all the wrong that is in the report, you know, I just want to stand and acknowledge the previous Minister for Health as we just went through the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, and the Public Health Act that was passed in this House that gave us the ability to still have the ability to run the government during that time. Mr. Speaker, I know during that conversation about letting the state of emergency stay because they don't like this person and this person, I know that position, Mr. Speaker, was flawed and built on fallacies of dependency. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit to you that every time that I am aware of that we were in trouble and needed to be saved, it was only through divine intervention and by our own efforts and by God alone that we were saved. Mr. Speaker, the COI made loud statements about our failures, but was definitely, that's the right word? Definitely silent on the contributions and achievements made by our foreparents, without whose legacies we wouldn't be here today. Mr. Speaker, we all know we were abandoned, left for a bird sanctuary. But it was our forefathers, our foreparents, who struggled and persevered. I heard the stories from my grandfather. He had to go all over sailing, selling coal, bringing gravel, selling livestock, all kind of stuff. But Mr. Speaker, the COI report said nothing about that. Had nothing recorded about the history of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, you see this package what I have here? Nearly 1,000 pages. Paragraphs, excerpts, all dedicated to our errors. But surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, little was said about our unchanging character as a people who have built and indeed rebuilt these Virgin Islands whenever the situation demanded us. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but it's my belief that this new direction shall and should comprise of homegrown solutions to the homegrown issues in this report. Mr. Speaker, as we approach another set of deadlines, and the Minister for Natural Resources reminded us that after July 31st, we would probably be halfway through the recommendations. I applaud the commitment of this unity government for making sure that we work on these recommendations, these reforms. Mr. Speaker, something stood out to me from recommendation B30. Allow me to just refer. It said, Sir Hickenbottom said, I recommend that there should be a wholesale review of processes for the disposal of Crown land, and to ensure that such disposal are the subject of an open and transparent process. This review could, and in my view, should be led by a senior public officer without restricting the ambit of any such review. It seems to me that the review should include consideration of, and I'll go to 3, the criteria for the disposal of Crown land for domestic and commercial use, including whether applications for domestic and or commercial land, Crown land, by non-belongers are to be entertained, and if so, the criteria for such grants, which should be both published and applied. Mr. Speaker, I highlighted that one because I am sure the commissioner understood how we came about some of our Crown lands, especially those out on Wickham's Key and the Anegada lands. And Mr. Speaker, during my research, it was a commission of inquiry in 1969 by a Sir D. Jakeway, who spoke to the Wickham's Key land and the Anegada lands that were to be distributed or were actually sold to Bates Hill. And Mr. Speaker, we know what came out of that with the Positive Action Movement. And a leader at the time, Honorable Lavity Stout, who listened to the people and joined with the people so that those lands could remain in the hands of Virgin Islanders. The Noah Lloyds and all the other persons that fought. And, you know, I must acknowledge even my mother-in-law, who was one of those. Yes, my mother-in-law, Patsy Lake. But Mr. Speaker, if we don't utilize what was given to us in this report and decide that things need to be different, we would still be here. We will continue to have COI. Mr. Speaker, if we are being honest, the real transformation and sustainable development will require us as leaders, and this is what this unity government is doing, to commit us to good governance for our own sake. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all of us in here, we have committed to that, to good governance. Mr. Speaker, the word good governance, and then I'll introduce self-determination. They don't need to be in separate conversations. I think they need to work hand in hand. One cannot truly be achieved without the next. I agree with the leader of the opposition. It's time that we dance to our own drums, the beat of our own drums. That's what you said, right? It's time that we dance to the beat of our own drums. I know there is a sense of disillusionment that plagues our people based on us as representatives. You know, during time we break campaign promises. We do certain things that is highlighted here in this report. But as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the political divides and the differences have separated us throughout the years and excluded people from fully participating in the true democratic process. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is where we're at. But we need to think about where we are to be going. The blame have been squarely placed at our feet, and we are made to own our shortcomings as elected members of government and as a people. And we will own it with what is ours, unlike others who refuse to own what is theirs. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that we should also own our future and exert agency over the reform process. Mr. Speaker, for its own sake, we could debate back and forth for hours, as we have been doing. But Mr. Speaker, we must remember that we only have this opportunity to debate because we avert A1 of the COI recommendations. Or at least we have a reprieve from it. But Mr. Speaker, that's the only reason we're here today, because on the 29th, and when they had made their decision, there would probably be no house based on if the reforms weren't accepted. But I hope we don't forget that. But Mr. Speaker, we're here and we committed to the reforms, to those reforms. And Mr. Speaker, we need to understand where we're going from here though. But I know it must include us as legislators, rebuilding the people's trust. The people. It must include strengthening our institutions and securing our development. Mr. Speaker, we need to improve our Virgin Islands. And like I said, we need to commit, as we have committed to the framework and the reforms. And we also must be leaders that the people can trust. As we embark on whatever the journey is, but we must go in a different direction on this new trajectory. Well, Mr. Speaker, the leadership shouldn't just be for now. We should think about, innovation, leadership for the future. We have the core group that could chart that direction. We got to even think beyond implementing these recommendations that would include the people, where they would gain our trust and maintain that. Our words must match our deeds, whether in principle and in policies. We need to be straightforward and we need to be honest with ourselves. Mr. Speaker, though other members mentioned it earlier, I just want to remind us about what the Constitution states. It says, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development, and noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, if we do not move forward with what was envisioned and crafted in our Constitution, we will always be in a perpetual state of anticipating more impositions, more threats of direct rule, more commission of inquiry, more suspension of our democratic and human rights. But Mr. Speaker, I try to capture everyone. Some persons may not mind that. And, we know there are persons out there that share this view. But there are mechanisms in place to gain the truth about who wants to remain in the same position. Mr. Speaker, this same position that was crafted 15 years ago in the Constitution, or who thinks we need to actually chat and determine our own destiny. The truth is, if we don't decide on that, we will never live up to our truest potential. Mr. Speaker, it's my fear that these imposition will take the more form of a sinister things than the Commission of Inquiry. I might be wrong, but it is my belief that they will incrementally get worse. And I think it may happen sooner rather than later if we do not wake up and get serious about our focus. Mr. Speaker, the reforms, the commitment is there, like I mentioned. But what are we going to do after that? When our ancestors stood and fought for us alone, Mr. Speaker, they had all the resources that we are blessed with today. It was by hard work and dedication that they developed our territory. In most cases, they fought, Mr. Speaker, and they fought against violations from foreign interests too. Mr. Speaker, we must maintain the standard in protecting our heritage from those who might benefit from diminishing us. Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution. And, I must acknowledge the leader of the opposition. Since I've been here, this is the third resolution that he has solely brought to this house. I remember the first resolution where I don't think it passed though. Mr. Speaker, that resolution, I think he wanted to reprimand the governor for something. But he is relentless. And I admire that about him. But Mr. Speaker, I think this one has more years than the first one you brought. And Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I think it is necessary, and this is something that I don't, I heard some students, they rehearse it, and I think this is important for each and every one of us as Virgin Islands should speak or say from time to time, and that is the pledge. Mr. Speaker, that pledge says, I pledge to my country, the territory of the Virgin Islands, to encourage national pride and dignity, render patriotic service to all, and be true to God, and remain dedicated to these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this resolution.
I thank you, Deputy Premier, Minister for Communication and Works, Honorable Kai Raymond. I now, seeing I'm not recognizing anyone else to debate, I now call on the Leader of Opposition to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you could imagine that it was interesting. Most times things like this would be boring, sitting there waiting for a second chance, but it was interesting. And I sincerely thank all the people who contributed, and even those who didn't. I know where their heart is. The heart is in the right place. Mr. Speaker, I want to put a little context in this process that we went through. And the unity government, as it is called, it was really a test. And a test of will, a test of fortitude, intelligence, commitment on the part of members, people, and some form of tenacity as well, because I don't think that any one of them thought that they were fighting a losing battle, despite the odds seemingly against them. But I remember, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition at the time, member for the 8th, Honorable Marlon Penn, he got wind that the Premier was going off to the UK. I don't know for what. He assumed, and I kind of agree with him, that he wanted to talk about the report from the Commission of Inquiry. So the leader of the opposition, with a little prodding as well, say he going too. I mean, anybody could go to the UK. You know that. Get on the plane, you go to the UK. But not anybody could go to the meeting, wherever the meeting is. So I guess he was going to be inviting himself, which he's young. He could sleep on the street. He could sleep anywhere. You'd be all right. I remember a time I told the leader of the opposition at the time, which was Ralph O'Neill, that I was so fed up with the NDP government that we should go to the UK to complain them. So some days passed and I didn't see him saying anything. He's not like he's moving towards in that direction. Like, did you go to the governor to make an arrangement so we can go to the UK to talk about this thing? He said to me, who's going to pay for the trip? I forgot now that, you know, when you're a minister, you have a ministry and you plan a trip and you go and it's arranged. But you're over and you're in the opposition, like we don't have a budget for travel like so. You got our budget takes care of things like CPA and all the rest of it. You ask me who's going to pay for the trip. I never thought on that. So my opposition leader said he was going to UK too. I didn't say anything. So it was April 19th when the kids came home from the Carifta Games, and they were being they were having a little celebration up in Salva George's Plaza for them. I think we had a sitting that day, and we left early, and I went. I got there really early, and I was there walking around and stuff. And then my colleagues, the two members from the opposition, member for the second and member for the ninth, for the eighth, they came later. And the celebration started. And while the celebrations were going on, this gentleman came over to me. And I looked at him. In all honesty, I didn't exactly know who it was at the time because I didn't recognize who it was. And then in the conversation started, I realized it was the governor. So with all the noise, I said to him, I was able to get these words into him. I said, Governor, I think the right thing for you to do is to include all the parties in the House of Assembly in the discussions regarding the Commission of Inquiry report, because I understood that the Premier is going to the UK. Okay. A couple of days later, which was, that was the Tuesday. On the Thursday, the 21st, he gave me a call, and he said to me that we think he's going to take my advice to include the members of the different parties in the House of Assembly in the discussions, and that he would be giving us copies of the report and inviting us to travel to the UK with him and the Premier for a meeting with the minister on May 18th. So you could see where we were. I'm talking about April 21st down to May 18th. I'm wondering what would have happened, how this whole picture would have looked if this thing was able to play this thing out the way he had it planned out, the way it was planned. Had we gone to the UK, I guarantee you, now the minister came after the 28th happened, and then the 29th report was dropped on the street, hit the street, I should say. And then the minister came, and we were only able to meet the minister. When the minister came, we were only able to meet the minister for all of an hour or something to that effect. But I would guarantee you that if we had gone to the UK to discuss matters pertaining to this report, we would have gotten more than 1 hour's meeting. We probably would have gotten at least two different meetings on two separate days and stuff like that. I don't know if, I'm sure that you were the premier, so I'm sure he would have probably taken you with him as his deputy. But the kind of planning we would have been able to have, because you got this report, Premier, the Sunday, and you got this Saturday, and the Monday is when you met with the minister. You didn't have time to go through. So I'm wondering, there was a hefty scramble to come up with a proposal that he came up with. Both him and the opposition came up with a proposal, and an amalgamation and a hybrid and all that stuff is what the final results were. But I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, what the picture would have been like today. Of course, the recommendations were already made and they were already in the report. The report was already compiled, it was already issued. But the picture I'm looking at is the relationship between the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the governor and this government right now. How it would have been had things played out. Just a little context, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for the 4th District, in his debate, he was all of himself. He disappointed no one, myself included. And I'm sure that his message got out there, and it got out there loud and clear. But among the many things he said, Mr. Speaker, one of which I kind of took note of, and it was the whole issue of, you know, the blaming us for certain things that you yourself are guilty of. You know, my preacher friend down there could bear me out on this when it talks about plucking the mote out of your own eye. And no, those are things that I learned when I was a kid going to Sunday school with my mother. So you must imagine that I wouldn't remember them now. But I want to just point out something here. When the commissioner was appointed, it says, I read this one, it says, and whereas under Section 2 of the Commission of Inquiry Act, 1880, 1880, Chapter 237, Premier, you got a lot of work to do. Chapter 237 of the Revised Laws of the Virgin Islands, and in an instrument dated 19 January 2021, His Excellency Augustus Jasper appointed the Right Honorable Sir Gary Hickenbottom as sole commissioner in respect of a full, faithful, and impartial inquiry into whether there was information that corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty in relation to officials, whether statutory, elected, or public. Now, whether statutory, elected, or public, I'm going to stick with the elected part, Mr. Speaker, because I'm going somewhere with this. Stick with the elected part. It continued to say, and whereas paragraph 23 of the executive summary of the report reads, I have carefully considered lesser measures, but while I, Commissioner, appreciate that the Governor and the United Kingdom government will consider this only as a last resort, so do I. I recommend, now I have concluded, this is what I'm looking at, I have concluded that the only way in which the relevant issues can be addressed is for there to be a temporary suspension of those parts of the Constitution by which areas of government are assigned to elected representative. Focus, elected representative. Temporary suspension of those parts of the Constitution for those parts that are controlled or managed by elected representatives. Mr. Speaker, if you can recall, all of us, including past members, was paraded before the Commission of Inquiry first, and it was all about the declaration of interest. And I can recall the representative for the commissioner, when he asked the question, did you submit your declaration on such and such a date for such and such a time, and the answer happened to be no, he insisted that it was what he called a breach. So are you in breach? Are you in breach? And he focused on that breach part. And they used that to justify this whole thing about elected representatives being in breach. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to read this letter. This letter was written by the Attorney General on July 8, 2021, to Mr. Michael Fay, Law Chambers, Frenchman, Key Tortola, British Virgin Islands. It says, Dear Michael, concerns as to breaches of section 1510, 181A, 181B, 181C of the Legal Profession Act. Thank you for your email of 4th July 2021 and for copying me in on your correspondence to the Director of Public Prosecutions, Commissioner of Inquiry, and Commissioner of Police. The law is clear. 1, a barrister or solicitor appointed by the Attorney General under Section 13 of the Commissions of Inquiry Act, COIA, should be admitted to practice law in the Virgin Islands. And 2, no person should use any name, title, or description which implies that he or she is entitled to act as a legal practitioner in the Virgin Islands unless his or her name is registered on the roll maintained by the Registrar of the High Court under Section 10 of the Legal Profession Act. For that reason, it is my position that Bilal Rowett, Andrew King, and Rhea Hendrickson should be admitted to practice in the Virgin Islands if they are to perform duties as counsel and solicitors to the Commissioner of Inquiry established under the COIA on 19 January 2021. They have now applied to be so admitted, albeit belatedly. I do not intend to object to the applications when they come on for hearing. I have already informed the court and counsel for Mr. King and Ms. Hendrickson accordingly, and will do the same in respect of Mr. Rowett. It is regrettable that the applications for admissions were not made and dealt with before Mr. Rowett, Mr. King, and Ms. Hendrickson began their work for the Commissioner of Inquiry. And I am very grateful to you for insisting that the rule of law be upheld and that the legal profession in the Virgin Islands is respected. Yours sincerely, Don J. Smith. You heard the word, Mr. Speaker, in here that said, what was the word again that he insists that we say? Breach. I got it in here. For the record, from what I understood, those applications were withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. Never happened. So there you have it. Only us here in the Caribbean, and in particular, us here in the House of Assembly, finds ourselves in breach for anything, according to the report and everyone else who's looking at us. Mr. Speaker, is that right? I didn't think so. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about those Caribbean countries that have all got independence from 1962 to 1983, 11 of them. And I want to say this regarding the whole maturing of countries. Not a single one of those countries, Mr. Speaker, not one of the 11, has filed or expressed an interest in walking back to their colonial past. As a matter of fact, 3 of them have become republics, which means that the Queen is no longer their head of state. 3 have become republics, most recent of which is Barbados. And from what I've just heard not too long ago is that 5 other countries are considering it, some probably more advanced and considering becoming republics than others. The point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, is that there has to be something good about it. Why? And this may not be true in all cases, but this is a live case that we can cite, because I was going to say there must be something true about it because no one has walked back. They all stayed and continue to move on. And I was going to say, well, you can't say that for everything because dead people don't come back, so you can't use that as a premise to say that being dead is good. But I just want to say that I believe in my mind that there's something good about it. And in my humble view, I used to have this feeling and this false premise that we here in the Virgin Islands were doing better than our Caribbean brothers and sisters who are independent. But that was before I actually went to those islands personally and saw the level of advancement in those islands. And I have to say that I'm totally wrong, absolutely totally wrong. I haven't gone to any of those Caribbean islands, save maybe for one. This was a while back, and I'm sure that one might have caught up. That I would say is a little bit, lacking. But I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that there's anything wrong about it. And I want to encourage this unity government. When I look at them, I see something that can come out of it bigger than the reforms that they're working on. And it could be that they stay together, go through the next election with a promise to the people that they would advance this territory to self-determination. But you have to educate the people on this whole process. And if they could educate the people on the process and bring a referendum to the people, then maybe getting together would be worth it, and staying together would be worth it. I promise you that, PVIM wouldn't be out there, and NDP wouldn't be out there, and VIP wouldn't be out there, only PU would be out there. Yeah, but you guys, it's three over there, no problem. You take care of that yourself. I'm over here. So, but in the interest, I will be in full support of such a move to get this territory. It's like, how do you get the attention of a donkey? How do you get the attention of a donkey? You hit him across the head with a 2x4. And this is probably the 2x4 that you guys needed to understand that our resources are limited and it's not too much, it's not a lot. You're there fighting each other, you can never get anything. I guarantee you, if you guys go separate ways, election time comes up, one party is talking about self-determination and advancing the territory, the other one's going to start talking about negative about it. So we'll never get there. And that's why we're here where we are right now, having the FCO and other, as a matter of fact, as a governor, appointing a commission of inquiry against the territory. And that would never happen if we were independent. And all the countries in the world has issues. They grow them out. They grow the issues out. Instead of allowing us to grow our issues out, they retard us. They move us back to where we were as kids, as dependents, as people without rights. So how they expect us to advance? I don't think it can work that way. We cannot sit down and allow that to happen, Mr. Speaker. I got a note here to look at. '57. Mr. Speaker, I just want to end by acknowledging Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Schedule 1 of Section 4 to 56. Cabinet ministers. When they talk about replacing the cabinet ministers and the cabinet by the governor, I wonder if anyone stopped. I believe that this government understood what it really understand what it means, because when a comment was made today, they vigorously defended themselves and opposed the comment that was made. So they understand what the level of importance is for the ministers to exist and for a cabinet to exist. I'm sure they also understand the importance of the National Security Council, and they would be fighting to make sure that it continue to exist. I totally agree, Mr. Speaker, that under direct rule, we would never be seeing these people. You'll never be seeing people like myself. We wouldn't exist. And no matter the shape or form under the conditions under which these ministers have to perform, I understand from what I've read that they're obligated to meet with the governor once a month or something to that effect and present to him their plans for the ministries and all the rest of it. And it seems to me as if it either is not happening or it's happening and they're happy with it. I personally, as a minister, can't see, because I was there before, can't see myself performing a role like that, if that's the case. But the circumstances being what they are, maybe that's why it's happening. You have no choice. I heard the Premier acknowledging that this order in council, the order that went through council, is not a comfortable feeling. It's not something that he wants to prefer to work under. He wish it would go away. And that is something that the motion spoke to, that it's something that needs to somehow be addressed. And I hope that there's somewhere that after this motion goes through tonight, we can collectively chart a course as to what can possibly happen. Because the same way, there's an affidavit that had to go to the council to get it in the council. The same way it went, we can continue to discuss and talk while you continue to work on the reform. You can continue to talk and find a way to get this weight from over your head, or any minister, any government's head. I think it can happen. The member for the 9th district, in his contribution, he talked about us being 12 years away from 200 years since slavery was abolished. It's 188 years ago since slavery was abolished. And as I said earlier in my contribution, that emancipation is right around the corner. That's what we celebrate. That's what August is all about, celebrate emancipation. I could not allow the people of the Virgin Islands, those majority of the people of the Virgin Islands with conscience and who are aware, to go through this emancipation celebration not knowing that this thing is out there hanging over our heads. We don't need it. It's not something that we ask for. We don't deserve it, I should say. That's the word I was looking for. We don't deserve it. And they don't deserve it. He also said that there was some, he didn't know which governor it was, and there was some dissatisfaction between the governor and the House of Assembly members, or whatever the case was. But it was the last governor, and it was simply when he came to the territory, as was that happened this last time, where the governor came in here in the House of Assembly chambers and was sworn in. I think that's a topic for another conversation, one that I have no reservation discussing, but I don't think that's a topic for this conversation. He just didn't know what it was. Member for the 40, this he said we got his full support. Yes, I appreciate that. My colleague here in the opposition, Honorable Malone at large, he was wondering whether or not we want to establish better relationships with the OTs or continue to our relationship with the OTs. I think the question is absolutely yes. And I mean, the only discussion I want to have is the one on self-determination. So we would no longer be an OT. The only thing I would like to talk to them about is, would you join us and go in that route? I personally don't understand what this affinity with being an overseas territory is. I don't understand it. I don't know it. I would believe in my mind that if you get a passport, a Virgin Islands passport, it would take you anywhere around the world, just like you do with the passport that you have now. And I would imagine, and the Premier, he said it the other day, something that I would imagine that all of you know, an independent Virgin Islands would have the US currency just the same as we do now. So I don't know what this affinity is. I was telling someone that all governments took us from as far back as I knew to where we are today. We were down in Seacoast Bay at the Ebenezer Thomas Primary School, and I was telling them that the compound that we're in right now wasn't always there. Because when I was growing up as a kid, it's the Methodist church we used for our school. And it was that one room section, it was that section, the old building, when it was a single room, one room. So we went to school. But the governments of the Virgin Islands developed the Ebenezer Thomas Primary School, same like they did with the Elmo Stout High School. I remember when I went to secondary school, was mentioned today, 150 students, 125, 5 times 25, 125 students. And by 1978, 68, they were able to move into the comprehensive school. And that changed from 150 students to some 800 students, where everybody was able to move seamlessly from primary school into high school. And all those kids that did that, they went on to college and they got scholarships from the government. And that school was built. That school was built by the government of the Virgin Islands. And I can remember, Mr. Speaker, when we went into that comprehensive school, you know where the furniture came from? Was used furniture that came from Canada. And you know what shape those furniture, those desks were in? You know when you're a kid and you take your pen and you cut into the desk and you draw? That's how they were. We had to go into the workshop and sand those desks, sand them, and plane it off to get those hollows and all stuff out of the desk. So we weren't always this rich country. No, we weren't. But it's because we didn't get any assistance from the UK. We had to do it by pulling our own bootstrap up to get where we are. Then Laverty Stout went in the Baylor College. A lot of students go to the college, they don't even know from where it came, from whence it came, how it got there. He built it. The UK government, they laughed at him when he was going to build that college. He built it. And today, it's the H. Laverty Stout Community College. Students, I understand when you leave here, you go to the United States to school, your credits are transferred. Maybe not all, but that is true for all schools. You leave schools in the United States, you transfer from one to the other, you don't get all your credits transferred. This is where we came from. This is where we're at. All those kids are on scholarship. I know when we had the government back in 2007 to 2011, we issued scholarships to so many students. There was a thing in me about all students being able to go away and study law. And I fought and I pushed that scholarships be given to students who wish to go off to study law. And today, the number of students that we have abroad in law school, even before they were able to go to the UK, is complement of all governments. But all the people who are there running around, the work rule and London should come in. Check them out carefully. Check them out carefully. They went to school on scholarships from government. And the scholarships from government were free, just like it says scholarship. And I can go on and on for the good things that the various governments have done for the people of this territory, collectively, not just any select group, collectively. They get sick, their parents get sick. I remember before we had NHI, what do you think happened? Nobody had insurance. Only people who work had insurance for the majority, and not everyone who worked had insurance. They go off to Puerto Rico. They don't have insurance. You can't get treatment, medical treatment. So what happened? The government here would call the hospitals down in Puerto Rico and guarantee their payments. We had some sort of arrangement. I remember, Mr. Speaker, getting a call, it was a Sunday, over the weekend, getting a call from someone in Puerto Rico in a hospital. They wouldn't touch them. I get the call, and I passed the message on to whomever here locally, and the call went back to Puerto Rico to treat the person. Of course, they probably denied it, but I don't want to say. I don't have to prove anything. I don't have to prove anything. That's what I did. That's what happens. That's how we behave. That's how this country was built. Continues to be built that way. Thank God we have financial services. It's something that we built on our own too. All the laws that come in here. Someone mentioned it earlier. Financial services law come in here. Those are laws that takes all businesses internationally. People want to register their companies here because of all laws. And those laws are passed right here in this house by us. Premier, I thank you for your support of the bill. I thank you for the resolution. You said everything that was to be said regarding colonizers and the colonizer and the colonized. I mean, that was very well put, very well said. The relationship, and try to figure what the affinity is, why people like it. working in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. That's what your government is doing. That's what you're doing, working in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. Yeah. You thank the member for the 4th District for withdrawing his amendment. I too, because I felt in my mind that what he wants to accomplish, we can attempt to accomplish that without bringing any more complications to what we're doing tonight. It could be a standalone resolution, and you can do that at a time when you are more comfortable in your role right now as facilitator for the reform. That could happen down the road sometime. Yes, I want to thank the member for the 5th, the member for the 2nd, the member for the 8th, and also the at-large member who also contributed, at-large member Shireen Flax, who also made contributions to the resolution. Wrapping up is usually used for cleaning up when you have a bill, a motion that is controversial. This one wasn't a controversial bill or motion. It's just something that we all in favor with, lock, stock in with. So there was nothing to clean up, so to speak. Just a matter of saying thanks to all of you for contributing to it. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I'll leave you the motion for the vote.
I thank you, Leader of Opposition, Honorable Julian Fraser. A motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Question? Division of votes is requested. Is a division of vote requested by the mover? No, well. Did he ask for division? Madam Clerk? It seems as if we have lost quorum. We'll take 2 minutes recess. This house is in recess. This Honorable House resume its sitting.
Member for the 6th District. Honorable Shireen D. Flex Charles, Territorial Member. Can I do that? No, I can't do that. Honorable Shari B. De Castro, Territorial Member. Honorable Andrew A. Foy, Member for the 4th District. Honorable Julian Fraser, Member for the 3rd District. Honorable Calvin Malone, Territorial Member. Honorable Marlon A. Penn, Member for the 8th District. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, Member for the 5th District. Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, Member for the 2nd District. Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, Member for the 4th District. Honorable Natalia D. Whitley, Member for the 7th District. And Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, Member for the 9th District.
Six absence. Okay. Okay. After the voting for division of votes, there have been 7 ayes and 6 absent. The motion is passed. I call on the clerk. Yeah. Right. Other business, I call you.
Item number 9, other business. Item number 10, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned. Sign it.
This honorable house is adjourned. Sign it.